It could have been my imagination, but when my lips first met his, I could feel jolts of electricity at the contact. It was only for a second, and they were gone. His lips were devouring mine now. His hands were exploring my body, and I couldn't pry myself away from him either. It was so raw and primitive. I didn't understand it. The desire and urges, I didn't have these with Denny. I felt the pull that he was my mate, and it was comforting, but not like this. With Scion, there was this unquenchable thirst for him that continued to grow stronger. My hands gripped in his hair, holding him fiercely, not wanting to let go, not caring to stop. I didn't think anything could break us apart. Seekers! A shrill scream echoed through the air. We instantly tore apart as Scion turned his head. His eyes glazed over as he began to ask questions and delegate orders. He looked down at me, and I could see the turmoil in his eyes. Go! I pressed my hands on his chest, pushing him. Go help your pack. His eyes were glued to mine, and I could see he was hesitating. Scion, go and help your pack, or I am not staying here. It was a bluff, but I didn't want him to stay by my side over helping his pack. I appreciated he wanted to keep me safe, but I was only one person. There was a whole pack to look after. He growled slightly and shook his head. Head straight back to the pack house? I smiled and nodded my head. He looked at me once more before he sprinted away. He vanished almost instantly through the thick trees. Inwardly, I hated this. I couldn't stand being stuck here and not out there helping, but right now I would only be in their way. I sighed and slowly began making my way back through the woods. I was almost to a clearing when I could hear children's voices. Why didn't they go back to their homes? I knew Scion wasn't going to be happy, but I turned and headed in the direction of their voices. I could see several children standing by a large fence. Sure, the fence could act as a deterrent, but it wouldn't keep a werewolf out if they wanted in. It wasn't safe for the children to be there. "What are you kids doing?" I asked and watched them turn their heads to look at me. "We were playing hide and seek, and Clara said Zane went over the fence." I felt my heart stop as I looked out in the distance. He has done this before to escape from being found. Kai went over to look for him. Kai couldn't protect himself right now either. "You kids go back to your houses. It isn't safe for you to be here. The pack warriors are out there. I'm sure they will find them. Go on." I smiled at the children and watched them reluctantly walk away. There wasn't anything they could do here, and there was a risk. I turned and looked through the gate and pursed my lips together. "What are you thinking, Clover? What can you do against a seeker? I can do a lot more than a defenseless little boy can do. What if Kai doesn't find him, and even if he does?" Yeah, there was no way I was just walking back to the pack house. I climbed over the fence as I inwardly went over all the different scenarios in my head. It was dumb, but I also couldn't ignore a child. It was a young kid, and kids do stupid things. Apparently, I do stupid things too. Luckily, even without my wolf, my body was well trained. I climbed the fence easily enough and jumped to the bottom. I felt some mild irritation in my ankle, but I pushed the pain away. I was focusing on finding the child, which would be much easier if I had my wolf's sense of smell. Even without it, I could track. I searched the ground looking for disturbances. I could see some leaves that looked overturned. This was my best clue to follow. I began following the signs at a slow jog, ignoring the burning pain in my foot. This child probably didn't go far. The main goal was to be out of sight from the fence. I began scanning the area ahead, and my eyes found red hair in the distance. It was Kai, and he had the boy with him. I started to call out to him, but then I noticed how he was holding the child strangely behind him. Then I saw it. A shaggy gray wolf was staring at them, baring his teeth. The wolf was in between us, deeper in the woods, but he was so completely focused on them that he didn't notice me. The wolf took a step in their direction, and that's when I knew I had to do something. I'm sure it was testing to see if Kai would shift or not. As soon as it realized there was no danger, it would charge. Physically, I am no match for this wolf. I was a battle strategist, though. I knew how to fight and win against stronger opponents. Too bad I didn't have a weapon. I frantically looked over the ground and found a few rocks. I didn't hesitate. I didn't have time. I gathered them in my arms and launched the first stone. Whack! The rock made direct contact, hitting the wolf right in the head. Hell yes! I had a momentary mental victory until the wolf snarled and turned his gaze upon me. I glanced over at Kai, who looked terrified for me. I looked at the child and nodded my head. He needed to get the boy in a safe situation, and now, hell, even if it was up in a tree, that was at least something. The wolf was now moving in my direction, and I launched a couple more rocks to make sure he wasn't changing his mind. I glanced around, trying to think of my next move. I wasn't planning on becoming kibble for this wolf. There was a branch above my head. If I timed it right the first time he lunges for me, I should be able to evade him. I wasn't sure what to do after that. I wouldn't have time to climb the tree to safety. One step at a time. I watched the wolf's movements. I knew how to analyze his posture to see what he would do next. I glanced up and was relieved to see Kai and the child were no longer there. Good. At least they would be safe. The wolf's back claws dug into the ground. This was it. The move, right before he would pounce. He leapt for me, and I jumped for the branch, kicking the wolf behind the head before I landed. I know to a werewolf it was nothing, but for me it was like scoring another point. I turned to face him, knowing that I wouldn't be able to jump above him again. He was anticipating it now. A human with no weapon versus a werewolf. This was a no-brainer. I couldn't outrun him, and I was out of options. He dug his back feet into the ground, and I knew my time was up. I wouldn't go down without a fight. The wolf lunged again, and this time I spun, rolling on the ground and grabbing a stick. I felt something warm trickling down my arm. I wasn't quick enough, and his fangs had pierced my skin. I held the stick up and braced myself. If I timed my moment just right, I could lodge the stick down into his mouth. I could try to puncture his esophagus, or, if I am lucky, his lungs. Then the sound of pounding began to fill the air. I watched as the werewolf's ears laid flat and his tail curled between his legs. The thudding grew closer, and I watched the wolf dance around nervously, searching for the sound as well. The galloping sound grew louder as a large creature charged through the brush. He kicked the wolf, sending him flying into a tree. A loud yelp echoed in the air as the wolf scrambled to get to his feet. I looked up in shock at the furry centaur that charged at the wolf. He reared up and landed on top of the wolf before he lodged a silver sword into its heart. Then he turned and looked at me. His black fur moved in the wind as he walked towards me. He had no shirt on, just a leather strap around him that held his sword. He had black hair and dark skin. His brown eyes were pinned onto mine. I couldn't move, but I wasn't afraid. There was something about this centaur that made things inside of me stir. I could sense Sheena again, though just briefly. "What are you doing?" The scruffy centaur finally said to me. I rolled my eyes and looked up at him. Playing fetch, but he wasn't grasping the concept. I dropped the stick as his dark eyes bore into me, and he let out a sigh. "Why didn't you shift?" I swallowed and didn't answer. He just nodded his head as if he already knew and looked me over. He frowned as he looked at my arm, but he didn't ask more about it. He knew. "Are they treating you well here?" That is a funny question to ask me. It was like he knew this wasn't my pack, so I deflected. "You are furry. I didn't know centaurs were furry." I looked at his fur, really wanting to touch it. I feel like it is an unspoken rule. If you see a furry centaur, you have to touch it. I didn't know much about centaurs and how they felt about being touched. I looked up and watched his lips curl up. They aren't. "Hey, don't you touch her!" Kai yelled as he ran to my side. "Are you okay?" he asked while glaring at the centaur. "Where is the boy? Is he safe?" I watched him nod his head. I instantly felt relieved. I guess I was more worried about the child getting to safety the whole time, more than I was worrying about myself. I was so afraid, I thought. I could hear Kai's voice quivering. I bet it brought back painful memories of when he lost his mate. His eyes moved to my arm, and he noticed I wasn't healing. I heard him take a loud breath. "Damn, and you came out here anyways?" "So did you." I grinned at him and shrugged. "I'm okay." I put my hand on his shoulder and nodded my head in front of us. "Thanks to my new friend here," I said, looking up at Mr. Shaggy Centaur. I don't know why, but I felt safe even though he was a complete stranger. "I'm glad I got to you in time. My name is Dimitri," the centaur said, and then he smiled. "Clover, daughter of Alpha Aaron Williams of the Chaos Pack." My lips parted in shock. He knew who I was. And not just me, he even knew my father's name. I had so many things I wanted to ask him, like what happened during the Dark War and were the Chaos Pack really the bad guys? But before I could speak, he turned his head and sighed. Sounds like your pack is finally on their way. He looked at me and began to back away. I'll see you again. And he vanished into the brush. The sounds of his hooves hitting the ground began to fade as another sound was heard. Are you okay? Kai asked, and I pursed my lips, looking down at the ground. Was I okay? I was confused. I didn't mind Kai knowing I was part of the Chaos Pack. I planned to tell him tonight anyways. But I did wonder how he felt about it. I watched as he took his shirt off and pulled it over my head. You don't want them to know. Keep it on. He grabbed my other shoulder and pulled me into his side. He was doing his best to hide the evidence of my wound. I appreciated this more than he knew. Or maybe he did know, actually. He knew what it felt like not having your wolf. 3 wolves charged towards us. They stopped and were glaring at me and then looked towards Kai. I didn't think about the fact that they wouldn't know who I was. I have only been here for 1 day. This is the Alpha's masseuse, Kai stated clearly. You can continue on your patrol. She is with me. The wolves didn't move, and I felt Kai's body get tense. Last I checked, I am still the Delta of this pack. That was an order. The wolves slowly moved off, glancing at the dead rogue for a moment before trotting away. I heard Kai sigh, and I felt a wave of pain for him. He was the Delta, but because he didn't have control of his wolf, the pack members weren't respecting him. We had better get back. They would have mind-linked Scion. They don't listen to me without his okay. Is that why you really moved out? I mumbled quietly as we walked towards the fence. So it looked like you are avoiding people for their own good, but really... It's so I don't have to feel pathetic. If I mentioned the real reason to Scion, he would punish every wolf who disrespected my position. I didn't want them to respect me because they feared Scion. I understood him completely. Wolves respect your rank because you can back it up, but an officer without that strength. I guess you know why I haven't accepted Scion yet, I whispered, watching him nod his head. How long? Only a few days. Dear gods, are you okay? What happened? Kai turned and looked at me full of concern. Everyone seemed shocked at how normal I was acting since I had just lost my wolf. I guess I should be more upset, but I haven't had a moment to really think about the situation. I have only told Sion, but I was attacked by 6 of my own pack members. I was in bad shape. My wolf healed me and then vanished. That's a good sign she healed you, though. So, they tell me. I gave him a crooked smile and he nodded his head. Yeah, the fact I can still shift is supposed to be a good sign too, even if I do black out when it happens. Kai chuckled and I snorted. These words meant nothing when you didn't have your wolf. It was nice to have someone else that understood. We approached the fence and my eyes landed on him. Scion was standing there. His dark, unreadable eyes were locked onto mine. He looked furious. His arms were trembling with anger. I could feel the tension in Kai's body as we got closer. I had told Scion I would go back to the pack house and that it was okay for him to leave me. I didn't mean to, but I lied to him. I would have gone back, though, if it wasn't for the child. I wet my lips and stepped away from Kai. I noticed Scion's eyes landed on my shoulder where the blood had soaked through. It was just a flesh wound, but still enough blood to go through the shirt. I'm sorry, I began to say when I reached him. His hand came out and brushed over my cheek. I could feel his fingers trembling, and I was waiting for the explosion. Instead, he stepped into me and held my head to his chest. He buried his nose in my hair and inhaled my scent. Thank the gods. His hot breath tickled my head as he held me in his embrace. I stood there in his arms, not saying anything. I had thought he was going to yell at me. Maybe he still was. Right now, though, he was clinging to me as if I was going to disappear. I could hear the unsteadiness in his breath and realized he wasn't angry. He was terrified that something happened to me. I leaned into his embrace and gripped onto his shirt. He was this upset because of me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, I whispered as Scion stepped back to look me over. His hand reached up to my arm and he lifted up the sleeve to look over the wound. It isn't deep. I just need to bandage it up and keep it hidden. I watched the pained expression on his face as his fingers moved around the wound. He finally let the sleeve drop and he let out a breath. Okay, This was it. He was ready to yell at me, or so I thought. He cupped my cheek with his hand and his thumb moved over my skin, sending tiny tingles through me. Yes, I know I felt them that time. It was like a soft vibration caressed my cheek with his fingertips. For a moment it was there. When the patrol mind linked me, I watched him close his eyes and shake his head. I can't even begin to describe. His voice was quiet as his thumb gently caressed my cheek. The thought that I could have lost you. His voice sounded strained as he tried to talk. He took in a deep breath and opened his eyes. His deep, pooling hazel eyes seemed to hold me captive, but they weren't threatening. It was a different type of hold. A child climbed over the fence and she went after him. I'm lucky she did, even though it did put her in danger. I could have escaped, but not with the child. She showed up and allowed me to get the kid to safety. I went straight back for her, but a centaur had saved her. Kai spoke up, but Cyan never looked at him. His eyes stayed glued to mine. It was that furry centaur we saw before. His name is Dimitri. I don't know how, but he knows about me. He knows about my father. If he saved you, I guess I can't hate him, Cyan said, and I shrugged slightly. I still might have won. I had my next move planned out. I gave him a weak smile, only to see him frown. I don't even want to think about it. The idea that you were fighting against one of those rogues. He leaned his forehead down to mine. I reached up and held his face and smiled, staring into his eyes. I don't plan to fight another rogue until I get my wolf back. I watched as a crooked smile spread across his face as he let out an airy laugh. He leaned his lips towards my hand and delicately kissed my palm. I watched as he lifted up his head and then pulled his shirt off of him. He tugged it over my head swiftly just as a few people emerged from the woods. Logan and Connor were there as well. I now understood why he put a second shirt over me. It was to hide the bloodstain on Kai's shirt. Dr. Snide is examining the dead rogue. What are your orders? Connor asked while Cyan continued to look at me. We need a few more perimeter runs just to make sure everything is clear. I also want an extra patrol for tonight. Connor, you take a group out and start one run, and Logan, you do the same. I'll keep the mind link open if you need to reach me. Cyan nodded his head, and the men immediately were on their way. If I wasn't here, Cyan would have been going with them. I can't right now, Clover. I can't bring myself to leave your side, so don't keep giving me those disapproving eyes. My lips parted in shock. I didn't even realize I was doing anything different. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I know, Clover, but sometimes it is okay to be the reason I don't do something. You are the most important person in my life. This is a well-oiled pack. Even without me, they are extremely capable. Connor and Logan are heading things up, so it's okay for me to stay by you. This is where I am most needed. Cyan then looked behind me towards Kai. Follow me back to the house. I want you to give me your report in detail. Yes, Alpha, Kai said as he straightened up. I could see how his eyes lit up. I'm sure it felt good to feel useful. Cyan was being considerate of Kai. He was trying to include him. I felt my heart begin to race as I looked up at Cyan. It really felt like he was too good to be true. He was considerate of me, and he cared about his pack. I was trying to find fault here, but other than Dr. Sinister, I haven't found it. I know it has only been one day and no pack is perfect. But I wanted to be with Cyan. I could feel this driving force in my body that needed him. Of course, there was one thing about this pack. They didn't have female warriors. The females should have to train just like the males. They don't all have to be warriors, but they should be combat trained. This was a conversation I needed to have with Cyan soon. I stepped into Cyan's side and his hand instantly snaked around my waist. My body began to vibrate, but not like the sparks and tingles before. It was different. I could hear a slight hum that was starting to grow louder. I could see Cyan's lips moving, but I couldn't hear his voice. Instead, I was hearing screams. I gripped onto his shirt as my chest began to rise and fall rapidly. Get Cyan to safety. Drag him out of here if you have to. Go! I heard a gruffer voice growl out. Visions began popping into my head as the sounds of fighting filled the air. I saw Connor and Logan, only they looked much younger. They were dragging Cyan away as blood dripped down his face. He was trying to fight against them, but his injuries made it impossible. Alpha! Luna! Get out of there! Someone screamed as a guttural growl echoed in the air. It was so loud I couldn't even hear the screams. The lifeless bodies of wolves were all over the place. It all happened so quickly. The ground was soaked with red. I watched as a red wolf dragged another lifeless wolf. He then shifted and pulled the wolf into his chest as he sobbed. I noticed his red hair first, and that was when I saw his face. It was Kai. A younger Kai, but it was him. A fire covered the area. It ignited all at once with a tremendous amount of energy, burning the bodies as it spread. Kai had no choice but to run and leave behind the dead wolf he was holding. The bodies were engulfed by an even amount of heat by a creature with incredible power. Oh my gods. The burned bodies looked the same. The singed earth looked the same. That snapped me out of it. The world returned to normal as I gulped for air. I was being held in Cyan's arms, but we were back at the house. We were in my room. Clover, are you okay? What happened? I heard Sion's voice as I began to look around. I could see Kai standing at the foot of the bed, and then my eyes landed on the stand. I swiftly moved away from Sion and grabbed my phone. I opened it and began to dial. The phone began to trill, and after about 3 rings, a voice came through on the other line. Clover, is everything okay? I heard Denny's voice as I tried to steady my voice. A demon, Denny. What started the fire in the holding cell was a demon. My voice was a bit shaky and there was silence on the other end. That makes sense, but why? I sighed and bit my bottom lip. I didn't know why, but I knew that it was the same fire, the same creatures that killed so many pack members. I just didn't know why. I don't know, but I'm sure of it. I'll start looking into it immediately. He paused for a second and I heard a quiet sigh. How are you? I found my present. I love it. I'm wearing it now. We miss you. A small smile reached my lips. It was nice to hear his voice. I'm good, Den. I'm glad you like it. You guys better not be slacking. I listened as he chuckled on the other line, and I felt content. It was nice to talk to him, but it made me realize even more that it wasn't my home. I didn't yearn to go back. I could hear voices in the background and could tell he was busy. Anyways, I just wanted to call and tell you that, so be careful. You be careful, given the situation. I will be... Bye. I hung up the phone then and let out a sigh of relief. I could tell Denny believed me, and that was the first step. It would now be up to him to move on the information. I sat the phone down and turned my head to Sion. He was wanting answers, but I didn't understand it myself. How did I see the past? His past? Was this because I was part Shea? Was this part of their powers? Or was it something else? I kept thinking about his face and Kai's cries. It was horrible. I started to feel insecure too. If I tell him about what happened, would he want me anymore? I was trying to think of what to say when he reached out and pulled me into him. He slid my body flush against him and held my head against his chest. Wait for me downstairs, I heard Sion say, and then a moment later I heard the sound of the door shutting. I felt his chin resting on my head as I rested against him. I had to tell him, but I was still terrified. It's okay, Clover. You can talk to me. This is going to sound crazy, but I saw the past. I saw your past. I quietly began to go over the details of what I had seen. He stayed in the same position, holding me, letting me talk without interruption. I explained to him how the fire reminded me of the fire at the Sulfur pack, and that I was fairly certain it was the same creature or something with a similar power. It must be a type of demon. Then I waited, and he stayed silent. I began to chew on my inner lip as my nerves were rising. What was he thinking? Did he want me to leave because this could be a Shea power? I felt a wet drop on my arm, and that was when I pulled away slightly to look at him. There were silent tears sliding down his cheek. His eyes were closed, with a creased forehead and pursed lips. It should have been me too. I should have been there. I should have died that day too. I listened to his gutted voice rasped out. That moment haunts me. They stayed there to make sure I lived. So many pack members and my parents, we lost so many. It was my fault. I insisted on tracking some unknown creatures. I killed them. It was my fault, but I was the one to live. I wanted to die with them. Don't say that, please. I cupped his cheeks, wiping the dampness away. He opened his eyes, revealing his sadness. I'm glad you lived. I swallowed as I took in a breath. Your parents gave their lives for you because they love you. They wanted you to have a full life. And without you, I would be alone right now. I only have you." I whispered out quietly. It was true, but I also didn't want him to feel like he had to keep me now. After all, I just unloaded crazy on him. I chewed on my lip and glanced down. But if me being here ever becomes a problem, I would rather know sooner than later. I'll be okay. I don't want you to think that you have to. He reached his hand out, pressing his thumb under my chin to tilt my head up to him. I searched his eyes as a gentle smile reached his lips. "Silly woman, what are you thinking? I don't think you realize this yet, but I'm the one who needs you. I would even venture to say I need you more than you need me. Your existence is the only thing that has kept me going since that day. I knew you were out there. Now that I have you..." I watched as he shut his eyes for a moment and shook his head. "I know I said you can decide, but I don't think I can ever let you go. I don't ever want to be parted from you again. You aren't the problem, Clover, ever." He leaned forward and his nose brushed against mine. His hot breath pelted against my lips, and I parted them expectantly. "But I am your problem. Take responsibility for me, Clover, 'cause I am a complete mess over you." It was complete silence as I felt his breath searing my lips. The atmosphere felt heavy, with the growing sensual storm radiating between us. I had wanted to wait longer, but it was as if my body already belonged to him. I couldn't help but think of his mouth and the memory of his body on mine. The way his strong movements were still so tender and gentle with me. He stayed there not moving, waiting for me. He was waiting for me to close the gap between us. I was always thinking and planning for myself. It was rare I acted purely on what I wanted. I did once, though. With Sion years ago, I acted on what I wanted. His breath tickled my lips as I moved forward. My bottom lip brushed against his as he continued to hold still. My hands entangled in his hair, and I thrust my tongue into his warm mouth, igniting a sensual battle between us. Sion. The moment she kissed me, it was over for me. It was like I couldn't see clearly anymore, and all I wanted was her. When I heard they found her and a dead rogue, I felt as if the oxygen was sucked out of my lungs. I didn't say a word. I ran towards the pull in my chest. I ran to the only thing that mattered, her. I could smell her blood even before I saw her. I was so angry that something had hurt her. I was ready to destroy the world for her sake. And then she walked up to me and began to apologize. She has no idea how I feel about her. I could almost laugh. I feel like my heart is only beating because of her. I clung to her body, needing to calm down. She would be my undoing. If something happened to her, my life might as well be over. I could barely handle the guilt when my parents and pack members were killed. I had survived while they died. I wanted to be dead too. Being alive felt like a punishment. All I had as a lifeline was a small light inside of me. I gripped onto that light and used it to stay sane. That light was Clover. I couldn't look for her as well as I wanted to. I was now the alpha of the chance pack, and the full burden was on my shoulders. I never stopped thinking about her. I had a feeling she was mine. I credit my sanity to her. I need her so much. She doesn't get it, though. The idea that I might not want her here was absurd. Just because she had some power? I don't care what power she has or what she is. She is mine. I had to tell her I needed her. I don't care if it makes me sound weak. She needs to know that she has become my existence. I breathe for her. My heart is beating only for her. I can't be away from her. I don't know if it is like this for all mates, but for me, I am irrevocably and completely in love with her. My thoughts were always on her. While we were apart today, all I could think about was her. Was she okay? Was she happy? Would she leave me? But then when just a moment ago she told me that she only had me, I was happy, because maybe this meant she needed me too. I knew how I felt about her. I could feel this mate pull, so I moved my face in and waited. I could feel her sweet breath against my skin. It was almost painful, but I waited for her to decide, for her to choose. When her lips pressed against mine, she ignited fires to life inside of my body. The flickering flame was raging and burning just for her. I grasped onto her and kissed her hard and deep. I didn't want to scare her off, but I couldn't stop either. Her taste was intoxicating, and the sensual dance of her tongue was driving me wild. I don't know when, but my hands had moved on their own up her shirt. I cupped her gently and she moaned into my mouth. She dug her fingers into me, which was only encouraging me. I pressed against her, easing her to the bed as I gently massaged her chest. I held her face captive as our tongues danced together. My whole body was tingling with electric sparks. My mate was awakening a primal need that only she could satisfy. She wasn't ready for me to mark her yet, so I couldn't lose complete control. "Sion," she breathed against my lips. I lifted away from her face so that I could see her clearly. I needed to know right now where the line was for her. I didn't have a line. I would go as far as she would let me. This was about her, though. She has also been through a lot. I want her to be comfortable. I could wait as long as she needed me to. Gods, I needed her to be ready for me. The bulge throbbing against my pants was going to revolt soon. I watched as she smiled up at me. "I didn't tell you to stop." Oh God, she shouldn't have said that. A possessive growl ripped from my throat as I came down to claim her lips. My whole body was tingling with electrifying excitement. "Alpha." I heard Connor's voice in my mind. "Oh, for CK's sake, you've got to be kidding me." I wanted to ignore it until the link came through again. I let out a loud sigh and rested on my elbows. This had better be important. I know my voice was laced with irritation, but what the heck? It's Kai. He has shifted again, and he is still in the house. Shit, this couldn't wait. I looked down at Clover, and she gave me a nod of understanding. "I want you to wait in here. It isn't safe." I moved off of her and watched her look of confusion. "It isn't safe?" Kai shifted. "It isn't safe, Clover. I need to handle it." I watched as she swung her legs over the bed and stood up. "His wolf isn't dangerous. You know that, right?" I walked up to her and kissed her forehead. "I don't think he means to be dangerous." "Have you seen him dangerous?" "I have heard how he acts, and he cut himself off from me. I can't mind link him anymore. I'm not going to hurt him. We just need to get him calmed down and dart him. Then he will go into a holding cell until he shifts back." I could see she suddenly looked appalled. Her lips parted and her eyebrows furrowed. She stepped away from me and shook her head. "And what happens in the holding cell?" "Dr. Snide works with him. She helps with connecting the wolves back with their owners." I listened to Clover scoff. I wasn't a fan of Dr. Snide either. In fact, if my father hadn't hired her, she wouldn't be here. But my father had tasked her with the special project of helping wolves who lost their wolves. This was something very dear to his heart, since my uncle had lost his wolf and went crazy. Seriously, I feel like I need to count my fingers if she shakes my hand. I watched as Clover folded her arms across her chest. "I don't like that woman. Something feels off about her." I smiled. She was being honest with me about something. She instantly pursed her lips together, and I could see she didn't mean to say it. She was so adorable. I stepped back into her and tilted her chin up to me. "I love you." I instantly pressed my lips against her and then turned to leave. "Stay here, Clover," I said before shutting the door. I know I probably startled her by saying that, but I couldn't hold it. I felt. It is how I felt. I looked over the railing and could see a red wolf growling at Connor and Logan. I hopped over the railing and landed beside them. "Don't shift." Obviously, we aren't wanting to fight. Connor almost snorted at me. Sounds like someone has a little bit of an attitude. Don't mind him. Aces there scared the crap out of him is all. Logan chuckled. I turned and looked at the red wolf. His ears were laid flat back and he was baring his teeth at us. "Aces, come on, buddy. You need to calm down." A dangerous snarl crept from his throat, and I narrowed my eyes at him. My beast stirred angrily at his disrespect, and I had to take a calming breath. It looked like he was looking through me and not at me. Aces had never growled at me before, so I felt his reaction was weird. "We aren't going to hurt you. Why don't you let me in?" I tried to push my mind link forward, but nothing. It was like he disowned me as his alpha. Did he blame me for what happened to his mate? I have always wondered this. If maybe even Kai deep down blamed me too. Maybe I did blame myself. "I'm sorry about what happened. Do you blame me, Aces?" I watched as his ears perked up as he stared behind me. The door suddenly opened and the medical staff burst inside with their dart guns. I realized that he knew they were coming. He wasn't growling at me, but them. "Wait," I started to say, but the guns went off and hit Aces with tranquilizers. Aces growled and shook his body. The effects were almost immediate, and soon his body collapsed to the ground. "I said wait," I yelled, making the staff freeze. Sorry, I had ordered them to shoot at sight. Dr. Snide's voice rang out, and I turned to see her stepping through the door. My orders override yours. I couldn't hide the contempt in my voice. Of course, Alpha. They just reacted too quickly for your order. Though I am not certain what the big deal is. You did want him sedated, didn't you? We don't want him hurting anyone. This woman's voice was like nails on a chalkboard. Every word made me irritated. It was weird that a lot of the pack adored her, but it was different for me. I always felt agitated in her presence. I was trying to talk with him. I sighed angrily and looked over at the sleeping wolf. I wish Aces would let me talk to him. Maybe we could work it out. So you want us just to let him loose? Dr. Snide asked, and I glared at her. At least if he is in the holding cell, you can still talk with him, and he can't hurt anyone. Man, I didn't like this woman. Kai was my friend, and Aces always had my back before. I didn't want anyone to get hurt, though. If it was just me, I could handle myself against him. Aces was a strong wolf and could easily injure the others. We could lock him up in Connor's room. Logan teased as I walked over to Aces. I leaned down and placed my hand on his forehead. I was hoping I could feel something. Anything. Not that I haven't tried. I have tried to reach Aces so many times before. He never tried to hurt me but wouldn't speak to me. He ignored me. It didn't make any sense. Ace's reactions made no sense to me at all. He never tried to run away when he shifted, but he didn't want anyone near him either. So what was he doing? If he hated me and the pack, he would have left, right? It was so frustrating because I didn't know what to do. And the only one who ever had success with wolves was Dr. Snide. She could bring out wolves that were dormant even for a short time. Though it never stuck. Unfortunately, she was the only one here who had a chance to reach him. I reluctantly stepped away and nodded my head. I hated to pen him, but it was the best thing to do for now. I couldn't let him hurt anyone. I would try to talk to him again once he woke up. Sometimes he would stay in wolf form for a long time. And whenever Kai came back, he didn't remember anything while he was shifted. Dr. Snide nodded to the medical team, and they immediately went to work getting Aces on a stretcher. I heard a gasp from above, and I looked up to see Clover looking down. Her hand was covering her mouth, and her eyes were wide with shock. "What are you doing to him?" Her voice cut into me as she made her way down the stairs. She looked up at me with pain in her eyes. My chest hurt seeing the way her eyes looked at mine. She was upset with me. I was upset with myself. I hated doing this to him. It's so he can't hurt anyone, Clover. There are a lot of other members in the pack I have to think about. He will be in good hands. I've been working with Aces and Kai for a long time. Trust me, this is for the best. Dr. Snide said as she stepped closer to Clover. I didn't like her getting close to my mate. I don't like the way this woman looks at her. I watched as Clover stared back at her, defiantly. She raised her chin at Dr. Snide and kept her eyes locked onto her. Look at her. If that isn't the act of a Luna, I don't know what is. Is it wrong that at a moment like this, I am having impure thoughts of Clover? She could put me to my knees and I'll call her Alpha. Scion, are you okay? Clover was looking at me, and she reached her hand up to my face. You look a bit flushed. Demen, I made myself blush over that mental image. Are you injured? I heard Dr. Snide ask, and my eyes moved to Clover's shirt. There was a blood stain showing on her t-shirt. Oh, this? Yes, I am fine. It was just a scratch, but all healed now. See? Clover lifted up the sleeve and revealed a completely healed arm. There was no scratch there at all. I felt my heart begin to pound against my chest as I looked at Clover. Was her wolf back? Could she feel it? I found myself holding my breath, wishing I knew the answer. Then I had to ask myself, why? What did it matter? That's when I realized that I was afraid. I felt like without the mate pull, she wouldn't stay with me. Maybe you should stop to be checked out. Was it from one of the rogues? We need to be careful with a cut from them. Dr. Snide said as I shot her a dark glance. She wasn't touching my mate. I watched Clover's eyes following the medical team carrying Aces out of the house. I could see the anger in her eyes as they flashed to Dr. Snide. Instinctively, I took a step closer to Clover. I wanted her to know she had my support no matter what she was about to say. Clover, Call Me Bree was not fooling me at all. She is claiming what she is doing to Kai and Aces is for the best. Really? I doubt it. Now she wants to check out my non-existent wound? Because she really cares if I am hurt. Ha! I honestly am not sure what happened with my cut. The wound was there before, but I noticed after Cyan left it was no longer stinging. My ankle wasn't sore anymore either. Actually, it felt perfect. Yet, I still couldn't link with Sheena. In either case, Dr. Sinister wasn't examining my body. No offense, but no thank you. You say you have been working with Aces for a long time. Yes, so he is in good hands. Why? Just because you've been working with him for a long time means he is in good hands? I watched as her eyes started to twitch. Little by little, I felt like I was peeling away her mask. Well, why wouldn't he be? She said in a sickening, sweet fake-us tone. Whatever you are doing isn't working. No wonder Aces is isolating from all of you. You keep locking him up and doing the same thing to him. Hell, I would be pissed if I was his wolf. You've been doing this to him for years. I looked up at Cyan, who looked really sad. His lips were pursed together, and he nodded his head. You are right. We are failing him. Cyan said, and Dr. Sinister clicked her tongue, folding her arms over her chest. It is a process. You can't expect this to work overnight. It takes time. Call me Bree said in a snarky tone that wasn't missed by Cyan. A terrifying snarl crept from his throat as he glared at her. It's been years. If anything, he trusts me less now. Aces never used to growl and back away from me, though I'm not sure it was from me. His gaze looked at Dr. Sinister accusingly. Clover is right. I'm going to wait for him to wake up and try to talk to him. Wait until tomorrow. He is in the holding cell, and who knows how long he will be unconscious for. Dr. Sinister started, but Cyan instantly snapped at her. You don't tell me what I should do. I am waiting with him. I want to be there when he wakes up. Cyan growled, and I placed my hand on his forearm. I'll wait with you. I looked up at him, and he nodded his head. Alpha, with all due respect, it is a medical facility, and it has private documents inside. We can't just allow anyone. Cyan let out a dark chuckle and then turned to face Dr. Sinister fully. Last time I checked, I was the Alpha, not you. What I say goes. Connor and Logan came forward in support of Cyan, and I watched as Call Me Bree lowered her head, taking a small step back. My apologies. I can see my opinion isn't valued here. I'm glad you received the message. Logan snorted, and she looked up at him in shock, as if she couldn't believe he would say such a thing. Is it horrible that I loved this moment? This was completely different than at the Sulfur pack. These men were able to see the snake clearly. Though it was curious that everyone else seemed to love her. Maybe she was able to fool most people. I was glad Cyan and his officers weren't some of them. I'm sure you have other things you need to attend to. Cyan said dismissively of Dr. Snide as he moved his hand around my back, pulling me towards him. I don't know if it was reactionary or if it was a planned move, but I saw the lethal daggers in her eyes as she stared at his hand. It seems that you two are becoming close. Call me Bree, said with the fakest smile ever. We would have been much closer if Kai wouldn't have shifted to Aces when he did. Cyan said matter-of-factly. I could feel the warmth spreading over my cheeks. Call me Bree was practically seething. I could see she was trying to rein in her anger. Easy, Alpha. I don't think your future mate will be happy if you play around too much. I couldn't help the snort that escaped me. I let out a dry laugh and raised my brows at Dr. Sinister. You seem awfully invested in your Alpha's affairs. I fail to see where it is any of your business. I doubt if he was warming your bed, you would have any objections. Her mouth popped open, and she was speechless. Like hell I'd ever warm her bed. Never have and never will. Cyan growled, turning my front against his. I glanced over to see her curl her hands into a shaking fist. Oh yeah, she was mad, practically frothing at the mouth. Excuse us, he suddenly said, and grabbed my hand, pulling me behind him, leaving Dr. Snide standing there speechless. He led me up the stairs and continued down the hall. He didn't stop at my room, but continued to his. I glanced over the banister and could see she was still watching us. I figured he was wanting to send her a message. He ushered me into his room, then shut the door. I started to look around when his hand landed on my waist, spinning me to face him. Clover, I know the pack talks a lot. I promise there has never been anything between me and Dr. Snide. The pack seems to think I'm going to take her as my mate, but she was never an option for me. I don't even want her here. I just want you to know that there hasn't been anyone but you. I know this may seem unbelievable, but I've only been with you. After our night together, I have been waiting for you. I just knew you were the one." I stood there looking up at him quietly. I understand why he said what he said earlier and why he was so agitated. He thought I believed there was something between him and Dr. Sinister. I never did. I thought it was obvious, but it was sweet of him to want to immediately reassure me. Yet, I stayed standing here half shocked because of his later confession. He hadn't been with anyone else but me? "Is it true?" I whispered. "Gosh, I knew the pack was running their mouth about me and Dr. No, not about that. I know there isn't anything between you two. That is obvious. I mean about you being with anyone else." His eyes softened, and a small smile reached his lips. "Yes, it is true. I haven't either." I glanced down and shrugged. "I've only been with you. Clover, it's okay. You don't have to say that. I mean, you are beautiful, and it's true. Honestly, you were the only guy who was ever interested in me like that." He stepped up to me, and he rubbed my face with the back of his hand. He gazed at me as if I was the most precious person he had ever seen. "It's all my gain. I'm glad that you lived in a pack full of morons. Though I do think that one officer was the only one with a brain. I'm glad you are mine. Not to sound presumptuous or anything." He trailed off and removed his hand from my cheek, reaching up to rub the back of his neck. "You aren't." I saw him studying me as he lowered his hand back to his side. "Did your wolf come back? Is that why you are healed? Do you feel it?" I quickly shook my head. "No, she isn't back with me. I don't know why I healed. Maybe she came back enough just to heal me?" He was staring into my eyes as he reached forward to rest his hand on my hip, pulling me closer. "I don't sound presumptuous? Does this mean you are thinking about staying?" Honestly, I couldn't imagine leaving him, and he was looking at me almost desperately. He pinned me down with his gaze as he waited for my answer. He had told me he loved me earlier, and I didn't get a chance to respond to him. He has been so open and honest with me. He didn't care how it made him look. He was always telling me how he felt. He deserved for me to be honest with him and to stop hiding. "I don't have my wolf back yet, but I can't deny how I am drawn to you. I missed you today. I couldn't wait to see you, and when everything was happening with the rogues, I was worried about you. I want to be near you. I want you to touch me. I don't want to ever leave you. I want to stay with you, even if my wolf never comes back. I know I'll be okay if I am with you." His grip on my hip tightened as his other hand came around to hold me captive. "You accept me? You are accepting me as your mate." I smiled up at him and cupped his cheeks, on a couple of conditions. I could see his eyes twinkling at me as a grin formed on his lips. "One, not right now. At least not until we make sure Aces is okay. I can't imagine how traumatic it is for him to be locked up. And I have one more. You allow your females to be warriors if they choose. They should be able to join battle training just like the men, because I—" He chuckled and lowered himself, so his nose was rubbing against mine. "Then you'll be my Luna?" "I'll be your whatever as long as I can stay by your side." I breathed against his lips as he covered mine. He lifted me up and my legs wrapped around his torso. "Thank the gods." He mumbled against my lips as he continued to kiss me. "I accept those terms. I love you, Clover. I'll be good to you, so good to you." He continued peppering me with kisses as I held onto his head. "We are moving your things into my room. You are never going to be alone. You are going to get sick of me." He then paused and parted from my lips. "There is something I do need to talk to you about, though. Tell me tonight. We need to go before Aces wakes up." He reached forward, tenderly kissing me before sliding me down his body. "I can't wait to announce you to the pack. You won't regret this. Ever." "Sion?" I wanted to say I know I wouldn't regret it, that I was happy to be his family. But the words just didn't come out. I watched as his face grew serious. He reached up and grabbed my chin, tilting it up to him. "You have no idea how badly I want to lock the doors and pretend the world doesn't exist. You are right. Kai and Aces must come first. Gods, I am so happy right now. You have no idea. I have been terrified you would leave me." There he goes, making my heart flutter. I couldn't believe how open he was with me. He didn't mind exposing his heart to me. How could I not fall for this man? How was it possible to have these feelings without the mate pull? "As long as you want me, I'm not going anywhere." It is more than wanting you, Clover. I need you. I've never needed anyone. It's great to have the people I do in my life, but if something happened to them, I would manage even if it was hard. But with you, if something happens to you, there is no way I would recover. Sion, don't say that. Of course, you would be fine. No, I wouldn't, but that doesn't matter anymore. Because you are staying with me. I won't let anything happen to you. You are safe and you'll never be alone again. He leaned forward, capturing my lips once more. My nose was burning, and I felt the dampness escape from my closed eyelids. I was going to have a family. Sion was now my family. I wanted this so much, and it was hard to believe it was real. I was terrified, but also overwhelmed with happiness. I had planned to take this slower. I wanted to wait longer, but it just felt right. Sion has been beyond amazing, and honestly, he didn't deserve for me to be so reserved with him. I know he would keep patiently waiting for me, but the only thing holding me back now was my own fear. I wasn't going to allow the fear of being hurt stop me from this. If it all comes to a crashing end, at least I know I gave it a chance. Clover. He pulled apart and brushed my tears away with his thumb. He was studying my face with concern. I didn't want him to misunderstand my tears. I buried my head in his chest and wrapped my arms around his torso. He held me against him with his strong, protective arms, and I relaxed against him. My mate. Thank you, Sion. I'll do my best to be an asset to you. His chest rumbled in a quiet laugh, and I felt his head lay on top of mine. His nose was buried in my hair as he left delicate kisses upon my head. You're already an asset. You don't have to do anything than just be you. That's all I need from you. Well, that, and maybe some pups eventually. I smiled and lifted my head away from him. I think we can manage that, with lots and lots of practice. His lips brushed over my forehead. I've got to get you out of this room. We need to go. His voice sounded husky, and then his eyes widened. Come on. We are telling Logan and Connor. He sounded almost giddy as he grabbed my hand and brought me out of the room. He was walking fast, and I had to trot to keep up to his pace. He must have realized it because he stopped, turned, and hoisted me in his arms, bridal style. Then he sprinted down the stairs. Connor and Logan had 2 bags and were standing by the door. Dr. Sinister was nowhere to be seen, so it looked like she had finally left. The Beta and Gamma looked at their Alpha with confusion. You seem overly happy. Connor arched his brow and glanced between us. She said yes, she's going to stay with me. Sion was grinning ear to ear. Min, congratulations, man. What are you doing down here? Shouldn't you two be making a mess of each other? Logan smiled widely, and I turned my head into Sion's chest. I could feel his soft chuckle as he kissed the top of my head. Later, we are going to wait for Aces to wake up first. Clover is right. Locking him up isn't the answer. We should have acted ages ago. I just hope whatever is going on, we can work it out. You can. If not, his wolf would have left long ago. I felt Sion's arms squeeze me gently before he finally lowered me to the ground. Luna, I take it. Our Alpha passed the test. Logan beamed, and I looked down at the ground. It never should have been a test. It was never Sion's problem. It was mine. I then looked up and met his eyes confidently. I'll be good to him. I'll treasure him. I just want you to know that. It was hard for me to say this freely, but I didn't want them to think my feelings were shallow. Even without my wolf, I was bonded to Sion. I felt it, and I would make sure to take care of him. I watched the grin on Logan's face widen. You shouldn't say such things around our emotional Alpha. Logan winked at me as Connor chuckled. I glanced up at Sion to see his hazel eyes already looking at me. This was the first time I spoke these sorts of words, the first time he ever heard me say it. I said I would be his mate. I haven't told him how I felt. I need to. I'll tell him tonight. Let's get to Aces. We've got to get away from temptation, Sion said in a low growl that had Connor busting up laughing. Sir, yes, sir. Connor laughed as he saluted Sion. Connor and Logan headed out of the house first, but Sion grabbed hold of me, keeping me in place. He leaned his head down and bit onto my ear. I'm going to exhaust your body tonight, so be prepared, my love. He then kissed my marking place on my neck, sending a shudder down my spine. I know my face was burning red as we followed behind Logan and Connor. I was feeling all of the emotions today. I needed to push that all to the back of my mind. It was time to concentrate on Aces. I was able to mind link without my wolf. I wondered if I could reach Ace's mind. I know Aces pulled from the pack, and I am not an official member, but it was something I was curious about. I didn't know if I really was part Shea or not. If I was, maybe this was something I could do. In any case, I was going to try. We walked into the facility, and at the far end were several holding rooms. The rooms were made of bulletproof glass that had silver wiring on the inside. For a cage, they were pretty nice. I followed Scion, Logan, and Connor to the far room. There was a red light glowing on the inside, and I swear I could hear screaming. No one else seemed to hear it, but my face was contorting at the sound. I could see Kai's wolf laying there, but he seemed to be stirring. Dr. Sinister was standing to the side with a little tablet as she looked at Aces. Everyone was just looking at him through the glass. His wolf seemed to be in pain. Couldn't they tell? And the red light was making me agitated. "Turn that light off!" I couldn't take it anymore, and I practically shouted, making Scion jump to look at me. "What is that light? Turn it off!" "Alpha, we can't," Dr. Sinister began as Scion walked towards her. He completely ignored her and flipped a switch behind her down. Instantly the lights were gone and Aces seemed to relax. Dr. Sinister was now staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. She looked like she was analyzing me. "Is that better?" "It's a sensory light that is supposed to help keep the wolves calm." Connor looked at me as Scion came back to my side. "What is calming about it? I was getting irritated just standing out here." I could see they were all looking at me strangely. Seriously, did this light not bother anyone else? However, Dr. Sinister seemed to be more and more intrigued by me. Great. I don't want that bitch to have any interest in me. She had the red psycho warning screaming whenever I saw her. I had only been here a day, and already I knew she rode the Crazy Express. Scion placed his arm on my shoulder, and I looked through the glass at Aces. He finally stood on his feet, and he stared at us. "Can we go in?" "That isn't a good idea. His wolf is unpredictable. Could someone lock her in one of these cages? Seriously, every time she spoke, I wanted to put a dirty sock in her mouth and gag her." "I'll go in, Clover. It's safer if it is just me," Scion said, and I looked up at him. I could see the worry in his eyes. "I used to work with the new shifters in my pack. I was very good at it. I would like to try." I also wanted to see if I could communicate with him, and that would be much easier if I could get closer to him. I could see Scion was hesitating, but I needed to try. "Please, you'll be right beside me. Connor, you come in too. If anything happens, your priority is Clover," Scion finally said, and I smiled up at him happily. "Don't worry, I'll keep the princess safe." Connor winked over at me, and I rolled my eyes. "Damn, Nit Sheena, get your ass back here so we can show these men we don't need to be kept safe. Alpha Scion, this really isn't a good idea," Dr. Sinister said, taking a step towards us. Scion glared at her, and she froze in her spot. Why? Why exactly isn't it a good idea? Aces can't win against me in a fight. What do I have to worry about? We've been doing it your way. Your way isn't working. Stay back and out of my way." Scion's voice was low and threatening. He spoke to her as if she was the enemy. I can't believe the other pack members really thought they were an item. It was clear Scion despised her. Her eyes looked almost panicked as he walked past her to the door. It was an odd expression, to be honest. I was certain this was because she was up to no good. There were dual doors to enter into the cage. The second door wouldn't open until the first door was shut. It was an impressive safety mechanism. Scion opened the second door and walked inside first. I was right behind him, and Connor placed his hand on my shoulder, staying close to me. Ace's ears went back instantly, and he backed away. It was a clear warning that he didn't want us near him. "Aces, I'm here to help." Scion took a step towards him, and I could see the hair on Ace's back raise. He wasn't growling, but he was giving Scion all the warning signs. Scion glanced back looking at me, and I noticed his eyes look at Connor. Oh no, he is not kicking me out already. I stepped away from Connor and moved to the side of Scion. Scion's hand grabbed my shoulder, but I kept my focus on Ace's. He was watching me curiously, but he didn't look threatening. "Scion, I'm okay. Aces is okay too, right?" I looked at him as he put his ears up. He didn't find me threatening. Of course, I wasn't a pack member. He disconnected from the pack. It was the pack members he had an issue with. But why? I'm not part of the chance pack. I looked up at Scion. I don't think Aces will have a problem with me. Will you trust me? I felt Scion's hand squeeze on my shoulder as he let out a breath. I do trust you. It's just that I don't want anything to happen to you. Nothing is going to happen. Trust Aces, he doesn't want to hurt us, or he would have tried. I felt Scion slowly release his hold on me as his eyes fixated on Aces. Don't you dare hurt her. Scion growled, and I listened as Aces sneezed. It was as if his wolf was scoffing at him. I smiled and stepped away from Scion and towards the large red wolf. Aces, can you hear me? I could see his eyes widen as his ears pointed forward towards me. How can I hear you? Honestly? I'm not quite sure. I lost my wolf, too, and I am not a pack member. But I have always been able to mind link easily, and I was able to mind link after I lost my wolf. You didn't lose your wolf. She is standing next to you. My lips parted as I glanced at my sides. Nothing was there. I looked back at him curiously. You are the one blocking her out. Okay, come again? I was the one blocking her out. What nonsense was this? How am I blocking her out? I need her right now. I watched as his tail wagged slightly in almost a mocking fashion. Well, then let her in. His voice came through almost arrogant. I mentally clicked my tongue and stepped closer to him. Well, what about you? What is it that you are doing? I'm protecting Kai. I couldn't protect our mate, but I can protect Kai. Protecting him from what? Why did you split from the pack? What about Scion? He sat down and looked away from me. You won't be able to understand. It's too complex for you. Oh, hell no. Too complex for me. And why is that? Because your brain is far superior than mine. Yes, I was angry. I watched as his tail wagged. He was enjoying himself. Is there something wrong with this pack? I'd like to know if there is, because I am supposed to be the future Luna. His tail instantly stopped wagging as he stared at me. Don't do it. Don't become a member of this pack. Will you just come out with it already? I watched as he shook his head and scratched at his ear. Come here, let me see. He stopped and looked at me for a moment before he rose to his feet and slowly walked towards me. Scion walked forward and stood by my side. Aces stopped for a moment looking at him before he proceeded to me. He could understand Scion's protectiveness. Maybe it made him think about his own mate. He stopped right in front of me, and I smiled at him. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Let me see what's bothering your ear. I reached out to scratch his ear for him. As soon as my hand landed on him, images began to fill my head. Then the visions became clear and played like a movie sequence. The red light was on, and Aces looked completely exhausted. I watched as a shadow slithered across the floor from inside the cage. It moved to the outside where Dr. Snide was standing looking in. Behind her was another figure standing in the shadows. The figure stepped out as the shadow snake slithered around her. A woman with dull, lifeless skin, black, soulless eyes, and long, gray, straggly hair was revealed. Do you have the essence for me? The woman hissed to Dr. Snide. Yes, I have a new collection. I drained everything I could from this wolf without killing him. I also added some other creatures to the mixture for you. Dr. Snide said as she dropped a small tube into the woman's long, bony fingers. Good. Keep it coming. I need more. The woman snorted and looked at Dr. Bree. I guess some good came from your mother being a slut. At least you know who to be loyal to, even if you are part mutt. My loyalty is to you, my lady Meryl. Dr. Snide slightly bowed her head. Have you kept up with the inoculations? Yes, but the officers and the alpha are still refusing them. The drink won't work on the beta and alpha? Yes. Well, from what you told me before, that makes sense. It wouldn't work on them. Just become the Luna of the pack. That will make this easier. I don't want my flow of essence compromised. I need it. I am mass-producing. Well, that doesn't concern you. Just keep being useful. You know what happens if you don't. Yes, my lady. Dr. Snide bowed, and a ball of black smoke enveloped the old woman, leaving no trace of her. I listened as Dr. Snide bit her thumb, glaring at Aces. I knew that the was trouble. I wasn't exactly sure what was going on. But I had a feeling something in those inoculations was doing something to the pack. There was something else she had, too. Some sort of drink. I don't know, but she was doing something to the pack. She stared at Aces, and then I watched her shrug. You still have enough life in you for a little more, don't you? It's not a big loss if we lose you anyways. Ace's yelps filled the air and watched helplessly as he twisted in pain. He knew what Dr. Sinister was doing. He was protecting Kai from being manipulated by her. The rest of the pack must be under her manipulation. That would make sense why they all adored her so much. Whatever is going on, it doesn't seem to be affecting Logan, and it never affected Scion and Connor. I wonder why whatever it was wouldn't work on Scion and Connor. Aces had taken this burden on all by himself. He suffered and endured pain every time he shifted, but he didn't run away. It must be manipulating the person and not the wolf, which is why Aces separated from Kai. He didn't trust the pack, so he separated from all of them as well. He loved his pack too much to run away, so he stayed and endured pain. If he would have just told Scion, was he protecting Scion? Why didn't he tell Scion? My heart was hurting for Aces. He has been doing this all alone for so long. The vision began to grow dark as I was pulled out of the past. Clover. Scion's voice greeted me as I came back to the present. My face was wet with tears. I don't remember crying. I felt Scion's arms around me, holding me tight against his warm body. I turned my head and could see Aces was looking at me curiously. I know, Aces. I know about Dr. Snide. I took in a deep breath as I tried to sort through everything. I leaned into Scion for support as I looked at Aces. Who was this Meryl person? And what exactly was Call Me Bree doing? We need to tell Scion, I said to Aces. What is going on? Scion asked. I glanced up at him and pursed my lips together. I didn't understand everything, but I knew Dr. Sinister was working against the pack. Alpha, we have company. Connor looked out the window where a group of warriors stood looking in with Dr. Sinister between them. Let's see what is going on, Scion said, and I looked over at Aces. Let Aces out. He doesn't need to be caged. I watched as Scion nodded his head and I smiled back at Aces. At least I got him out of there. There was a lot to talk about, but it looked like Dr. Sinister was one step ahead of me. As we walked out of the chambers, I noticed her eyes flicker at me. What seems to be the problem? Scion asked, and just Call Me Bree had a poisonous smile spread across her lips. Follow us. There is something you need to see outside. I felt soft fur tickle my legs and glanced down to see Aces standing protectively at my side. His gaze was narrowed on Dr. Sinister as she walked down the hall. The soldiers followed ahead of her, and we followed behind them. Something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. I felt Scion's hand move around me, pulling me close to his side. He glanced down at me and gave me a reassuring smile. A smile that faded instantly as we stepped outside. It looked like the whole pack had assembled and were waiting there, and in front of all of them stood Dr. Sinister, giving Scion a fake sympathetic look. It was all a big setup. Whatever she was doing, she had all of the wolves here under her influence. Alpha Scion, we are all here because we are concerned about you. Oh, puke! This woman was full of herself. Never did a person cry out so loudly they wanted me to throat punch them. You've acted differently since you came back, and I know what the problem is. It is that woman you are keeping by your side. Scion pulled me tighter against him and let out a low, threatening growl. Careful, Doctor. You don't know what you are saying. This isn't just some woman. She is my fated mate, my Luna. Dr. Sinister didn't look shocked at all. Of course she wasn't. The bit, CH had figured it out. She knew Scion long enough that she must have known who I was to him. Which means this was all a trap. I watched the evil twitch in her eyes, and I knew I was right. She wanted him to say that. Scion, when you arrived, you only called her your masseuse, and now she is your fated mate? Come now, you can't expect us to believe that. If she were really your fated mate, you would have told us as soon as you arrived. Aces stepped in front of me and flashed his teeth at Dr. Sinister as a warning tone sounded from him. Look at that! Even Aces has taken to her. You see what I'm saying? She had set her trap well. I noticed the nodding of heads and quiet murmurs in the pack. Now wait a minute. We knew that she was his mate. We were just keeping it quiet for a few days. Logan and I both knew. Connor started as doctor. Sinister clicked her tongue over and over, shaking her head. Such a shame. You all don't even realize it, do you? Realize what? Scion growled. That she is manipulating all of you. It is what her kind does. Her eyes landed on me, and a slight smirk pulled up over her lips. I never wanted to rip someone's jugular out more than I did at this moment. Scion, she is manipulating you into thinking you are mates. Look how even Aces responds to her. He avoided his alpha, but he trusts this complete stranger? Even you have to see how weird that is. Of course, this would be impossible for a regular werewolf, but she isn't a regular werewolf at all. Are you, Clover? I knew it the moment she entered the chamber. The magical light lit up, and then it all made sense. You are a Shea! I glanced up at Scion to see the unreadable expression on his face. I could see how the evidence was stacking up against me, and honestly, it was quite compelling. I did plan on leaving the Sulfur pack. If I had the power of a Shea, I could have used it to manipulate him into thinking we are mates so I could leave the pack. I had these strange visions, and even Aces trusted me. He avoids the whole pack, but not me. Scion didn't know everything, but if I told him now, it would look like a desperate lie. Alpha, this woman is dangerous. She must be sent far away from the pack. Then you will return to normal and see your mind was just being manipulated. Dr. Sinister had the pack eating out of the palm of her hand. Their voices of affirmation were heard, and they were ready to forcefully escort me out of the pack. So you are telling me that all of you are against Clover? You won't accept her as my Luna no matter what I say? Scion said in a quiet voice. You'll see once she is gone that it was all a big lie. This is for the best. The whole pack agrees. We are not comfortable with her presence here. It is the only way to save you from her influence. We would do anything to protect you, Alpha Scion, even from yourself in this situation. Just like that, I lost another home. This was Scion's pack. He was their alpha. I know once he said he would stay with me no matter what, but this is reality. It is one thing to say something, it is another to do it. I glanced up at him and chewed on my inner lip. I wonder if he is considering what she has told him. Even if he wasn't, he couldn't leave his pack. My presence here was a problem for him. I wouldn't leave him to make the choice on his own. I needed to leave for him. It's funny how certain events make things clearer. Knowing that I had to part from Scion made me realize how strong my feelings were for him. I love Scion, and because I love him so much, I didn't want him to be forced to tell me to leave. I went to step away from him, but he gripped me against him tighter. I could see the pain in his eyes as he looked down at me. I'm so sorry, Clover. I wanted this to be your home. His lips were pursed together as his hazel eyes looked back over the pack. I know this was what he had wanted back. It was okay. Honest. It hurt, but I understood. He wasn't just any wolf in the pack. He was their leader, the alpha. I took in a quiet, steadying breath. It's okay, Scion. I patted his arm as I tried to step away from him again. This time he looked down at me as if I was crazy as he held fast to me. His eyes met with mine and a smile reached his lips. Crazy woman, where do you think you are going? He leaned down and his lips touched lightly over the top of my head. He lifted his gaze up to look over his pack. I won't subject my mate to live in a pack where she isn't wanted. And I won't live without my mate. I'm stepping down as your alpha, and I will be leaving tonight. My lips parted as the anxious whispers filled the air. We can't allow you to do that. You are being controlled, Alpha Scion. We have to protect you. Dr. Sinister stared back at Scion as the warriors moved forward next to her. Scion, it's hard to explain, but the pack is under some sort of brain manipulation. I think it is from the inoculation shots. Your pack needs you. He didn't look at me as he moved me slightly behind him. We will come back and save the pack. Right now, we need to get you out of here. Damn. Knit, I hated that I couldn't shift right now. I was a liability when I should have been an asset. Scion was now thinking about protecting me right now. By the looks of the pack, they were on edge. I wasn't going to be able to casually waltz out of here, and they weren't about to allow Scion just to leave. Connor and Logan stepped forward, taking protective stances in front of Scion. Aces leaned more into my leg and looked up at me. Climb on Clover. I'm getting you out of here. I looked down at him and closed my eyes. I had to run, but I was going to get Sheena back, and when I did, I would be done running. Scion, I squeezed his hand. Aces will get me out of here. He is on your side. He kept his head forward, but I noticed he looked at me from the corner of his eyes. Go. I'll be right behind you. Panic set in as I realized he would probably have to fight his way out of the pack. When did this feeling consume me? When did Scion capture my heart this much? My body was trembling, but not for myself. It was because I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to stay and fight next to him. I leaned my head into his side as I looked out over the pack. Just call me Bree was not about to let Scion casually leave. It was more than control for her. She had her eyes on him. Yeah, I needed to come back and kill her for this. One day, I would. I couldn't just leave without saying one thing, something I hadn't said before that had to be said. I mustered up my strength to tear myself away from Scion, and with a deep breath I let it all rip. Be careful. I love you, Scion. I pushed off his body and climbed on top of the red wolf next to me. Aces instantly took off and I heard the growls of the pack in the air. Don't look back. Hold on to me tight and don't fall. Ace's voice rang into my mind as I leaned down into his fur. I was so worried for Scion. He wouldn't want to hurt his pack members. He was severely outnumbered. What if he couldn't get out and Dr. Sinister did something to him? Clover, we are being followed. I lifted up my head and glanced back to see the eyes reflecting in the darkness. There were wolves chasing after us that were lying in wait in the woods. They aren't from the Chance Pack. Ace's voice sounded in my head. Are they under Dr. Snides's control too? I had my suspicions, but this proves it. Now it made sense. Dr. Sinister never planned to let me just leave. She had an ambush waiting for me. There was no way Aces could outrun them with me on his back. I'll get you to a tree and you need to climb Clover. I can't focus on fighting unless you are safe. Aces, there are too many of them to fight. We don't have a choice. They are gaining on me. How am I blocking Sheena? How do I get her back? I don't know, Clover, but I think it is some power you have. There you see that tree in the distance. Jump up when I stop underneath it. You need to be fast because they will be on top of us. Aces, don't hesitate and do it. They want me, Aces. You keep running. I heard his arrogant snort, which told me he didn't plan on running at all. Oh gods, he would be shredded to pieces. I could hear the thudding from behind us. There were many wolves. I couldn't tell how many without my wolf hearing, but I knew there were a lot. Too many for just Aces to handle. Aces thought it was some power that I have that is blocking Sheena. That didn't make sense. I never blocked her before, so why now? Or was it something else? Maybe it did have to deal with power, but not in the sense Aces thinks. It seems obvious that I am part Shea, and maybe it is this power that has been blocking Sheena. I don't know what all a Shea can do, but I wonder if I am doing something. Aces stopped under the tree, and I jumped to the branch above him. I climbed up and looked down as a group of wolves assembled in an arch formation. I felt my heart thudding against my chest as I had flashbacks of the night I was attacked. Then it was 6 wolves, and now there were 10. I knew Aces would be killed. His only chance was if I could at least help him. Even with Sheena, it would be a brutal fight, but we were both ranked officers. We could manage together. Sheena, if you are there, you've got to help me. How do I break through this block? We have to fight. I need to fight! The low growls began to sound as the wolves' feet shifted restlessly. Aces remained stoic next to the tree I was in as he waited for the inevitable. He knew he was facing his death, but he stayed. I can't quite explain to you how much this act meant to me. He was risking his life for me. I was someone he barely knew. My own pack members, who I grew up with, attacked me, but he was protecting me. When I thought Sheena left me was right after the pack fight. I thought she left because she was hurt. I was wrong. If I was blocking her, I must be shielding myself. My eyes widened as I thought about it. That would make sense. That's why Logan was safe around me, because I had a barrier of sorts up. This barrier was keeping Sheena from me. I don't know if I am right, but it is the best I can grasp in this moment. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I was letting it all through. The pain of that night, the betrayal, the hurt, the feelings of being unwanted, everything. Everything that I was blocking out before and trying to bury. Then there was Scion. He stayed back to give me time to escape. My Scion. I was tired of building walls to protect myself. I could kick myself for being distant with the one person who's been the most honest with me. I had to get back to him. I was ready to fight. My insides seemed to swell, and then it was as if something collided with my body. Only it wasn't as if something did. I was airborne. A rogue had leapt in the air and managed to knock me from the branch. The sound of fighting echoed in the sky, but I was ready now. I turned in the air, and when I landed, it was on 4 feet. My silver fur shined in the moonlight as I lunged into the wolves on top of Aces. We had never fought together, but somehow we were in sync. We protected each other and linked up back to back. In front of each of us were 5 wolves, horrible odds for almost all wolves. But we had a chance, though not without injury. I was trying to figure out who their leader was. One of the wolves was the one who called the shots. I needed to get this wolf out of the picture first. I decided on a shaggy gray wolf on my side. He was a bit more aggressive and seemed to act on his own. The loud snarls cut through the air as sounds of yips and blood-curdling yelps echoed off the trees. Fur was stained red. The sound of teeth snapping together ricocheted around me. Wolves were on me, but I had the target's throat in my jaws. There was the sickening sound of blood gushing onto the ground and an ear-piercing cry that was strangled short. One down. Teeth sank into my side, and I turned, digging my claws into the wolf attacking me. I didn't have a moment to check on how Aces was doing. I had to focus on the 4 wolves in front of me. Killing one of the wolves didn't have the effect I wanted it to have. Instead, they got more strategic with their attacks. They began to synchronize their movements in a way that I was getting constant wounds on my body. I was still landing blows of my own, but they were planning to exhaust me. It is actually a very clever tactic. You keep a larger enemy on his toes and exhaust him, then move in for the kill. I reared up and slashed my claws into one of the wolf's greasy, matted coats. Chunks of fur and blood splattered over the ground as another wolf lunged at me. I snapped at his face, curling my body away from him. I felt Ace's body against me as we both panted heavily. The strong smell of iron wafted in the air as the red liquid pooled around us. Then suddenly they all leapt onto Aces. 9 wolves were going in for the final blow against him. I used my body to protect his back. Fangs sank into me, and I mustered all my ferocity into attacking back. This wasn't over. I had more fight left in me. As another rogue moved in, I grabbed him by his jugular and clamped down as I shook my head. The musical sound of his neck snapping was my sign to drop his body and move on to the next wolf. Aces had managed to take out a wolf also. We were down to 7, but were both injured and exhausted. There wasn't a moment to breathe. It was chaos. Just as another wolf dove into me, a black and white wolf collided with him. Then a brown wolf jumped in next to Aces. A wolf much too large, terrifyingly big. It was like no wolf I had ever seen. He was gigantic. He was over double the size of these rogues and handled them effortlessly. This size wasn't normal. Aces looked relieved. I didn't have my sense of smell before, so I didn't know who they were. Was the brown wolf Scion? I stood there on shaking legs as the brown wolf easily claimed the lives of the rogues. The black and white wolf walked up to me and Aces. He stood there staring at me and looking over my wounds. Speaking of wounds, they weren't healing as they should. Sheena? I'm trying to heal you, Clover. It's all I could do to reconnect with you. It's going to take me longer than normal, so try not to overdo it. The brown giant wolf came over and shifted. It was Connor. Clover, you got your wolf back. That's great. A moment later, the black and white wolf shifted into Logan. Where was Scion? Sheena, you are staying with me, right? Yes, I am here, but your wounds will need to be bandaged. I shifted back and heard Connor and Logan suck in their breath. Why aren't you healing? Connor took his shirt off and began to shred it. I looked back towards where the Chance Pack territory was as he tried to bandage my worst wounds. Where is Scion? He will catch up to us. Why aren't you healing? Logan stepped in front of me to look at my face. My wolf said it would take longer than normal. I was trying to look past Logan, feeling agitated. Why does he have to catch up? Where is he? Connor chuckled. He will be all right. He is leading them in the other direction. I furrowed my brows, not liking the idea at all. We didn't know what all Dr. Sinister was capable of. I felt anxious that Scion was all alone. I turned my head to look over at Aces as Connor tied the last big gash. Well, are you going to give Kai control again? You don't have to protect him anymore. Aces sat down and stared at me. It will be good to have Kai to talk to again. I've missed him. I knew that I made the right decision by coming out with you here. A moment later, Aces shifted back to Kai. I wasn't sure what he meant by that, but honestly, there were more important things to talk about right now. I could see the instant fear in Kai's eyes as Aces was informing him of everything he knew. Wait, Kai and Aces are a team again? What is going on? Connor asked. I began to catch up Logan and Connor with the little pieces I knew from the vision I had, and how Dr. Sinister wasn't working alone. So, who is this Meryl? Connor asked, and that was when Kai spoke up. Someone too powerful for us. Aces said Dr. Snide called her a Nycrops. It is some sort of ancient creature. I vaguely remember reading about them. She isn't someone we can handle. Dr. Snide isn't just a werewolf either. She is part witch from the Briar Coven. She has pledged her loyalty to Meryl and has agreed to drain essence from the wolves in this pack to give to the Nycrops. Furthermore, it was her plan to become Sion's Luna and brainwash him as well. She has been giving Logan these potions without his knowledge that would make him susceptible to her. It is what she has been injecting the pack with, too. I don't think it ever worked on Connor and Sion, but I think that is because, well, you two are different. Aces wasn't sure, though. He continued to be cautious, not knowing if Dr. Snide had control of you guys or not. Honestly, it wasn't until Sion went against her just now that he was certain you guys were okay. Kai said, and I glanced up at Connor. Yeah, he was very different. Honestly, he wasn't like any werewolf I had ever seen. I wanted to know more about this difference. One of the reasons Aces stayed separated from me was so Dr. Snide wouldn't try to control me. He was protecting me. She hasn't been able to get the same hold on Logan again since Clover came. Her constant presence around Logan has kept him safe from her influence. Aces says, "You are very special, Clover." I wanted him to elaborate more, but Connor then spoke up. "What do we do about the doctor and pack?" Connor growled, turning his head to Logan. "There is more." Kai let out a sigh and shook his head. What happened? What happened to my mate, to the previous Alpha and Luna, to our pack? That was Dr. Snide's fault. What attacked our pack? That was a creature that Meryl had allowed her to use. It was her plan to get rid of Sion's parents. At this point, she was only using a potion to control the wolves. The injections, as you know, came later. Apparently, Sion's father had figured out she was draining wolves. He planned to banish her, but she found out about it and sent that demon. My lips parted in shock. That creature is what killed Taylor. Why would a demon that was under her control be at the Sulfur pack? What did this mean? Or was it a strange coincidence? "You want to tell me about your titan of a wolf?" I asked, looking at Connor. He chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, short version is I am not a wolf. I am a lichen. Sion and I are cousins and come from a cursed line of lichens that were afflicted to be wolves. The Faust family have had to bear this burden until just recently. Our wolves were always different than the others. They were one with us, and that was because they were always meant to be a lichen, like Sion and I am now." Okay, hold up. Sion is a lichen too? Was that the secret he wanted to talk to me about? I guess it makes sense why he never shifted in front of me before. He always ran off and then shifted. I could understand him being more capable, since he was an alpha and a lichen. I glanced in the distance and couldn't help the feeling of fear and dread. Even if he was strong, Dr. Sinister could have sent her demon against him. "Clover, you are quite the fighter," Kai said, and I knew he was trying to distract me. I guess I was being obvious about where my mind was. Even after hearing somehow Connor and Sion were lichens, I wasn't even dwelling on it. All I could think about was Sion and if he was okay. I looked over at him and smiled. "We both are reunited with our wolves now." I felt his hand land on top of my head. "Thanks to you. I didn't do anything. It was all about the timing." I listened as he let out an airy chuckle and shook his head. He didn't say anything else, but there was a level of appreciation I could see in his gaze. "All right, we need to head out," Connor said, and I snapped my head to look at him. "Head out? What do you mean?" I felt my chest tightening as I looked into his eyes. "We need to get farther away," Connor said simply. "What if something happens to Sion? What if he needs us?" I could see Connor's eye twitch, and that was when I knew he didn't want to leave either. He was under orders. "I'm not going anywhere, not without Sion." I folded my arms over my chest, planting my feet firmly in place. "We agreed to meet at an abandoned mine. It is a decent hike from here. He will meet us there, Clover." Logan gave me a reassuring smile that I wasn't buying. "There is no," I started to say, but Connor interrupted me. "I don't like it either, but this is what Sion made me promise. He wants you safe, Clover. It isn't safe to stay here. We are still within the pack's territory. We need to get somewhere where we can think of a plan. A soft smile reached Connor's lips as he stared at me. Besides, you are our Luna. I want to keep you safe. A tentative Luna to a pack of 5, I thought wryly to myself. You are in no position to fight right now. Let's at least wait until you are healed up, and then we can think about what to do next. Besides, if Scion plans to meet us there, he will be worried if he gets there and we never arrived. Kai finally said something that I knew made sense. If Scion arrived and we weren't there, he would panic. Fine, I hated this. If Scion didn't arrive, I was going straight into the chance pack. I would dodge all the wolves and relieve Dr. Sinister's neck of her head. It will be faster if we shift. Clover, since you aren't healed, you'll have to ride. Connor is the biggest and can carry your weight effortlessly. Logan said as Connor shifted into the Hulk version of a wolf. Looking at his size, it would be difficult to even climb onto his back. I was just pondering this moment when I felt myself lifted in the air. I glanced down in shock at Kai as he hoisted me onto Connor's back. He looked down at the traces of blood on his hands and frowned. Are you even going to be able to ride, Clover? Those wounds will be jostled and painful. Maybe we should walk. No, walking will take longer. Let's go, I said, and Connor instantly sprinted off, not waiting for Kai and Logan. I could see he was anxious about Scion too. I was hit with so much at once. I knew Dr. Sinister was an evil bit. Hate. She was controlling the whole pack. There had to be a way to reverse the effects. I am finally reunited with Sheena, and I am curious if I will feel the mate pull. Scion, my heart was hurting for him. He left his pack for me and was out there right now running from them. My Scion, I hope he is all right. It had been over an hour, and we still weren't there. We were going farther and farther in the opposite direction. I was getting more and more uneasy. If Scion was the size of Connor, he could make up ground fast. Connor wasn't even going full speed, and Logan and Kai could barely keep up. Scion could make up the distance easily, but I didn't like not knowing. My wounds were healing up, and I should be feeling pretty good at this point. I wasn't. I was so fatigued that I had to concentrate just to hold on to Connor. It shouldn't feel like this. Sheena was still with me, but it felt like her presence was faint. Don't leave me again, Sheena. I will conserve my energy after I finish healing you. Your body is rejecting me. It is putting a lot of strain on your body. I don't care how much strain it puts on my body. Don't leave me. What was going on? Why was my body rejecting my wolf? She is part of me. I noticed Connor began to slow down before he finally stopped. He lifted his nose in the air, and so did the other two. Even with Sheena's faint presence, the smell of decay crept into my nostrils. What in the world is it? Another sound raced towards them from the side, crashing through the brush. I watched as the leaves and twigs snapped and a large body emerged. It was Dimitri. Clover? Dimitri looked down at the snarling lichen that was warning him off. Connor? It is okay. Dimitri is a friend. I started to say, but Dimitri interrupted me hastily. There isn't time. Give me Clover. We've got to get out of here. There is an army of creatures called the Voidless and Seekers. They are coming for you, Clover. Wait, I don't. There isn't time to explain. They are almost upon us. Dimitri looked at Connor pleadingly. You can't fight with her, and you won't be able to escape with her. I can carry her weight and get her to safety. I can fight. I said indignantly. No, you can't. You are struggling right now. I can help you. Dimitri's eyes were focused on me. How did he know all of that? Connor, I entered his mind, shocking him. He turned his head to look at me. Something is almost here. Do you trust him? Connor's ears were perked up as he looked in the distance. Wait a minute. I'm not leaving you guys here to fight. I listened as he snorted at me. The brush began to move, and these pale clay-like creatures emerged. They looked like they had been risen from the dead, as if they were zombies. The creatures moved in our direction, but they weren't alone. There were seekers with them. You could tell these rogues were all part of the same pack, just like before. Were all of them under Dr. Snide's control? There were too many of them. Clover, go. We will buy you time to escape. We will follow after you. Vac! I slid off of Connor, and Dimitri instantly scooped me into his chest. I'll carry you. You can't hold on at the speed we will be going. Dimitri then nodded at Connor. Don't get caught up in the mess. Run when you have the chance, and galloped away. I looked back over his shoulder as I watched the three of them stand there firmly blocking the incoming army. They'll be fine. They will run as soon as we get some distance. I have some backup coming to make sure they get away. You know what is going on with me? I asked as a smile reached his lips. I do know, and it's going to be okay. I could hear the sounds of fighting, but it was growing fainter as we got farther away. I should have gotten you earlier before you left the Sulfur pack. After you left there, I wanted to wait until you adjusted at the Chance pack. Of course, at the time I didn't realize. He stopped. You didn't realize what? There is a lot to talk about the Chaos pack and the Dark War. I'll explain everything, but not right now. Wait. Scion is expecting us to be somewhere else. He might end up running into the army trying to find me. If he comes this way, my scouts will see him. His pack is in trouble. They are all being manipulated. I glanced up to see Dimitri's lips pursed together. I was worried about that, he finally said. I was planning to come and get you tonight, once I found out the Nycrops was involved. I looked at him in shock. Okay, this guy, fuzzy centaur dude, really did know a lot. Don't worry, you'll be able to help them, you just need some time. I can help them? He smiled and nodded his head. Yes. That was all he said. He didn't elaborate any more than that. There is something about him, Sheena said as I felt her fluctuating in strength. What is it? I'm not sure, but there is a bond between us. I stared up at him curiously. He arched a brow as he continued to look forward as he ran. Is there something on my face? It's weird that I just left with a complete stranger and how comfortable I feel with you. I watched as his smile widened, but he didn't say anything. What was this? Some sort of mystery game, and I was a contestant? Aren't you going to say anything? He then chuckled. That makes me happy to hear. It means you can feel our connection. Okay, this weirded me out. What connection? I was getting ready to chastise him when I noticed the serious expression that washed over his face. His hooves pounded harder into the ground as he flew through the woods. He was already running fast, but this was another level. The dirt kicked up behind him as the brush beat against him. Da, they really want you. He held me closer and changed his direction slightly. I watched as he headed towards a lake. We are going to get a little wet, he said moments before he plunged into the water. Very quickly the water was up to my neck. I listened to splashing sounds and saw several wolves treading water towards us. I looked up at Dimitri, but he didn't look worried at all. Suddenly, one by one, the wolves were yanked below the surface. Oh gosh, what was in the water? And were we next? Don't worry, Clover. They are allies, kelpies, and some sirens. Wait, you are friends with kelpies and sirens? My family has always been close with fairies. You know centaurs belong to the fairy kingdom. My grandfather, Drake, is very close to the fairy queen. He had the hots for her when he was younger. He chuckled as he reached the shore, stepping out of the water. He moved up the bank and then took off at a run again. Damn. We are going to have to go into hiding. I looked around, not seeing anything, but Dimitri's eyes had a slight glaze over them. A familiar look with those who are mind-linking. He then moved into thicker brush and then slowly walked up a shallow creek. I looked ahead of us at a rocky mound that he was heading towards. The large rock was covered in vines that he moved aside to reveal a dark tunnel. There is an underground path in here, he said as the vines brushed over my head as he walked through. The tunnel was dark, but luckily I could see with my wolf sight. The sound of his hooves echoed slightly off the hard ground and cavernous walls. There was a soft trickling sound resonating in the tunnel as well. I had hoped they wouldn't have figured out what you are, but it is obvious they know. I looked up at Dimitri, whose brows were furrowed. Can you elaborate on the they and what exactly am I? Am I really a Shea? Yes, you are part Shea. He smiled down at me. They refer to the demons. They now have a Nycrops working for them, so I had hoped they wouldn't be after you anymore. Of course, you are too rare and valuable, so they want your power. You mean visions of the past and the power of suggestion? He nodded his head slowly as he looked ahead. Is that all you know about the Shea? I don't think anyone really knows about Shea and what they are, what they do. Are there more that are Shea? Everyone thinks they are wiped out. There are a few left, but they have scattered and gone underground. Well, first off, Shea don't look any different than a regular human, just like a witch looks like a normal person. It is the power they hold that sets them above. Shea are neutral creatures. They are neither good nor evil. They align with fairies and technically belong to their kingdom. All Shea have the ability to see the past. Sometimes it just happens when they touch someone or something, but they can also force a vision when they get better at controlling their abilities. The same thing goes with the power of suggestion. As your power grows, you can reach more and more creatures at a time. These are their basic powers. Then there are unique skills depending on rank and bloodline. Dimitri looked down at me, studying my face. Your mother was the highest-ranking Shea, a high priestess. I watched as a soft smile reached his lips. Your mother was a great person. What happened was a tragedy. Both of your parents were great people, and the Chaos Pack wasn't evil. What happened to them wasn't much different than what you say has happened with the Chance Pack now. The cave opens up just ahead. We will stop and rest there for today. We can't go anywhere right now until the mess outside gets cleared up. They will send word when it is safe. He then grinned, looking at my objecting face. Don't worry, those wolves and lichens will be just fine. Okay, he knew everything about everything. He was right. I was worried about my friends and Scion. How could I just rest safely inside of this cave? After we get situated, I will explain to you about what happened. It's a sad story, Clover. However, hopefully it will have a happy ending. Why do I feel that last part was about me? The path opened up into a large stone room. Dimitri sat me down and he reached into his leather strap and pulled out a lighter. He then walked over to the wall and lit a few torches. Okay, he has been here before. I watched as he walked to the far end and gathered wood in his arms. I arched my brow at this. We keep this place ready in case we need a safe refuge, he answered, as if he could read my thoughts. Wait, maybe he could? Was he part Shea too, and that was a skill? I'm not a mind reader. Your face just gives it away. Okay, he weirds me out a bit. I walked over to a stone and sat down as he lit a fire. I still was trying to figure out if he was a mind reader or not. So, is your fur coarse or fine? I said and listened to his rumbling laughter. Come and feel. Really? I mean, you are fuzzy, and I am curious. He began to laugh loudly at me. He walked over to where I was sitting, and I reached out to touch his surprisingly soft, fluffy fur. Okay, so how is this possible? I retracted my hand back as he tucked his feet underneath him so he could lay down. My father is a centaur, and my mother is a werewolf. Okay, I couldn't help myself as I tried to figure out how that worked. How exactly did they— You know what? Never mind. Some things you are just not meant to know. I needed to change the subject to get that mental image from creeping into my mind. So, you said earlier that we were connected? How so? I watched as a smirk rose over his face as he turned to look at me. I didn't just casually tell you about my parents for no reason. Okay, what was he getting at here? I squeezed my hands together nervously. What do your parents have to do with our connection? I felt like my throat was tightening and I had no spit left to swallow. How else would you feel connected to me? You are my mate. I think that much is obvious. This cave was getting hotter and smaller, and the air was incredibly thick, right? Where was the oxygen? I need a damn canary to see what the carbon monoxide level is. I licked my lips nervously. Well, the thing is, I have Scion, and I don't mind sharing. We can make a schedule and take turns. I stared at him as I tried to think how to reply. I didn't even want to think how taking turns with a centaur would work. Not to mention, I wasn't into sharing. I wanted a more traditional family lifestyle. I needed to let him down gently but make my position clear. I don't feel any mate pull towards you, and— He busted out laughing as I watched him dumbstruck. I failed to see the humor in this. I'm just teasing you, Clover. His laughter quieted as he smiled at me. My mother was your father's sister. My lips parted in shock as I stared at Dimitri. So we are family. Cousins, to be exact. He had a sad look in his eyes as I listened to him sigh. We were supposed to be close. I was supposed to be your beta. In the Chaos Pack, the Alpha and Luna have their own officers. You know, Luna is just the female name for Alpha, right? The Chance Pack had their Luna and Alpha as equals. Both were equal leaders in the pack. The way it was always meant to be. Not all packs work this way. A lot have their alphas ahead of the Lunas, but they were always meant to be equals. I watched as he poked the fire with a stick as he stayed lying down. The fire danced in his eyes. Tell me what happened. I'm just waiting. Waiting? I watched as he grinned and looked up at me. Yep, waiting for our guests. He then looked down the tunnel. I turned my head and peered down the dark pathway. I didn't see anything. I looked harder, and then the smell of sassafras embraced me, making my heart beat faster. A moment later, a colossal black smoky lichen stepped into view. He was magnificent. He was like the Titan version of a werewolf. Behind him, I saw 3 others stepping forward. Connor's lichen, Kai, and Logan's wolves. They were all here, and safe. Sheena's voice rang out in my mind clearly as I breathed in his welcoming scent. Mate! I let out a sigh of instant relief. I slowly stood to my feet as Scion shifted back to his human self. A moment of overwhelming shock and happiness consumed me. I ran to him, and his arms engulfed me. He held me tight as I breathed in his wonderful scent. Are you all right? I managed to ask right before his lips covered mine. His tongue thrust into my mouth possessively as he held my head. The mate sparks and tingles ignited through my body. The response from me was practically involuntary. It was as if my body was heeding his primal call, accepting it as our own. And it was my own. I wanted more. I forgot there were others around. It was just Cian and his welcoming tongue that was attacking my own. I didn't have the willpower to pull away, but somehow he did. I panted against him as I watched his hazel eyes. He looked over the stained bandages, and I watched as his eyes began to water. I promised I wouldn't let anything happen to you. His voice was quivering as his hand traced over one of the bandages on my arm. I could see his bottom lip tremble, and I couldn't bear it. I reached up and wrapped my arms around his neck, bringing his lips to mine again. The electricity burned as the shocks rippled throughout my body. It was intense. It was real. This man was mine. It was not nearly as powerful with Danny. This magnifying force between us was almost terrifying. I could easily get lost in him. I felt like all of my senses disappeared and my only focus was him. This time I managed to pull away as I cupped his cheeks in my hands. Cian, things are going to happen to me. You can't stop life from happening, but you can be by my side during it. Besides, I am an amazing fighter. I bit my bottom lip as I smiled up at him. She is an incredible fighter. It was 10 Seekers against us, and she took down 2 of them. If it wasn't for her. Kai stopped, and Cian nodded his head, his eyes glued to mine. I could see the question burning in Cian's eyes. I had gotten my wolf. He was waiting for me to say what he knew all along. So, are you going to explain why this mate pull is a lot more intense with you? I asked and watched as his lips curled up. He leaned down, pressing his forehead against mine. Every touch sent crazy tingles through my body. Do any of you guys suddenly feel like this mind became smaller? Logan chuckled. Wait a minute. Was this the place they planned to go all along? Is this where we were supposed to meet up? I asked as I looked up at Cian. He kept his arms around me and rubbed my lower back. Duh. M&N, his touch was intoxicating. I was on my way here when I ran into the others. I was panicked when I didn't see you with them. They explained what happened, and we tracked you here. Right where we planned to meet up from the very beginning. I guess the mine we used to play in as kids wasn't just our mine. Cian looked behind me at Dimitri. Well, come on in and sit down. We need to wait out the onslaught out there. They are after Clover, you know? Dimitri's words barely left his mouth, and Cian's eyes grew dark. I felt his body tense as he pulled me closer to him. They can't have her, Cian growled, and Dimitri laughed. No, they can't. Guys, this is Dimitri. He is my cousin. I could see the shocked look in Cian's eyes as Dimitri chimed in behind me. I am also her beta. So you are part... Connor started to say as Dimitri nodded his head. My mother was a werewolf. She was the alpha sister. Your father didn't pull the plow. He was the plow. He put your mom on all fours, and... Logan began to say, and I shook my head, yelling at him. Gods, Logan. We don't need to hear this. Some things didn't need explained. It's not the only way. Dimitri started, and I gave him a mortified look. So what happened with those undead creatures? The Voidless? I had to steer this conversation. We were joined in battle by some elves and fairies. Kai looked over at Dimitri. Why is the fairy realm aiding us? We must keep Clover out of the demon's grasp. Honestly, this all came at a bad time, because the fairies are dealing with troubles of their own right now, so we won't have their royals to back us up. I watched as the others went and sat down near the fire. Scion held me in his arms, and I looked up at him. I'm sorry for everything that happened. I'm sorry for my pack. Sion, it isn't your pack's fault. They are being manipulated. Dimitri said I can help them, somehow. I looked back as Dimitri nodded his head over at Scion to come over and sit. There is a lot to talk about. Scion kept me flush against his body as we walked over to the fire. As he sat down, he pulled me into his lap. He needed my touch, and honestly, I did too. On a crazy level. Which reminded me Scion never answered my question. I would need to remember to ask him again about our mate bond. I felt his nose brush down to my neck, sending a wild shudder through my body. It was insane, the urges I was now having. I wanted his mark. I didn't feel this need with Denny, but with Scion I did. I could almost envision it. I leaned my head to the side and swear I felt his canines slightly graze my neck. A moment later they were gone, and his head was now resting on top of mine. His fingers dug into me slightly, which was the only sign of his restraint. Clover's mother was a powerful Shea. She was the highest-ranking Shea with her raw talent. Because of this, she had a target on her back. Shortly after she gave birth to Clover, the demons ended up putting a controlling object in her eye. It is called nembrant glass. It was very rare since it could only be made by a Nycrops, which is why they have N Microps under their control once again. Anyways, this glass was able to control Clover's mother. It was their only means to control her. A Shea can't be enchanted and are immune to most magic. Dimitri was looking at me as I stayed close against Scion's chest. Your mother couldn't fight it off. She tried but failed. They made her take control of the pack, but not your father. He tried to help bring her back. In the end, he was given a drink that allowed her to control him as well. The Dark War was the beginning of a twisted experiment. Some of the most powerful Shea, one by one, fell under the demon's control. By using your mother as a catalyst, she could control others. Your mother could control the masses. The Chaos Pack was a throwaway experiment to see how well it would work. The only thing they misjudged was the mate pull. When your father was killed, it broke their control over your mother, and then she ended up being a casualty in the war against the other packs. My parents were both killed, and you were taken away by the Sulfur Pack. I was only 5 years old. I went to live with my grandfather, aunts, and uncles with the centaurs. I would periodically come and check on you. That day you spotted me, I was actually on my way to the Sulfur Pack to check on you. Anyways, he sighed and got back on track. The Dark War was planned to happen at the same time as the Demon War, so that the Alpha King's head would be turned in a different direction because they didn't want to alert the fairies of what was being planned. My grandfather, Drake, was sent word by a fairy messenger about the Nycrops. She is a creature that we cannot handle. It would take someone as powerful as a fairy guardian to destroy her. She isn't our focus, but we can help your pack. Clover, little by little, your Shea powers have begun to grow. You are at a point now where you have two powers colliding for dominance. You are a born Luna of the Chaos Pack and the daughter of a high Shea priestess. The first thing we have to do is get you sorted out. Then we will help you with your powers. Your abilities are stronger than the drinks and injections. Those effects have nothing on you. I sat there quietly listening to him. I had to save the Chance Pack. I felt like there was a lot of pressure on my shoulders and I had no clue what to do. This is why they want you now. They must have been secretly screening and searching for Sheas, though I am not sure how they knew. But if they are working with N Microps, she would have easily set up something. I bit my inner lip. Call Me Bree was working with Meryl, a Nycrops. She must have set something up in those holding cells, the red lights. That was how she knew I was part Shea. How long will this take? We can't just leave things like they are, Connor said, and I watched as Dimitri frowned. I don't know. But you don't have a choice. You don't want to fight against your own pack. The problem is, you will need help. When the time comes, Clover will need help. There might not be a choice but to fight against them. Dimitri looked up at Scion. The Alpha King and Lycan Prince are busy, but the Lycan Princess is still in the Diamond Pack. We may need to reach out to her. My mouth dropped. The Diamond Pack? The Lichen Prince and Princess were in the Diamond Pack? The Alpha King Wyatt's pack. My mind was just blown right there. Is the Alpha King a lichen? I asked and watched as Dimitri shook his head. No, and the Lichen Prince and Princess haven't been made public knowledge. I only brought it up since there are a couple of lichens here. Well, there is a story about my family and the Lichen Princess. It's been passed down from generation to generation. It was my direct ancestor, Sean Faust, that betrayed the lichens. He was the princess's chosen mate. It was his fault all lichens ceased to exist. He and the goddess or demon Eris, whatever she is now. Sean is blamed for betrayal, but there is another side to the story. Sean fell madly in love with the Lichen Princess and wanted her as his mate. It was around this time his brother met a deity named Eris, the goddess of chaos. His identical twin brother, Shane, was infatuated with Eris, but he could see she was manipulating him. Sean overheard her plotting against the Lichen royals, and he thought he could play the bad guy to protect Diana. He became engaged to the Lichen Princess for himself, but he told Eris it was for her plan. Eris was romantically interested in Sean, and this made his brother Shane angry. Shane acted as Sean and went to steal the royal scepter from the Lichen King. He betrayed his kind and cursed our line. It was my bloodline that caused all of this. I looked up at Cyan. This was something I never knew, but I guess I wouldn't. I didn't even know lichens were still a thing. Dimitri was quiet for a moment, then let out a sigh. I understand what you are saying, but we may need the Lichen Princess's help. Besides, her mate is a great guy. I have met him several times. He isn't the type to hold over your head something one of your ancestors did. I think she will be the same. I agreed with Dimitri. I don't see how you can blame someone else for another's mistake. I guess some people are like that, but it isn't practical. Was it because Cyan and Connor were lichens that the drinks didn't work on them? They refused the injections, but she still slipped stuff in their drinks. There was a time it worked on Logan too, until Clover came. Kai watched as Dimitri nodded his head. The injections would have worked on them, but not the drink form. Clover has a raw power she doesn't even realize emits from her body. It is this power that protected Logan. It is this same power that can help the rest of the pack once she learns how to control it. I was having a moment of information overload. I couldn't think of anything anymore, especially now. Dimitri was now talking to Connor, but I wasn't paying attention to any of it. I was enjoying the sweet tingles and delicious scent of my mate. How was Cyan able to hold me all night without acting on these impulses? It made me love him even more. How could I focus with these strong urges seizing me? He left his pack in order to stay with me. That is something I didn't think any alpha could ever do. Even without knowing his pack was under control, he was willing to do this. It wasn't even something he seemed to hesitate over. Cyan was a gift to me. He was the mate I was supposed to have in order to heal my emotionally neglected wounds. I wasn't second to Cyan. I was first. My mind began to wander to my parents. I was relieved to know my father and mother weren't bad people. It hurt that everyone thought the Chaos Pack was evil. They were all killed because of demons. I can't imagine the heartbreak for my parents. My father knew his mate was being controlled, and then my mother... I felt my chest constricted as I thought about how she must have felt. When she finally snapped out of it because my father had been killed, she would know everything she had caused and done. She must have been in so much pain. I wish I could have gotten to know them. I wonder how much different things would have been for me if I had been able to grow up in the Chaos Pack. I never knew my parents, but I was sad for what could have been. At least I had Cyan now. I don't know what a family is like. I don't know how to be a mom, but I'll have him to help me. I leaned my head against his chest and let myself feel the bond that connected us. We still had a long way to go. We have just started out together and already have a major problem to overcome. At least we would have each other. I felt Cyan's head lean down towards my ear, and his hot breath tickled my skin. "Let's go for a walk," he whispered almost inaudibly in my ear. I pursed my lips and nodded my head. He lifted my body to my feet as he stood up as well. The others glanced up at him and he nodded down the dark pathway. "We are going for a walk." The others nodded their heads as Sion's arms wrapped around my waist. He escorted me down the far tunnel. We quietly walked next to one another. Neither one of us said anything. I glanced around the dark, rocky path. There were several other openings that would branch off from the main trial. I never realized that mines were this deep and big. The mine taps into an underground cave. Sion finally said, and I turned my head to look at him. His face was looking forward as he navigated through the path. We had been walking for a while. The sound of trickling water hit my ears. The path in front of us forked off in 3 different directions. He led us to the far right path. I could smell the moisture in the air and could even feel the dampness on my skin. The tunnel finally opened up, revealing a blue, glowing, wide-open cavern. I stared at it in awe. The stone walls were glowing blue, and there was a pool of water glowing blue. Then what fascinated me the most were the fireflies lighting up everywhere. Why were there fireflies in this cave? It's a magical moss that creates the glowing effect. The fireflies are attracted to this moss. This place was always special to me. I could always find peace here. I told myself when I found my mate, I would bring her here. I turned my head to look at him as he smiled down at me. He was smiling, but I could see the pain in his eyes. He left his pack, his father's pack. He was hurting. I didn't want him to pretend with me. It was okay for him to hurt. I stepped into his chest and wrapped my arms around him. "I'm here, Sion. It's okay. You don't have to act around me. I know you are in pain. You can share your burden with me." I felt him grip into me as his cheek rested on top of my head. "I want to protect you and keep you safe. I have waited for this moment for so long, and now my pack is in danger, and the burden of saving them is being put on my mate's shoulders. I'm terrified, Clover. I can't lose you." Kai filled me in on everything. I already lost my parents and close pack members because of that bit. "I can't lose you too." I could hear the pain in his voice. The thing is, I understood it. Only for me it was with him. Sion was all I had. I was worried I would lose him as well. "I can't burden you with this," he whispered out, and I stepped back so that I could look at him. "You aren't burdening me with this, Sion. That is my home too. They are also my pack. I am their Luna, and I am going to save them." His hand reached up to touch my cheek, and I closed my eyes as I reacted to the sweet tingles it brought. It was so intense. "And you love me." My eyes fluttered open to his hazel eyes glued onto me. A sweet smile rested on his face. I had forgotten that I told him I loved him and then fled from his side. I smiled and nodded my head. "I love you, Sion." I listened to his low growl as his head came to rest against mine. Mine. He growled as the jolts of electricity sparked over my body. It was almost too much, which reminded me. "So about our bond, are you going to explain why it is different with you?" I had never felt so complete in my entire life. I could feel the connection with Sion flowing through me, and it was amazing. The loneliness I always felt wasn't there. It was as if he wiped it away. I felt his arms squeezing around me, and I opened my eyes to meet with his. His hazel eyes were shining back at me, and he had a content smile on his face. I wish we could just stay cloaked in the cave. Selfishly, I wish I could just keep him here to myself. I was worried about what was coming next. What if I couldn't help the Chance Pack? What would this mean for them? Sion couldn't sit back and watch his pack get manipulated and destroyed. I couldn't see him go through that type of pain, which meant I had to succeed. I lifted my hand up, tracing my fingers over his cheek. He closed his eyes under my touch and let out a sigh of contentment. He leaned forward, brushing his lips over my forehead. "I love you," he whispered out, nestling his nose into my hair. I closed my eyes and tried to absorb this moment. I knew this was the moment we had to leave and go back to the others. I could tell by his reluctant sigh and how his fingers gripped into me he knew this too. We need to head back. There it was, the ending of our magical moment. Sion was right, though. There was too much going on. As much as I wanted to live here in his embrace, we couldn't. I made a small hum in acknowledgement as he rolled out of my arms. He pulled his bottoms on, and then I also reached for my clothing. He grabbed them out of my hand and then kissed the mark on my neck. "Let me," he said in his baritone voice. If I thought it was intimate taking clothes off, this was on another level. He slowly slid each clothing article back on, making sure he left sweet, delicate kisses on my skin. This was the best way to get dressed. His hands were now resting on my hips, and my hands were sprawled over his bare chest. It was still surreal that this man was mine. Not only was he mine, but he was perfect. Sion, I started to say when the cave pool behind us made a splashing sound. Before I knew it, I was behind Sion, and I heard his menacing, heart-stopping snarl echo off the cave walls. My breath caught as I stared at a creature I had never seen before. It was like a large waterhound or otter, maybe a mix. It was about 7 foot long and was the size of a werewolf, and it had me in its sights. It let out an eerie, high-pitched whistle sound as Sion tried to step more in front of me. Crazy man, as if I would just hide behind his back. "Clover, stay back," Sion said in a concerned tone when I tried to step forward. He held his hand out protectively, and the creature let out a low, insidious growl. I could hear the sound of hooves trumpeting our way, and then Dmitri leaped into the cave, followed by the other 3 men. I watched as Dmitri let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. "Odell, knock your off." The creature looked at him, and then it began to transform. Rich brown hair flowed, and I was soon looking into deep green eyes. It was a beautiful woman, wearing a tan crop top revealing her midsection and black shorts. "Who is he?" the woman shouted and pointed her finger at Sion. "That is Clover's mate." Dmitri sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Damn it, Odell, I told you to wait until I returned. I haven't had time to explain to you yet." "What the heck are you?" Connor snorted as the woman turned a sharp gaze on him. "This is Odell. She is a dobhar, which is a waterhound. They belong to the fairy kingdom and are considered a dark fairy. It is all a bit complicated, but Odell is Clover's pally. A pally is what most would refer to as a familiar." Dmitri sighed and let out a small groan. He rubbed the back of his neck and clicked his tongue. "It's complicated, but basically a deal was made and Odell agreed to watch over Clover. This was when she was just a baby before everything was turned upside down. And when Clover went to the Sulfur pack, Odell remained with me. She could hardly go there with Clover without being killed." "Oh, well, I don't need a pally. Odell, you are free to do as you please." I shrugged and watched a sweet expression reach her face. Something I didn't know she could make. "This bond can't be severed. I'm your best friend for life," Odell said proudly. "Honestly, dobhars are vicious creatures. She will make a great protector, and you need protection, Clover." Dmitri looked up at Sion, looking for his acceptance over Odell. There was no way Sion was going to allow it. "I want Clover protected and safe. I won't deny her from protecting my mate." Sion answered, and I inwardly groaned. He turned to look at me with a smile that quickly faded. Of course, I should really talk with Clover over it. He tried to quickly recover after seeing my face. "How did you become my pally?" I asked, looking into the woman's green eyes. "Your mother chose me to protect you." I bit my inner lip and took in a deep breath. My mother. I felt like I couldn't deny having her around. I didn't know anything about a pally, but I could always use a friend. In a way, she was a connection to someone I never got to know. I'd like to learn more about dobhars and other types of fairies. Especially now that I know I belong to the fairy kingdom. I have lived my whole life in the pack. While I knew about other supernatural creatures, I rarely saw them. "Did Dmitri tell you about your mother?" Odell asked, and I nodded my head. "Yes, he told me she was like a high priestess, a powerful Shea." I watched as Odell shot him an irritated look. "What is that all about?" Odell hissed. "It's the truth," Dmitri said, defending himself. That's like saying a wolf is a dog." Odell clicked her tongue as Dmitri gave her a look of warning. "Odell." "Forget it, Dmitri. Why are you tiptoeing around this?" I watched as Odell stopped and then looked at the officers of the Chance Pack. "Oh, I see. You don't trust them with her secret." "Now wait a minute. I trust them and—" I started to say, but Dmitri shook his head. "It's not them that I don't trust. The thing is, we don't know if they are completely in the clear. For all we know, one of them could have Nembrent glass in their eye, and we are being spied upon. Which is why we need to start training your powers immediately. You'll be able to detect it, and I am hoping you— well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, we train." Dmitri looked over at Odell, who sighed but kept quiet. I looked up at Sion and then the other 3 officers. The idea that one of them could be under Dr. Snide's control was terrifying. I felt Cyan's arm wrap around my waist, pulling me into his front. She never put anything in my eye or injected my body with anything. Cyan rested his head on top of mine. "Well, you wouldn't admit it if you were under mind control," Odell said bluntly, not reading the room. Cyan was trying to comfort me, and Odell was completely unaware of that fact. "How hard is the training? I don't want her in danger." I looked up at Cyan, and his eyes met with mine. "Nothing is more important than you." "I would never put her in danger," Dimitri said indignantly. It was quiet for a few moments before Logan finally spoke up. "So you are officially our Luna now," Logan said with a smirk as he eyed the mark on my neck. "But what is that?" He then pointed at the star mark on Cyan's temple. "Oh yeah, I want to see it," Cyan said excitedly, pulling me with him as he rushed to the pool of water. He reached his hand up, tracing around it with a big smile on his face. That would be her Shea's mark. Each Shea have their own unique mark they place upon their mate. The mark symbolizes something about them as a Shea, Dimitri said, and I turned to look at him. "What does a star mark mean?" I asked, and watched as Odell curled her lips up, folding her arms across her chest. I watched as Dimitri nodded his head and sighed. "We will tell you more soon." Dimitri glared at Odell, who rolled her eyes at him. "You have a lot of power, Clover. As a Shea, you are born with the power to communicate. You can easily reach others' minds regardless if they are a pack member or not. As you grow older, more powers will begin to unlock. This starts around the age of 20. Your powers are finally waking up, and in time we will tell you more about yourself. There, happy?" Odell glared at Dimitri, who looked like he was about to bust. "Don't have a cow. I wasn't going to say anything, just the basics she should know." "Odell," Dimitri said in a warning tone, "you have no authority over me, Tree. Odell gave him a poisonous smile, and Dimitri growled. Seeing a centaur growl with the sound of a wolf was pretty incredible, which had me thinking, "Is there a wolf in there too?" I asked. "Well, actually," Dimitri said, and then cleared his throat, "this is my wolf form. I am not the first mix between a wolf and a centaur. I am the first to have fur like this, but this isn't my permanent form. This is my shifted form." My lips parted in shock. What, just a minute? He shifted into that? Sure enough, right in front of my eyes, he shifted back into a human. He had no shirt on, but, thank the heavens, he had shorts on. So wait, a centaur shifter? That's a thing? "I'm not exactly sure why I turned out like this." Dimitri chuckled, as if he read my mind. "I am still trying to decide if he can do that. What if usually the wolf is dormant until a shift, or they don't get a wolf? I was born looking like a human, so they thought I would just be a wolf shifter. When I first shifted, to say there was a lot of shock would be an understatement. My grandfather, Drake, figured there was more to it. He suspects the moon goddess planned it this way, so that I could have the speed and strength of a centaur but be able to shift and live as a human shifter with you when that time came." His eyes were on mine. "I'm your beta, Clover. From here on out, I'll be by your side." Odell clicked her tongue. "So what rank does that make me?" "You're her pally. You don't get a rank," Dimitri snapped at her. It was clear these two had some tension between them, and it seemed like I was the cause of it. Perfect. "I'll be Clover's gamma." Kai suddenly spoke up, making everyone turn to look at him. "I am only whole again because of Clover. I hope that isn't offensive. You know how much you mean to me, Cyan. It's just what happened to me. I can't let happen to you. It's important for me to protect our Luna. I need this." I glanced up at Cyan as he smiled. "That is perfect, actually. I need someone I can trust unconditionally watching out for Clover. No offense to you two." Cyan looked over at Dimitri and Odell, "But I know Kai and trust him." He then looked down at me. "Are you okay with this? I can personally vouch for Kai." "I trust Kai, but I don't know if I like the idea of there being two sets of officers." I felt like this created a type of division. Shouldn't the loyalties be to both the Luna and Alpha? Each one having their own officers seemed to be creating unnecessary division. "I know what you are thinking," Dimitri began to say. Of course he did, being the mind reader he is. It isn't meant to be divisive. It actually helps in a moment of crisis. Instead of being conflicted about who to protect or worried that the other isn't protected, the officers already know. They will protect both the Luna and Alpha, but if there is a moment when they are separated, there is protection for both. I will also offer my vow of obedience to the Alpha when I become part of your pack. There are times you two won't be together. And during those moments, instead of leaving the Beta or Gamma, you each have your own officers. I don't want to take officers away from Scion. I didn't like the idea of poaching someone away from the man I love. I want him protected too. I like this idea, Clover. Scion's eyes met with mine. It is actually really smart, and I am surprised other packs haven't incorporated this. The Luna and the Alpha should have their own officers, combined together as one when together, but know who they are in charge of protecting when apart. I want Kai with you. He is my next strongest warrior, just in case I can't be there to protect you. I watched as he pursed his lips. The time would probably come soon. We had to reclaim the chance pack. Scion may not be able to remain constantly by my side. Still, Kai was his delta. What about your delta? I watched as Scion shrugged. For now, the position will be empty. Who knows? I think just having a Beta and Gamma is fine. I really don't see a need to take on another officer, especially between all 4 of our officers in your pally. Are you sure? I asked Kai and watched as a smile spread over his lips. Yes, I am meant to protect Sion's Luna. Kai, bind yourself to Clover as her Gamma. We don't need an official ceremony. Sion gently squeezed my shoulder. She is already my Luna. We just need to reclaim our pack. Speaking of pack, Dimitri said as he rubbed the back of his neck again. Oh my gosh! Was he going to tell me the Chaos Pack was still around? I could barely breathe as I waited for him to speak. I felt like this was going to have a big impact on my life. Is the Chaos Pack still around? Sion asked the question that was burning through my mind. There is no more Chaos Pack, Dimitri said, and I felt my heart sink. The adults were all under mind control and met their end tragically. I don't know why, but I felt a heavy weight on my chest. I guess I was hoping that somehow some of them made it. However, some of their children survived. That asshole, why didn't he say that from the beginning? My eyes were now glued to his as I waited for him to finish. The living survivors are known as the Nova Pack. Over the past 20 years, they have also taken others into their pack. It is a very mixed pack. It is full of supernaturals. Clover, you are their Luna. My lips parted, and I didn't know what to say. They have leaders, but they have been waiting for their Luna and her officers to come and take charge. Now what do? I was the Luna of the Chance Pack. I couldn't ask Scion to merge a group of unknown mixed species into his pack. If they are willing, after everything is settled, they can become part of the Chance Pack. Scion smiled as he looked down at me. We have more than enough room, and if they are your pack members, then they are your responsibility. Besides, as your mate, they are my pack too. Scion amazed me. He instantly took that worry off of my shoulders. He never even saw the Nova Pack, but was already offering this because of me. How did I get such an amazing mate? He was always trying to make things easier on me, no matter what challenges that meant for him. That is a very generous offer. Wouldn't you like to meet the pack first before making such a decision? Dimitri looked at Scion, who looked down at me with a smile. No, there is no need. They are also welcome to keep their pack and choose an alpha. I didn't know anything about this pack, but maybe they would prefer not to merge with strangers. I think they will want to follow you. Most of them were old enough to remember, and your parents left a lasting impact on them. I don't know if anyone could ever lead them, but you. I couldn't help but feel frustrated. If this was the case, then why not come and get me earlier? I was planning on taking my officer's oath. They could have come and taken me a long time ago. So why did they leave me in the Sulfur Pack? Your safety was more important than anything, Clover. We were always worried you would be found out. The Nova Pack was not willing to put their Luna's life at risk just so you could be their leader. They wanted you safe and happy. Okay, seriously, could Dimitri read minds? Because this was just getting too weird. You have to be a mind reader, I finally said, and I heard Odell snort. No, he isn't. That is just an annoying habit of his. I turned to look at Odell, who was looking at Dimitri less than amused. So you have been with him the past 20 years? I asked and watched as she nodded. Yes, he was my link to you. I would bounce between the Centaurs and the Nova Pack. So, have you two hooked up? Logan asked, making both Odell and Dimitri laugh. No, Odell and I are almost like family at this point. Neither one of us is interested in the other. Dimitri's face suddenly grew serious. His eyes glazed over and I could see his body visibly tense. We need to move. There are voidless nearing the mine. I felt San's arm tighten around me as he looked around the cave. There were 2 openings behind us, and I remember how the path split before we came into this glowing blue room. The moor is compromised. Dimitri looked over at Odell. What about the crystal path? Connor asked, and watched as Dimitri furrowed his brows. There could be crystal bats there. They would alert the demons to our presence. I felt the tension rising in the air and noticed how Odell shifted her weight. Can't we just fight the voidless? Odell clicked her tongue. And what do you think will be following the voidless? They are the mindless minions. Something more powerful wouldn't be far away. Serpent's path, Sion said in a clear, concise voice. We will take the windy, narrow tunnel. It is guarded by the knock, but I think that will be our best chance. There is a nest of knock in there. Dimitri groaned, but slowly nodded his head. But I think you are right. That may be our best chance. Knock. I have never seen one before. A knock was like a basilisk, a large, vicious serpent. It was its own lord and had a voracious appetite. If we encounter a nest of knock, could we survive? The path is too narrow for an ambush. Any fight will be one-on-one. So this leaves 2 very important decisions. Who will be the head and who will be the tail? Everyone in the middle would be safe, so Clover would naturally be in the center. Kai looked over the group, and I felt my heart beating quickly. If we encountered a knock, someone would have to fight against them alone. I'll lead, Odell said confidently. The tunnels are narrowly made, so even the serpent beast won't be able to curl and strike with ease. I have fought against a knock before, so having the most experience, I will lead. Does anyone else have knock fighting experience? This should be who brings up the rear. I do. I heard Sion say the terrifying words. I have fought against a knock before, so I will follow behind everyone. I have fought against a knock as well. Dimitri smiled and shook his head at Sion. Stay in the middle with Clover. As her mate, it is essential that you are also protected, regardless of if you need it or not. He winked at me as he said that last line. Okay. I actually felt better. Sion was now getting the same treatment as me. Okay, let's get going. I don't want to give anything a chance of getting close to my mate. Sion pulled me along at his side as he walked to the back of the room we were in. We only have to pass through one opening of the crystal cave. We should be able to go through it undetected. From here on out, we need complete silence. I could hear Dimitri's voice behind me. It seemed like no matter what we did, we would be encountering risks. I don't know why, but I had a bad feeling about this. Like something was about to happen. But I am sure I was just nervous. I was worried about everyone else, and it was giving me bad vibes. I leaned into Sion's side as we walked through one of the openings in the back. I was going to be ready to protect him if I had to. I wasn't about to lose my mate or anyone else. The air changed dramatically from one room to the next. The air was cool and crisp. There was a strange hollow-like sound as we stepped onto the strangely smooth surface below us. The silence was only interrupted by the sounds of drops hitting the water beside us. Our feet almost slid below us as we walked through trying to reach the other side of the cavern. This cavern was drastically colder than the room before. The room wasn't only dark but had a heavy, ominous feeling. I knew Sion sensed it too, because he gripped into me tighter. A piece of crystal rock fell from above us, and the room echoed with the sound of it colliding in the pool of water. I was looking around in the darkness and noticed something shining above us. At first it was just a slit, but then it widened. There were 2 strange white glowing orbs, only they weren't orbs. I stopped abruptly, and Sion snapped his head to look at me. I motioned upwards with my head, watching as his gaze found the same glowing dots. "Damn! It!" he whispered. Everyone immediately looked up, noticing the same thing. A crystal bat, a creature aligned with demons, and could telepathically send them messages. No doubt it had already informed the demons of our location now. This was confirmed by a thundering growl at the other end of the cave. "How the hell? When did they take up residence here?" Dimitri said, and I realized he had said the word they. I moved my head to get a better view, and that was when I saw the eyes. Red glowing eyes began to pepper the dark room. Their teeth were bared as they slowly began to creep closer to us. Odell quickly shifted, leaping to the front, curling her body to act as a barrier in front of me. Then the wolves all began to shift. Scion kissed my forehead. "Stay back, my love," he muttered hastily, and a moment later his black smoky lichen was in front of me. I couldn't shift. I knew Sheena was there, but I couldn't switch to her body. Damn. This was a problem. I looked up to see the many red eyes glued onto me. The body moved as one as the heads began to spread out, each seeking a target. I knew what it was even without ever seeing one before. It was a hydra. There were 6 heads and each one had chosen a target. Once again, I stood there helplessly watching. My heart was beating out of my chest. The enormous body commanded the area as the heads bobbed back and forth in front of their opponents. It was as if they were taunting them. My eyes were glued to the colossal smoky wolf as the head weaved in front of him. Saliva dripped from its fangs as a low growl ripped from its throat. It struck towards Scion, and his lichen leaped to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. The neck quickly retreated as Scion lunged towards it. The other heads also dived towards the others. Odell was the only one able to land a hit with her long talon-like claws. Blood dripped from her claws as the creature bellowed. One of the eyes had been sliced, blinding that one side of the creature. "We don't have to worry about killing it right now. We just need to remove its sense of sight. Then we can worry about finishing it off," Dimitri yelled, noticing what Odell had done. He must have liked her tactic, and I honestly thought it was very clever. With this strategy, they had a chance. With each strike, the momentum was changing. The room shook with the beast's thundering cries as little by little he was losing vision. The iron smell stung my nose as blood began to trickle towards me on the ground. The blood formed together like a stream as it dripped into the water behind me. Then something happened. Something none of us anticipated. In a movement that no one expected, the hydra pushed off, moving its body in the air. It was airborne, and it leapt over everyone, landing in front of me. It successfully separated me from everyone else. I could hear Sion's loud growls and Dimitri's yell. Oddly, the creature's heads were still focused on the others and not me. It pushed its back against me, and I lifted up my hands to stop it. I felt the scales rippling below my fingers as I slid back. That was when I felt it. Icy tentacles wrapped around my body. 1 second, I was on land, and the next I plunged into the water. The chill of the frozen water restricted my lungs as I tried not to gasp for air that wasn't there. The light of the surface was growing farther away as something continued to drag me into the watery abyss. My lungs felt like they were being stabbed by needles. I struggled to grab whatever had a hold of me, gripping onto something cold and cruel. I couldn't pry it off. The more I struggled, the harder it was to not take a breath of air. I couldn't see the light above me anymore. Judging by how fast I was being pulled downward, I doubted that even if I got free, I could make it to the surface. This is it. I was going to drown. My vision was beginning to blacken from the lack of oxygen, and soon I would have to gasp for air. I would inhale water that would fill my lungs. Deeper, deeper, deeper. There was no escape now, and this reality was soul-crushing. I wouldn't be there to help my mate get his pack back. I wouldn't ever have the family I dreamed about. My time with Scion was already over. Visions of the future we almost had flickered in my mind. Scion was there pushing a child on a tire swing. I could hear the laughter in the air and the high-pitched squeals. The sun was shining brightly as the wind swayed the grass. I was standing there watching them with a smile on my face as I rubbed soft circles on my swollen stomach. And at night he would be there with me, tucking our children into bed. We would stare at our sleeping children in awe of the life we created together. We would have saved the chance pack and would be happy. It was gone, all of it. Knowing I would never have my family hurt, but I was devastated for Sion. Without me, could they save his pack? Would he have a home to go back to? Would he be okay? He said he couldn't live without me, and that I was the only thing that kept him going. I just want him to be happy. I want him to laugh with his children, even if they aren't mine. I want him to have someone to hold at night, even if it wasn't me. My body began to tremble as I struggled not to breathe. I was now feeling lightheaded too. My body would soon lose consciousness and try to breathe for me. My body was then suddenly whipped upwards, and I rolled onto the smooth, icy surface. I gasped and choked on the air as I greedily tried to fill my lungs. I turned my head, looking for what had taken me. I lifted off the ground. My body burned as I had to peel it off the frosted surface. I rose to my feet, leaning my hands on my knees for stability. I was in a small oval room. It was like a frozen air pocket. The room was covered in icy crystals, and behind me was the pool of water. I was alive for now. However, I was too deep. There was no way I could reach the surface on my own. I didn't see any sign of what had taken me. Did it bring me here to feast upon me later, knowing I would be trapped? I'm sure the monster doesn't get prey often. This could be like its refrigerator. If it was going to come back to try to eat me, I needed to be ready for a fight. As long as I survived, there was a chance. Odell could get me out of here if she survived against the Hydra. I tried to connect with Sheena. It was like getting static interference. I felt her, but not enough to shift into her. I couldn't even talk to her right now. I was looking around the room when I heard a strange tapping sound. The noise echoed off the walls, making it hard to tell where it was coming from. The tapping was getting louder and faster, as if something was running, but I couldn't see anything. On the ground. I snapped my head up, searching for the source, and my breath caught in my chest. A creature was running on the ceiling and now climbing down the icy wall. It reached the floor, and I took a step back, eyeing the water behind me. I noticed the water ripple slightly, showing something was still waiting there. Diving back into the water wasn't an option. I had no chance there, but I didn't have much of one here either. My eyes followed over the light blue, hard skeleton frame in front of me. Two large claws snapped loudly, resonating off the walls in the room. Its pointed tail was raised defensively above its head as its blue eyes glowed. It was the size of 2 lichens, at least, not including the height of its tail. I knew the creature, but had never seen one this size before. I was never a fan of normal-sized scorpions, so this monstrous one turned my stomach. Sss. It made this awful noise as its jaws pincered together. Its 8 legs tapped across the ground as it closed in on me. Tss, tss, tss. I didn't know what to do. I had nothing at my disposal. Maybe there was a piece of the crystal rock in the room that I could use? Without my wolf, I had just my bare hands. The claws clapped together as my heart raced. I think I would have preferred drowning. I took another small retreating step as I looked around the room. There was no escape besides the water behind me, which made me wonder how this creature got in here. Maybe he was another meal for the water creature. We were like its bacon and eggs, only we were alive and the bacon was trying to eat the egg. My whole body was trembling from the cold. I didn't have the heat of my wolf to help keep me warm. Between the icy waters in this frozen room, I could barely breathe. There was a lot stacked against me. It seemed like it was always like this for me. Yet, I usually managed to overcome. Somehow, I would fight my way out of this. I frantically searched the dark room. Little by little, I was losing more and more of my wolf senses. The room luckily had a soft blue glow, which was now my light source. I noticed some rubble on the far right corner. If I could get to it, maybe I could find something I could use as a weapon. Snap! One of the claws clapped by my head as the other claw reached towards me. They were fast. I barely managed to avoid full contact. The pincher closed, managing to graze the side of my arm. Warm blood splattered over my cold skin as I reached up to cover the wound. I watched as it raised its stinger up high. I couldn't get hit with that no matter what. The poison would be too much for me to overcome. I could mend from flesh wounds, but not from that, especially in my current state. As it began to strike towards me, I slid underneath the scorpion. It was my best chance to use the smooth surface to glide underneath. It wasn't expecting me to go beneath it, and I managed to buy myself a couple of extra seconds. I didn't waste any time as I sprinted to the other side. I could hear the tapping of its feet pattering behind me. Tss, tss, tss. I reached the rubble of crystal rocks and quickly searched with my hands. I was trying to feel for anything useful in the dim light. It was getting closer. I needed something, now. Tss, tss. I grabbed onto 2 of the rocks and spun around. One of them I launched, hitting the creature in one of its eyes. It let out an ear-piercing screech as it flailed its pincers maniacally. My fingers gripped onto the cold, icy dagger rock. The blood from my arm trickled down and onto my fingers before it dripped to the ground. The scorpion began clapping its claws loudly as it angrily came towards me. With precise movements, its claws reached out for me. I tried to lunge forward with my crystal shard, but one of the pinchers grabbed me. I was helplessly swung around. My side hit the wall before I flew in the other direction. I landed on the cold ground. The air was knocked from my lungs. I tried to grasp my weapon only to realize it wasn't there. There was no time, and it was on me again. I kicked at its bottom as I rolled across the floor trying to get away. Its claws struck at the ground next to me, cracking the surface. I could hear its feet pattering to keep up as its claws struck next to me again. Then, one of the pinchers connected with me. I felt my skin being ripped from my body as I was rolled to my back. It pinned me with its claws and raised its stinger up. I closed my eyes as I waited for the strike. I waited and nothing. This thing was playing with my emotions. It was like a cat that had caught its mouse. I slowly opened my eyes to see the creature just holding its position there. Its claws pinched my arms, holding me in place. I could feel the blood oozing, but that was the least of my worries. The jaws of the scorpion clicked together in almost agitation as it held me. I watched as saliva dripped from its mouth onto my legs. I was making its mouth water. How disappointing. A woman's voice hissed from everywhere but nowhere. The creature then let go of my arms and backed away from me. What the hell was this? I moved to my knees and looked at the wounds on my arms. I was cut, but nothing deep. It looked worse than it was, and this scorpion was easily able to rip my limbs from my body. "Who is there?" I shouted as I moved to my feet. I heard the loud clicking of a tongue echo off the walls. I was looking everywhere, but there was no one. I even glanced up just in case. Still, nothing. "Is this all you've got?" The voice asked almost mockingly. "I can't shift right now, or I'm not talking about your wolf." The voice scoffed at me. "Your wolf." The voice was now mocking me. "Is that the extent of your strength? The shallow mental existence is a pathetic power. Forget about it. Discard your wolf and attack." "My wolf is part of me." I shouted back angrily as the voice cackled at me. "So are feces, but everyone discards their I'm not discarding my wolf." "Looks like your body is trying to do that for you," the voice said in sly amusement. "But you won't let go." "No, I won't." "You're killing her. Discarding her is killing her." "No, it isn't, but if you keep her, you will." "Why?" I shouted angrily. "Who the hell was this person? Your Shea powers won't allow for her existence. I was told." "You were told wrong," the voice stated tersely. "Was it true? Was I killing Sheena? I told her not to leave me again. Was her staying with me killing her? It was true." She felt weaker and weaker. "But this could all be an elaborate scheme too. Like I was going to trust some stranger's voice. Let your wolf go. She will go to another shifter. I don't even know who you are. Why should I believe you? What do you even know?" It was quiet except for the sound the scorpion made as it moved its jaws back and forth. I straightened up and looked around. "Let her go." The voice commanded again. I stood there and defiantly stared in the darkness. "Embrace who you are." "Sheena? Sheena?" Nothing. There was no sound from her. I wish she could tell me if what the voice was saying was true. I do prefer the hands-on approach. I think the lesson sticks better. As soon as the voice spoke these words, the scorpion began to make its move again. The pattering of its feet on the crystal stone headed my way. This time I knew it wasn't going to kill me, but it would make me pay. It would challenge me, pushing me to my brink, trying to make me give up my wolf. And if I didn't, I was in for more pain. The blood splattered across the ground as a pincher cut my leg. I had enough cuts on me that I was getting numb to the pain. I don't care what this voice was telling me to do. I know my body was rejecting Sheena, but she would have told me if it was killing her, right? I didn't have time to really think about anything. All I could do now was react to the incoming attacks. I didn't know what their motives were, but it was clear they wanted me alive. These wounds were meant to cause pain, but nothing was going to kill me. The question was, why did this voice want me alive? I was told Sheas are rare creatures that are desired for their skills. I can only assume this is someone wanting to use me as a pawn. I wouldn't trust the voice. Unless I hear from Sheena or the moon goddess herself, I am not shedding my wolf from me. It didn't make sense to me at all. Plus, Dimitri said I could keep them both. I was going to trust him over this voice. Tss, tss. The pinchers clapped by my head, narrowly missing me. I jumped back as I panted, looking around the room. I was being toyed with, and that pissed me off. If this voice expected me to crumble, they were wrong. With every cut, I was getting angrier. I straightened up, staring at the scorpion. The blood trickled down my body, dripping to the ground. Did she want to break me? Did she think I would give in if subjected to enough pain? I internally scoffed. I wasn't about to cut down and surrender to the pain. Go ahead and underestimate me. I won't bow down to this voice. I am not going to shrivel back into a corner and tremble. I was going to fight until I had nothing left, and then I was going to fight more, until I no longer had a breath in my body. If she was trying to break me, she wouldn't succeed. She was going to have to kill me. The pattering of feet charged towards me. Only this time, I didn't dodge. I stood there staring it down. Closer, closer, closer. Its pinchers clapped in the air, echoing off the walls. Sss. I had enough. I kept my focus on the scorpion as I decided on my next move. I didn't care how cut up I would get. I was going to give this scorpion something to think about. A black blur crashed into the scorpion, sending it smashing into the side of the wall. The ebony waterhound curled itself in front of me protectively as it snarled at the scorpion. "Odell!" I panted, looking at her body. She was dripping in water and blood. Her body had wounds that were slowly healing, but were still there. But the wounds, they didn't look like something the Hydra caused. I didn't have time to analyze them right now, though. The scorpion was back on its feet and was now focusing on Odell. Shh, it. The monster may not plan to kill me, but Odell was different. "Odell, get out of here, I'll be okay." Odell snorted, not even looking at me. "It won't kill me? I can't explain, but..." Odell didn't let me finish as she charged ahead at the scorpion. In. The scorpion had a poisonous stinger that if he used on Odell could kill her. Now, 2 versus 1 isn't fair, is it? The woman's voice echoed in the room with a sinister chuckle. There, all better now. Dear gods, what now? Sis, sis, sis. Tap, 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 tap. I frantically searched for the new sound. It was fast and aggressive. Whoosh. It landed directly across from me. It had 2 large obsidian eyes and 6 smaller eyes, all staring at me. Its legs were jagged and hard crystals that held its body above us all. On its back it had numerous skulls, all entangled in a web that it wore like a trophy case. Its head was like nothing I had ever seen. It had 2 large fangs that protruded from an almost human-like crystal skull, where many more fangs and teeth surrounded the mouth. Siss! The monstrous crystal spider spat at me as one of its large crystal legs tapped on the ground. It was focused on me as it spit something at me. It flew past me and hit the crystal rock, spewing a sticky web over it. Its body began to bounce up and down as its head bobbed along with it. It was as if it was taunting me, laughing at me. I thought it was going to spew its web at me again, but suddenly its head turned. The web shot from its mouth, but not at me, at Odell. It was almost like it was slow motion. The web connected with Odell, binding her feet together as the scorpion's stinger pressed into her back. I screamed as I watched her collapse to the ground. My feet moved on their own as I rushed to her body to defend her. She was already unconscious, panting heavily. I moved in front of her body and took up a defensive position as the spider raced over. The 2 arachnids were looking at her as if she was their meal. I noticed the drool dripping off their fangs as their jaws wiggled back and forth. Tss, 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 tss. Like hell, I was going to let them touch her. I clenched my fists together and stared between the 2 monsters. In a voice that almost didn't feel like my own, I shouted, "Back away from her!" The 2 creatures froze. For a moment, they didn't move. Then slowly, 1 leg at a time, they began to retreat, as if they were being forced but didn't want to. When they reached the wall, the spider began to bounce again in frustration. "So you can do it," the woman's voice said. Behind the creatures, the crystal wall began to slowly drip onto the ground, reveling and opening behind it. A woman with blue hair sat upon a frozen throne with her chin resting on her hand. Her gaze was resting on me as if she was in deep thought. The two creatures slowly vanished from my sight. I knew that this was a higher demoness or a goddess, because what else would have this power? I stepped back, keeping my eye on the woman for a moment before I knelt beside Odell. Her breathing was labored and the lacerations on her body were no longer healing. "Odell," I pursed my lips together and then snapped my head back to the woman. "She was just protecting me. How could you?" The woman began to laugh as she looked at me with amusement. "How could I? You are upset over just that little sting." The woman leaned forward, now using both her hands to rest her chin on as she smiled at me. "She's been poisoned," I started to say as the woman clicked her tongue. "As if I would allow dangerous venom in something like this. You could have taken a hit too, and I couldn't have you dying." I looked at the woman, confused, and then back to Odell. "So, she isn't going to die?" "She is just asleep. Honestly, it is quite funny. Look how upset you are over that little sting. But look at her body. Are you just as upset with your lichen?" My eyes widened as my lips parted. I quickly snapped my head to assess the wounds on Odell. She was right. These wounds did look like something a lichen was capable of. Was she saying, "Scion attacked her"? "Your mate did quite a number on them." The blue-haired woman finally stood up. I could hear her feet as they clicked upon the crystal surface. "Scion did this?" I whispered out. "Oh, and not just to her. Honestly, he is quite terrifying. But that's another problem. Anyways, I don't care to waste my time talking about your lichen. I am here to talk about you." "What do you want with me?" I asked as I stood up to face the woman who stood in front of me. I had so many questions on my mind, but I kept drifting to Scion. "I collect rare creatures. I love them. I'd love to keep you." The woman nodded her head slowly as she stared into my eyes. "Of course, you aren't interested, but that doesn't mean I can't help you. After all, I need you to exist so you can create babies." Oh, I am getting ahead of myself. I am not the only Shea. I couldn't understand if she wanted to collect a Shea, why not find another one? Why me? I watched as she tilted her head to look at me. "Goodness, child, you don't know anything about yourself. Do you?" "Know what? Who are you? What happened with Scion? Why did you tell me to get rid of my wolf?" "Slow down, child." The woman clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. "I am the goddess, Shiva. It would be easier to use your powers without your wolf. Honestly, using your powers while having a wolf would be impossible, but not for you. I wonder." I watched as the woman flicked her wrist out, producing a small ice cage with some strange creature in it. It was all brown and looked like an old man. "Look at him and tell me what you see," Shiva ordered. I looked at her with confusion and then back to the creature. It was a brown creature with brown eyes. The creature placed his hands on the cage and stared at me. I furrowed my brows as I looked at it closer. What was that? What is that? And is that a green light coming off of its body? I looked up at Shiva, who continued to look at me. She then stepped closer and reached out for me. She held my face and gazed into my eyes. What was this woman doing? "So you do have it. Crafty. Gosh, she is such a clever bitch." I listened to Shiva mutter as she released my face. "Yes, and her children will have it. Will it last through the generations? It must. She can already see that." She continued to talk to herself as she tapped her fingers on her chin. "She needs a lot of work, though. A lot of work. It's taking too long, but I'm not supposed to intervene. But she knows balance gets destroyed anyways. Infuriating. What in the world was she mumbling on about? Will my children have what exactly?" The woman looked at me as if she just realized she wasn't alone. She sighed loudly and then rubbed her temples. "You have true sight. You can see things that most can't. It looks like it is just waking up, though, just like the rest of your powers. The green light you saw is Nembrant energy. That light will let you know when someone is being controlled by the Nembrant glass or its potion or the injections. It will get easier for you to see in time. The problem is your powers." I listened as she sighed loudly as she stared at me. "You realize that was you who commanded the arachnids to back away. You have the power to control with just your words, which is why you are invaluable and terrifying. If you were power-hungry, you could wage war using other armies at your disposal. But this isn't all, Shea. Most can only have the power of suggestion, and for one person. You are different. Your mother was already special, but you are in a class of your own. Your mother gave birth to you in the blessings pool where the moon goddess told her to. It was under a pink moon. The goddess Eos and Selene both blessed you, giving you powers that will be necessary for the future. She paused for a moment, then continued. One of the gifts you have is true sight. Unlike your mother, you will never be able to be controlled by the nembrant glass. You are strong, Clover, but you need to trust yourself. I provoked you, threatened your life, and you still didn't use your power. It wasn't until your pally was injured that you summoned your strength. So what do I do? Do I keep you and train you, or do I trust you will find a way on your own? She shook her head. That damn mate of yours, though, he's a problem. I'd almost have to keep him too. What do you mean he is a problem? Well, look what he did to your protector, and you should see the others. I stood there shocked as Shiva continued on like nothing. I can't pop in and out because that will be too much interfering. Either I take you now, or I'm not going with you. I'm not leaving Sion, and I have things to do. I watched as she smirked, looking at me. But can you do them? She raised her brows at me almost mockingly. I don't know when, but Odell shifted and was now standing in front of me. She can. Odell, are you okay? I asked as I placed my hand on her shoulder. Did Sion really... I didn't have to finish as I saw her eyes. She gave me a small smile and then patted my hand. I'm fine. I don't understand. What happened? Odell bowed her head to Shiva and placed her fist upon her chest. I will help her be ready. Very well, but I'll be sending one of Gaia's people to help watch over her. You know how important she is. This isn't about right now either. This is long term. I don't even understand it all, but Selene can see what we cannot. Take the pathway behind me. I've done my part. Wait, what is that thing? I asked, noticing the brown person thing still there. Oh yes, him. I watched as the cage vanished and she snapped her fingers. The green light left him suddenly, and he stared up at the goddess angrily. Quit putting that thing in my eye. Oh, Stilts, I needed someone that can absorb the glass. A gnome hybrid is perfect for that. A gnome hybrid, I muttered as I stared at him. It was true he was bigger than a normal gnome, but I couldn't figure out what else he was mixed with. You know what, Stilts? I want you to stay with her. I think you can help. I think a lot of her blockage is a self-issue, and you know a lot about that. Shiva looked down at the little man, who maybe came to just above my knee. Usually, a gnome can fit in the palm of your hand. I'm not a babysitter. Stilts instantly cleared his throat as Shiva glared at him. But of course, I am happy to help. Good. Shiva then turned to face me. He will be staying with you. Now, I need to find Gaia. I have a good bit to talk to her about, especially that bear. She trailed off. With those final words, the goddess vanished. I looked over at the gnome. I had a lot I wanted to ask him, but I couldn't focus on anything right now but Sion. Was Sion okay? Why did he attack Odell? What happened after I was taken? I needed answers. What if Sion was under the nembrant control? I felt my heart racing as I turned to Odell. Odell, what happened? Sion! 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 I opened my eyes, seeing Connor hovering over me. I was getting worried. How are you feeling? I blinked at him as I tried to remember what happened. Clover? I sat up, glancing around. She still wasn't back, and neither was Odell. I closed my eyes as I recalled what had happened. The moment I couldn't see Clover, I went feral. I was in a blind rage when I heard the sound of the water. I dove into the hydra, attacking its center. I didn't care about the head swooping towards me. There was only one thing on my mind, and that was getting to my mate. In order to take out a hydra, you have to take out its center. With all the heads acting as defensive guards, it isn't an easy task. Yet somehow I managed to fly past them all, and I dove into the body. My claws shredded into it as my teeth plunged a mortal wound in the creature. The creature began to fall, but I didn't care about that. I moved past him and dove into the icy water. Clover. I could only think about her. I swam down and fast, but it seemed no matter how far I went, I couldn't find her. I didn't care about my own life. I just had to save her. Then the giant otterhound grabbed a hold of my neck and was pulling me in the opposite direction. No, I had to get to Clover. She dragged me back onto the surface, and I scrambled to go back. But I was met with resistance. My own pack was now guarding me from the water. Sion, "Leave this to Odell," Dmitri said, but it was as if I couldn't hear him. If something happened to Clover, I might as well be dead. I wouldn't live this life without her. It was as if my body moved on its own in that moment. I charged towards the water. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I just wanted them out of my way. In that moment, all I cared about was Clover. She could be drowning right now. She might be fighting for her life. She was waiting for me. This drove me to a feral level. This time, when I was met with resistance, I attacked. I was in a blind rage. I barely recognized anyone. I was lashing out at anyone who was blocking my path. "Odell, go! We will handle this." It was muffled, but I heard Dmitri yell, "Snap out of it, Sion!" Kai now stood in front of me. He had shifted back and stood in front of me defenseless. It was this act that brought me back. I could see his eyes and the blood dripping down his body. I did that. I had hurt him. Then suddenly I was slammed by some invisible force. I crashed into the wall and everything began to go dark. "Take a nap, pup. When you wake up, make your way through the path. You will find Clover at the end of it." I opened my eyes as I took in a deep breath. I had shifted back at some point when I was unconscious. I looked over everyone, but they were already healed up. "I'm sorry," I muttered as I moved to my feet. "Don't worry about it. You were just trying to get to Clover." Dmitri turned around with a frown, staring at the water. "What happened to you?" Logan asked, and I shook my head. Something hit me, but there was a voice. It said when I woke up to make my way through the path that Clover will be at the end of it. I watched as Dmitri pursed his lips together in deep thought. "A woman's voice?" I nodded my head, and he clicked his tongue, shaking his head. "Let's do as she says." "Wait a minute, we are going to just trust some voice." I looked back at the water, hoping to see something. Some sign that Clover was okay. That wasn't some voice. Whichever goddess it was, made sure you didn't continue to hurt anyone or yourself, which means they did it for Clover's sake. I don't know what they are up to, but if she says we will find Clover at the end, then we will. This way, Clover won't have to travel Serpent's path. It is safer this way without her able to shift freely, which means her healing is also hindered. Dmitri began to walk ahead as the other looked at me. "Let's go. I need to get to Clover." Inwardly, I was afraid. I attacked her pally. I attacked everyone. When it came to Clover being in danger, I couldn't control my emotions. Nothing else could even begin to matter but her. She was my salvation and my downfall. I wonder if she will feel differently about me. After she hears about the monster in me. "What is going on with Clover's wolf?" I heard Kai ask, and I glanced up, looking at Dmitri expectantly. "I was planning to wait, but I don't think any of you are compromised. You know how I explained she has 2 dominant powers inside of her? Well, that is true, but it isn't just that. Ashaya's power is so much that it takes over everything. It makes no room for anything else. However, this will not be the case for Clover. Clover was born in a blessing pool. She was blessed by several goddesses, but the main ones being Eos and Selene. We really don't know what all she was blessed with, but we do know she can keep her wolf. It will be hard, but she can keep both powers. Selene insisted on this because she is a born Luna. Wait, time out. Why? Why would she get the blessings of... Logan began, but Dmitri interrupted him. This has always been bigger than Clover. She doesn't realize this yet, but she is part of something bigger. Don't you think it is weird how the Alpha King just suddenly emerged? And now to know his son is somehow a Lycan? A future Lycan king with his future pure Lycan queen, ultimate rulers of both werewolves and Lycans. The fairies have also grown in power. Their future queen is a demigod. Another fairy princess is the future queen of the vampires. Don't you see? This is like a chess match. The pieces are being assembled for war. Clover is one of those pieces. My grandfather has been in council with the fairy queen. A war is coming that can't be stopped. The gods won't be able to intervene, and the demons will use the Nembrant glass to seize control from the shadows. Dmitri stopped and turned to look at all of us. I was already aware that something bigger was coming, but didn't realize how in-depth it all was. It will be Clover's descendants that will be needed in the upcoming war. They will have gifts that will be invaluable. Clover is still developing her powers, but she will be able to see when someone is being controlled. This and her other gifts are things she will pass down through the generations. Clever gifts from the goddesses meant to help with the future war. I watched as his eyes met with mine. Clover has an umbrella effect. She is like a walking shield, able to protect those around her. She just has to learn to control it. Her children, your children will have this. So my children will be sought after because of their gifts? They would have to be next to the lichen rulers. My eyes widened as Dmitri nodded his head. I swallowed as I realized what this really meant. But the princess in my bloodline, she would never. Dmitri shrugged. I doubt they would want someone so important to just live in the diamond pack. Someone with those gifts would probably be made part of the family. Don't you think? I inhaled sharply, not liking where this was going. Look, we are getting ahead of ourselves, but this is where all of this is going. For now, we need to find Clover and work on saving your pack. I ran my hand through my hair as I continued to follow Dmitri. I didn't have anything against the diamond pack or anyone there, especially the lichen princess. It was just, I was afraid that she would hold a grudge. I would try to explain to her about Sean and that he was actually an identical twin, but who knows if she would believe me. I don't want my child to suffer from the sins of an ancestor. I don't know these people. My concern would be my children first. Children. I mentally chuckled to myself. I didn't even have a pack to go back to. I want children, but mentally my mind isn't there. My focus is on Clover and then saving my pack. Who knows now, though? After Clover hears how I snapped, she may not want to stay with me. She might end up disgusted that I could hurt my own pack members like that. I didn't want to make excuses for myself. No excuse was really excusable. The thing is, I haven't had my lichen for that long. I have still been adjusting. My lichen form is stronger and the emotions are more intense. Things I felt before were amplified once I was given my lichen form. My emotions are on thin ice when it comes to Clover. I can barely keep them in check. When I was being kept from going after Clover, I couldn't control myself. I didn't want to control myself. I saw my future disappear, and it went into the water. Honestly, even presented with the same situation again, it would still happen. I would still fight to go after her. For her, I'll be everything. I'll do anything but without her. I'm a feral mess. If I hadn't been knocked unconscious and heard that voice, I would have continued to dive into the water after her. I don't care if it would have cost me my own life. Gosh, I am a mental wreck right now. My whole body is on edge. I just need to see her. I hope she doesn't turn away from me. Please don't hate me, Clover. I just love her so much. The path will now narrow. I'll lead. Scion, you bring up the rear. If there is a fight, it is too narrow. It will be a one-on-one, so be careful. Dmitri then walked into the serpent's path. I turned and looked at Connor, Logan, and Kai, nodding for them to go ahead of me. When Connor finally reached me, he stopped and looked at me. I should be the one to be last, though, if something happens to you. Connor, I have the experience and I am stronger. Go on, Connor. I sighed for a moment and then looked into his eyes. But just in case, if anything did happen to me, protect my mate above everything. She is my Luna, that goes without saying. He smiled at me and then turned towards the tunnel. I watched as he slowly walked into the narrow path and I followed behind him. I glanced behind me once, trying to see if I sensed anything. Dmitri was in the most danger. He was walking straight into a knockhole, a narrow but tall opening where it was impossible for someone to squeeze around you. If Dmitri encountered a knock, it would be a one-on-one battle. The same would go for me. If something came up from behind me, I would have to take it out on my own. I would fight anything I had to. This was my path to get to Clover, and nothing was going to stop me. I needed to see her. I had to see her. I hope she was okay. I hope the voice was telling the truth, and she would be at the end of this path. I wouldn't be able to calm down until I breathed in her scent. Gods, please, let her be okay. I don't care about myself, but Clover, she is everything. Just let her be safe. Scion. Dmitri led the way as we all followed behind him. We all shifted into our feral forms, making sure we were ready for anything we may encounter. We were well aware we were entering a knock nest, and they were monsters that were incredibly protective. The tunnel was narrow but tall. The sides were pitted with red carved-out stone. The serpent's path was a labyrinth. One narrow tunnel would lead to a larger cavern with more narrow tunnels branching off of it. I had been in here before, back when the knock hadn't claimed it as a nest. Judging by Dimitri's confidence, he has also been in here before. Up ahead, the path would branch into 4 different tunnels. The 2 on the far right will lead to the way out, but the one we wanted was the middle, to the right. The tunnel on the far right will lead to a thin shale rock pathway that will open up, but would also lead to a treacherous drop-off. It's dangerous, and that is without possibly having to fight. If you fall from there and manage to survive, you will end up in a raging underground river. The current and undertow is enhanced by a magical pull. Those who have fallen in were never seen again. The path in the middle was very narrow. The sides of the wall had jagged edges that would impale into your skin if you bump into them. The sharp-pointed crystal rocks would make fighting in there treacherous. Still, it was the less dangerous path, so I knew this was the one Dimitri was planning for. My eyes scanned over the tunnel walls, searching for any sign of life. My nose was picking up the scent of the knock as I lifted it in the air. My ears would twitch as it picked up sounds in the far distance. Somewhere in the maze of passages, there were knock moving about. The air was stale in here. We were going deeper into the earth, and there wasn't an air shaft anywhere near this area. I noticed how both Logan and Kai's ears were moving and lowering. Their wolves could sense the danger ahead, a danger they could not handle. Connor's ears were alert and focused, occasionally tilting to the side to listen behind. Suddenly, Dimitri stopped. We all looked forward anxiously and tried not to make a sound. Beneath my paws, I felt the vibrations of something with substantial weight. A hiss echoed off the walls, and the vibrations became softer. Slowly, we began to move again into the darkness, deeper into the knock's nest. Just in front of us would be the room with the 4 paths. If we could just manage to get through the next section, we would be back in a more open cavern. I heard a quiet intake of breath. Whatever Dimitri was seeing had him upset. I noticed how the sound of his feet changed. What in the world was going on? I lifted my head up and noticed he was no longer shifted as a centaur, but was standing there as a human. Why would he unshift right now? We began to move again, but something was wrong. We weren't heading towards the middle right tunnel, but the far right one. No. This was bad. Centaur hooves on shale rock was a death sentence. Our paws would be okay, but still this was not ideal. As I finally reached the center, I realized why we were diverting. The path in front of us was covered in rocks. There must have been a cave in. There was no choice. I slowly followed behind the others and watched as a blue glow began to shine ahead. As we stepped out onto the open cliffside, there was blue glowing moss that greeted us down the ravine. In the depths, you could hear the water menacingly racing. Shh! I heard Dimitri mutter in a quiet breath. I could see him looking in the ravine, so I glanced down as well. I didn't notice it at first. MN. If you fell, you were done. Hovering in the lower part of the ravine was a red cloud of miasma. The toxicity created by the knock all seemed to gather and rest in the bottom of the trench. The air was toxic down there. Dimitri turned his head to look at us. He mouthed the words to us in silence. If someone falls, you don't go after them, or you're both dead. Those are orders. I reiterated to my pack. If anyone falls, there is no surviving that. Don't go after them. Concentrate. We can make it through this. Dimitri began to slowly make his way again. Logan and then Kai followed behind him. I felt the rock sliding beneath my paws as I tried to keep my balance on the unsteady ground. This is where those knock excelled. Their scaly bodies allowed them to climb the walls and the path without falling. The sound of rocks slipping, a wolf whimpering, and stones clanking down the ravine had me on edge. I noticed Logan's wolf's feet scurrying to get back on the ledge. 2 large hands grabbed onto his neck and helped him back up. I finally breathed again as I watched them begin to move along the path. We were trying to be as quiet as we could, but those sounds probably alerted something. We needed to be cautious, but move with haste. We were only halfway through this path when I heard the sound of rocks crashing down the ravine. I glanced behind me to see what I was hoping we wouldn't run into. A black knock was slithering up the trail behind us at a speed we couldn't outrun. Keep going. I ordered my pack members as they all froze, hesitating about what to do. I growled and glared at Connor. Go! I listened as he growled as well, but continued on ahead. I would hold this monster off while they reached safety. I slowly maneuvered over the unsteady ground so that I was now facing the knock. Skaa! It hissed at me and bared its fangs as it raised its head above me. It clearly had the advantage here, but I was going to stand my ground. I wouldn't be stopped here. I had to get to Clover. Nothing was going to stand in my way. It lunged at me, and I leapt in the air, landing on the serpent, sinking my fangs into its neck. It began to flail its body, and I jumped back to the ground. My feet continued to slide as the rock beneath it tried to pour into the ravine. I frantically ran in place, kicking more rocks. Blood dripped from my fangs, landing on the falling rocks. I pushed off hard, managing to jump again, trying my best not to stir the rocks below me. I was now panting, wishing I had a moment to catch my breath. I barely managed to escape, falling into the ravine, and the serpent was upon me again. This time it began to slide up the side of the wall, making rocks trickle down to me. Its body dove towards mine, crashing just in front of me, the ground giving out all around us. I ran on top of the monstrous serpent, using its body to leap to safety. The knock tried to recoil the body closer to its head, but with all the strength I could muster, I jumped away. The rocks trembled under my feet as I tried to stop their avalanche into the abyss. "Sion, run!" I heard Dimitri's voice from behind me. I glanced back at him to see they were standing on solid rock, successfully reaching the other side. His gaze was above me, though. My chest was heaving as I looked up. Another knock, one much longer, was slithering over the ceiling. Its yellow eyes were locked onto me as the other knock got in position in front of me. Ska! It hissed as venom dripped down its fangs. I began to back away. If I engaged, the other knock would be upon me. My only chance would be running, but the serpent on the ceiling was going to catch me. It was traveling much faster than I could over this shale rock surface. I waited for the knock to strike at me. As soon as it did, I evaded, jumping backwards. Then I turned and tried to run. The rock below me starting to give way. My paws scrambled over the sifting ground. It was taking so much effort just to move. Scat! The loud hiss came from above, and I knew this was it. The colossal serpent crashed into me, using its body to knock me over the edge. It was as if everything was in slow motion. I could hear the panicked cries from my pack. My body was weightless, falling into the darkness. The knock falling with me. Clover, all I could think of was her. I wasn't afraid. I just hated to leave her. It was as if she was here with me in this moment. She captured my mind, and her face was all I could see. I held it in my heart. Her love, her laughter, her scent, and even though it wasn't for long, for a moment she was mine. She would be okay, though. I know Connor, Logan, and Kai would keep her safe. She also had Dimitri and Odell. They would protect her. She would end up taken in by the Diamond Pack and would be safe. I just wished I could have told her all the things I have in my heart. I wish I could have left her with something to remember me by. I hope she will be happy, I thought as I fell through the miasma. I hope she will find love. I closed my eyes as I felt the icy water greet me. Instantly my body was yanked into its currents, being dragged lower. It was as if I was in a whirlpool. I tried not to think about it, though. I kicked my feet, testing out the current, but it was useless. I opened my eyes as I was dragged deeper. I attempted to paddle against the current, but it had a grip on me. I watched as the knock was swept away, disappearing before my eyes. There was no escape, and I knew even if I did somehow get out, the air was toxic. The pressure of the water pounded against me. It squeezed my lungs. I needed air that wasn't there, and I had no choice. I inhaled the water, the liquid rushed inside me. It's amazing how peaceful it all felt. My body felt relaxed and almost soothed. There was no pain, just comfort. I remembered her face and smiled as my vision began to tunnel. Gods, I wish I could have held her one last time.
Clover. I needed to get to Sion. Odell said that he was ready to kill himself trying to get to me. He was so desperate to save me that he attacked anyone who tried to stop him. He must be so worried. I needed him to know I was all right. We need to go faster, I said, and the little man in front of me grunted as he kept up his pace. Odell and I have been following the little gnome hybrid down an icy path. Going back the way I came in was risky. Even with Odell, I would just barely make it to the surface, if I made it. I found out I was dragged down here by a squid monster. It could swim faster than Odell, and I barely made it. I told Stilts, the little gnome, that I had almost drowned, and he laughed. Cackled was more like it. Apparently, I was never in any real danger. The monster squid has a magical air bubble, so I could have breathed freely the whole time. I guess the purpose of it is so the squid can capture land prey and keep them alive for fresh eating. It was all an elaborate plan to try to force out my powers. I was extremely annoyed. At the very least, she should have only tricked me. She could have told the others so they didn't worry. Then Sion wouldn't have injured anyone trying to get to me. I know the goddess didn't expect that reaction. Honestly, I didn't either. I didn't blame him for it, though. How could I? Not when he was just trying to protect me. Just thinking about his hurt and worry made me nauseous. My poor Sion. I bet he was worrying about me right now, and if I was okay. He was probably afraid of how I would feel after I heard what he did. I needed to get to him and reassure him. I needed to see him so that I could calm down. We are almost at the outer edge. We will wait for your companions there, Stilt said in his gruffer voice. My heart was racing. I was feeling incredibly anxious. My whole body began to slightly tremble as a burning sensation gripped my heart. It felt like a knife had been driven into me, and I raised my hand to grab my chest. Clover, are you all right? Odell asked as we entered the dark gray circular stone room. I shook my head and stepped backwards until I reached the cold stone wall. What was going on? I felt like I was suffocating. A wave of nausea hit me, and I leaned my body over, resting my hands on my knees. My head was pulsating, and my body was frantic. I needed to do something, but what? Something was happening, and my existence was screaming at me. Suddenly, a pain gripped over me, radiating from my mark on my neck. It poured downwards and through my veins like acid burning and eating at me. My breathing was erratic as my vision faded in and out. My chest was being squeezed until I was almost gasping for air. Tears were pooling from my eyes as I struggled to stand. My body was seized with uncontrollable tremors. A pulsating wave ripped through me as a void began to fill in my soul. Dear God, Sion. It was Sion. Sion! I screamed as my eyes traveled over the other passageways. Something was wrong. Something had shaken the bond. It felt severed. I reached up, touching the mark on my neck, trying to feel my connection to him. My fingers traced over the proof I belonged to him. I was hysterical and desperate. I ran. With a drive I didn't know was there. I moved my legs. I didn't know where I was going. I was letting instinct lead me. The tears continued to burn my eyes as I sprinted into the darkness. I could hear the scuffling sound of the other two as they ran after me, but it was like everything was disappearing. What was happening? Was Sion okay? He had to be okay. He was okay. He just got hurt, but he would heal. He was a lichen and was just fine. He just needed me. We needed each other. I would hold him in my arms and everything would be okay. Everything was fine. I continued to lie to myself. Waves of agony washed over me as I staggered forward. Through my blurry, teary eyes, I saw Dimitri. My eyes quickly followed over Kai, Logan, and Connor. Sion was not with them. They were just standing in the tunnel as if they were hesitating about what to do. Sion? I felt like I was hyperventilating. They all had crestfallen faces as their red, swollen eyes looked up at me. I shook my head and kept walking forward. He's okay. He's okay. He is okay. Kai walked up to me, wrapping me in his embrace, pulling my head to his chest. He's gone. His hoarse voice choked out in a sob. I shook my head as I struggled in his embrace. No, 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 no! My voice didn't sound like my own. It was a mixture of hysterics and the cries of a shattered soul. Kai gripped me tighter in his arms, and I felt his own dampness land on my arms. Gods, I'm so sorry. It hurts like hell. I know, I'm so sorry. I couldn't do anything. It should have been me, not him. Kai's voice was shaking as his arms began to tremble. I have to see him. I pushed back as Kai held me firmly. You can't. I'm going to see him. I yanked myself away, and this time Dimitri and Connor formed a wall to block me. Dimitri stood there in his human form, with one of his hands outstretched towards me. Clover, he has fallen into a ravine where there is a river with a deadly vortex current, and if by some miracle he survived, that there is a deadly miasma cloud above the river. Impossible. He couldn't have. Dmitri stopped when I shot him a look. I didn't want to hear him say it. Clover. Kai placed his hand on my shoulder as his eyes met with mine. When my mate died, I felt it. I watched as he tapped his chest. I felt it here. There was a pain that radiated inside of me, and I felt empty. His eyes were now searching mine. I shook my head, not wanting to listen to what he was telling me. He has to be fine. He has to be fine. He's all I have. I felt like my throat was constricting as I fought to get air. Luna, you are not alone. We are here. You have us, and the Chance Pack needs you. Connor's voice was firm, but when I looked at his eyes, I could see his pain, the evidence of his tears over his swollen red face. We can't leave him here, I whimpered as I felt myself shutting down. Luna? How could I do this without Sion? I can't. I won't. I won't believe he is dead. I stepped back and shook my head. Lies. This was all another lie. Sion was just hiding around the corner. Or maybe he went on ahead. This was all an elaborate setup to get me to use my powers. This is just a nightmare. I'll wake up and Sion will be there. He will hold me and tell me that everything is okay. He will tell me that he will never leave me. We are going to have a family together. I looked at my hands and it was as if I couldn't feel them. In fact, my whole body felt numb. I was breathing erratically and couldn't accept what I was being told. It all was becoming too much. I'm going to find him. I looked up at the others with determination as I tried to hold myself together. I couldn't walk away like this. Deep inside, something felt like it was building up inside of me, as if I was under pressure and something was about to break free. It was overwhelming and all-consuming. My mind was now focusing on Sion. He was the only one that mattered. I needed to find him. I stepped forward, looking at the others who were blocking my path. Stand aside, I said in a firm voice as something began to radiate around me. Clover, there is nothing there but death. We need to leave. Dimitri's voice was sounding faint. I saw his lips moving and heard his voice, but it was like he was far away from me. I continued to walk forward and then arms grabbed onto me, stopping me. They were stopping me from going to Sion. The confined energy inside of me was at its limit. Move. It was like there was an explosion inside of me. Everyone around me went flying, crashing into the walls. My legs gave out and I collapsed on the ground. My vision began to tunnel. In the small circle of my vision, I watched as the gnome's eyes glowed blue. He was the only one still standing, and he walked towards me. He leaned down to look at me with his gleaming eyes shining at me. Now, isn't that interesting? The gnome's mouth moved, but it wasn't his voice. It was the voice of the goddess Shiva. Rest. As if on command, my eyes closed and everything went black. I could smell smoke and hear the sound of a fire crackling as I began to wake up. At first, I couldn't remember what happened. Where was I? What had happened? She needs time, I heard Kai's voice. She will never fully recover. I haven't, but in time she will learn to move on. I still cry for my mate, but I am able to function now. No, my memories began to flash in my mind like a reel. No, my mate wasn't dead. I couldn't accept it. I couldn't process something like that. Every cell in my body was ready to fight against this reality. Then I remembered the glowing blue eyes of Stilts. I sat up and searched the area. Clover, Odell said in a soothing voice as my eyes scanned over everyone. I found my target and I glared at him. Is this another one of her games? I growled as I stood up. The gnome sat there quietly watching me as I walked over to him. Is this another lesson? He still didn't answer me, and I found myself livid. I want to speak to her. She can see me through you, can't she? That is why she left you with me. Can you hear me? Shiva? I might have some unorthodox ways of testing powers, but I wouldn't kill someone for it. Even I have my limits. A woman's tongue clicked angrily. A blue light grew next to the gnome until it took form. Shiva stood there studying me as if I was a specimen. You didn't touch Sion? I watched as a sneer formed over her face and she rolled her eyes. Of course, I didn't touch your mate. Though had I known he was the key to unlocking your powers, I could have worked that angle earlier. So is he? I couldn't form the words as nausea washed over me. I saw how her eyes softened and I couldn't bear to hear her words. So many sympathetic eyes on me. I wanted to disappear. I took in a deep breath as I fixated my gaze on her. I needed to at least hear it. Is he dead? I wanted to vomit, but I got the words out. I watched as she averted her gaze from me and turned her head away. Oh, gods, no. Duh. I hate being put in this position. I heard her voice mutter as she turned back to face me. My hands began to tremble as I bit my bottom lip to stop it from quivering. She was about to break me, but I wouldn't disappear yet. I would use this pain to relieve the chance pack. I would use this anger to kill Dr. Snide. This was all her fault. We were only here because of her. I felt a darkness creep inside of me. Yes, this was all her fault, and I would kill her for it. I wouldn't fall apart. Not yet. So I looked into Shiva's eyes with a newfound determination, ready to fuel myself for war.
Clover. I watched as Shiva turned to glare at the gnome. She then tapped her chin, and a smirk rose on her face. You do it, Stilts. Me? I watched as Stilts pointed at himself with his mouth open. Yes, you will do it. Then I had nothing to do with this. I didn't say a word. Nothing at all. I watched as Shiva suddenly nodded her head, tapping her fingers together. In fact, I am going to leave. Yes, you know what to do. She turned to look at me and nodded. I will see you again, Clover. Instantly she vanished as the gnome began to grumble unpleasant words under his breath. I don't work for her. When did I sign up for this? Bullies. That's what the deities are. Bullies. Selfish, self-absorbed bullies. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta! Stilts hopped around as he held his hand that was beginning to freeze. With a low growl, he scowled and folded his arms over his chest. I watched as he began to walk away. Well, he called, glancing over his shoulder. Are you coming? Where? I asked, and he shrugged. It is nice weather for a journey. He looked into my eyes, and there was something unreadable there. Something that was almost hopeful. I nodded my head and looked at the others. They were already stepping closer and ready to follow our little companion. Connor came to my side, and I looked up at him. Let's go for a walk, Luna. We followed the gnome in the darkness. I know I shouldn't feel this flickering flame of hope inside of me, but I did. I glanced around at the others who had all remained silent. No one was ready to talk. Instead, we all followed Stilts to wherever he may be leading us. We walked quietly in the dark. Connor held me close to his side, guiding me in the dark. My wolf vision was faint, and I also still had wounds on my body from earlier. I would figure things out with Sheena later. Shiva did not come out and say Sion was dead, so that had to mean something, right? Or was the gnome leading us to his body so we could at the very least put him to rest? My body felt weak. Maybe it was the mental exhaustion from worrying about Sion, or it could be from using that overwhelming power earlier. I was still shocked over it. They didn't just move on my command, but were thrown out of the way. Was this part of my powers too? Was it just a strange combustion of my powers, or did I also have telekinesis? I reached up subconsciously and rubbed the mark on my neck. Sion's mark had felt dull and empty. There was nothing to it. The small mark he had left me was beginning to fade. I pressed into it with my fingers, desperate to feel it. This time, when I pushed on it, my fingers began to buzz for a split second before it vanished. My eyes widened as I looked ahead. I was no longer hopeful that Sion was alive, because now I knew that he was. Something was wrong with our connection, though. Sion, I'm coming. Sion, I woke up in a dark, empty void. Nothing. It was an empty, black space that stretched for eternity. Am I dead? I muttered to myself quietly. Yes. A deep bass voice answered into the void. But you don't have to be. I'll do anything, just send me back, I pleaded, as I turned in the dark, searching for something. Anything? Yes. I didn't hesitate. I didn't care. It didn't matter what the cost was, as long as I could go back to Clover. In the dark, I saw a speck of light and I ran towards it. The light grew brighter and brighter, and then I felt like I was being lifted and pulled out of the emptiness. I began coughing wildly, throwing up water. My whole body ached as I leaned my head on the grass. Grass? I blinked, trying to figure out where I was. I was no longer in the dark. How was I alive? Who brought me back? I could hear the sound of someone vomiting, and I sat up more, my eyes searching for the sound. Near the river's edge was a woman with long black hair. She was frantically rinsing her mouth and spitting the contents out. So gross. So gross. Yuck, I have wet mutt on my lips now. I'm going to throw up again. So repulsive. The woman then turned and glared at me as if I had done something to her. What happened? Did you save me? I asked as she shuddered, shaking her hands. I smell so gross. Yes, I saved you. Then you weren't breathing, so I had to force air into your mouth and blah." The woman retched and puked onto the ground as she shook her head. "I can't even think about it without getting sick." Okay, this type of reaction was weird. Why save my life if I was this repulsive to her? I glanced around, not recognizing the area. I needed to get to Clover. "How far away are we from the mines?" I didn't recognize her scent, but she must be an aquatic creature of sorts to have had the ability to rescue me. She wiped her mouth and grimaced as she stood to her feet. "I don't know. I just dragged you to the opening as fast as I could. This is wherever the magical vortex spit us out." "How do you expect me to think right now?" She spat out at me as she started spitting on the ground. God, it's never going to leave my mouth. "I'm sorry." I felt like I had to apologize to her for saving my life. It was clearly a disgusting inconvenience for her. "Why did you save me?" "Because you are the marked one." I watched as she laid down in the grass, trying to rub it over her body. What did the marked one mean? The what? She stopped what she was doing to point at my face. "The star. The mark. Do you not even know your own mark?" "This," I pointed up at the side of my face. "The mating mark from my mate?" I listened as she scoffed and shook her head. That is a celestial mark, a blessing from the deities. You are with a blessed mate, you know." A celestial maiden, someone chosen by the gods because of their importance. I heard she had received blessings from the goddesses. I started to say, and she clicked her tongue, snapping her eyes up to mine in irritation. This is why canine shifters annoy me. They don't pay attention to things that they should. The deities leave things in this world to help keep it safe. In a time of great tragedy, there are things that will be here to help protect the world from total destruction. There are bridges, doorways, keys, weapons, and champions. She shrugged and shook her head. You have also been blessed. I mean, drowning people is sort of my thing, but your mark called me to save you. I was commanded to rescue you. Commanded by who? I asked, and she looked at me as if I was an id. Iot. That doesn't concern you. She clicked her tongue, shaking her head. I reached up and touched the mark on my face. It was more than a mate mark, it was also a type of blessing. I looked at the woman in front of me. I couldn't tell exactly what she was, but I think she was some type of fairy. "Are you a fairy?" I asked, and the woman sighed in exasperation. I didn't realize it was an offensive question, but I guess it was. "I am a high dark fairy, you mongrel, a kelpie, and my poor body has been tainted by your filth. Ugh! I smell so bad." I stood up, taking in my surroundings. I looked over at the kelpie and nodded my head in appreciation. "Thank you for saving me. I need to get back to someone, so if you could point me in the right direction." "It's Epona." And I didn't agree to help any more than I already have. "You are lucky you are alive. Stay out of the water, pup. You are no water dog." The woman then jumped into the river, vanishing without telling me where I was. I mean, I was grateful to be alive. I just didn't know where I was, and I had to get to Clover. The sun was just starting to rise, so it was morning. But what morning? I had no idea how long I had been here or where here was. Yeah, I could figure it out, but I just wanted to run towards Clover. According to Epona, the magical vortex just spat us out. I could be anywhere. Who knows where the random hole opened? The wind began to blow, tossing the leaves around me. On the breeze, I could hear a faint whistling sound that was growing louder. From the shadows, a man dressed in all black with a long, dark trench coat walked towards me. His hands were in his pockets, and he wore a black cowboy-looking hat. His face was hidden in the shadow the hat made as he continued to whistle. "Nice day for a swim, eh?" The man lifted his head and grinned at me. It was the same bass-sounding voice from the black void I was in. His eyes were covered by dark sunglasses, so I couldn't see his eyes. Something about him made my body tense up. I didn't know who he was, but my beast could sense he was dangerous. I took a small step away from him, not wanting him to get too close. Wise. Those are great qualities to have young Alpha Scion. Okay, that got my attention. How did he know my name? And if this was the man who saved me, he had to have great power. I narrowed my eyes at him as I prepared to shift if I needed to defend myself. I didn't know what he wanted of me. Now that is no way to act, especially not to your savior. Who do you think ordered the Kelpie to save you? I tightened my hands at my side, feeling the deathly aura emitted from this man. I rolled my shoulders back and stood confidently in front of him. You did? Why? And Kelpies belong to the fairy kingdom, so why would she listen to you? I didn't feel like he meant me any harm, but my beast was restless in this man's presence. He may have brought me back to life, but I didn't trust him. They belong to the fairy kingdom, of course, but Kelpies are dark fairies. They can belong to the blessed and the unblessed. We tend to get along because of the games they like to play. The man's voice was like ice, cold and collected. This man was here for a reason, and I wanted to know who he was and what he wanted. The games they like to play? Yes, games that interest me like drowning creatures. I watched as the man's lips curled up. The man stepped closer, but I held my ground, staring at the stranger. How do you know me? You know my name. What is yours? Of course I know your name. A piece of my powers has been granted to you in that little mark. The man lifted his hand from his pocket, pointing at my face. So this man was implying he was a deity. But I thought only the goddesses blessed Clover? It was her mother's last demand before I took her life, guiding it to her next destination. Wait a minute, was he saying he was Death? The one in charge of collecting the souls of the dead. I am the one who allowed you to live. You died. I could have collected your soul, but I held it. Because you want something, I stated plainly, and watched as he shifted to face me fully. His large frame body held eerily still as his hidden eyes stared at me. Yes. I figured that is why you decided to save me. I'm not so kind-hearted that I brought you back just so you can live. There is more to it. You died with my powers inside of you. Powers that were exchanged by the mate mark. You now live with enhanced power. A power you only have now because I made sure you lived. I could see where this was going. He wanted me to use these powers on something. And honestly, I owed him. I was alive and would get to see Clover again because of him. Whatever he needed of me, I was ready. It is what I agreed to. Anything. What do you want me to do? Good. It is better if you just accept your fate because it can't be changed. Okay, that I didn't like the sound of. I thought he just wanted me to do something. Now it sounded like I was being given a new role. Now wait. I have a pack. I am the alpha of the chance pack, and I have a mate who. None of that has changed, but you have. You are no longer a lichen. You are now a lupine. The first of your kind, larger, stronger, more advanced in every way. You will create a new species that will be a champion in the future. For you to receive such a gift, there is a price, one that will be your burden. I am no longer a lichen. I didn't feel any different. I narrowed my eyes at the man in front of me, and in a low growl I asked him, Who are you? I am Riupus, the Death Phantom. And you are no longer just Alpha Scion. You are a lost soul collector, someone who can put tainted spirits to rest. You are now the Death Lupine, Anubis. Anubis, you can choose again. Hold up, I'm a soul collector, Anubis? This was very overwhelming, but as he spoke, I felt a power growing inside of me. And choose what exactly? When you died, the bond that you had with your mate cracked. You can choose to mend it, or you can choose a new fate. You can choose a new mate. I scoffed at the Death Phantom. Riupus was a death god, the one most referred to as the Grim Reaper. He guided willing souls on their way. The souls that refused could become tainted, vengeful spirits. He never came back for them. This was now what he was tasking me with, to collect the lost souls of the world. Honestly, I didn't care. As long as it meant I could be with Clover, I would do anything. He was telling me I could choose a new mate. He didn't understand. Not even death could sever our bond. So it put a in it. I would reclaim her again. I would re-choose her over and over, through every lifetime. She was the only one for me. Choosing her will mean your descendants will shoulder a heavy burden. It will be up to them to. There is no other choice. There never was a choice. It's her. Always, only, forever. It is her. Alive and beyond death. I choose her. Whatever that will mean for the future, I am confident any descendant of mine will find a way. I met his eyes confidently as a smile crept across his lips. He nodded his head and stuffed his hand back into his pocket. He nodded his head in the distance, and I followed with my eyes. I now noticed a small child leaning against a tree. The child's gray body was curled up in a ball, silently lying there. It is now time for you to learn how to do your job. Shift, Anubis! Scion. When I shifted into my lichen form, it was easy, natural. My lichen always stood in the light. We ran in the sun. I knew the feeling of that beast. I understood it. It was me. Shifting into this new foreign form was anything but simple. I didn't have control over it as my body began to change. I didn't recognize this. It was as if its cold fingers gripped into me. Pain, agony, sorrow, doubt, darkness, cold, unfeeling, hurt, loneliness, regret. In waves it beat against me. As a shadow it encircled me. Like razor blades it cut into me, bleeding out the light inside of me. The air was no longer fresh. It was thick and musty. Magma was rippling through my veins, and I fell to my knees. The world clouded over as the brightness receded. Volcanic pressure raced through me, washing away my light. The sound of my bones cracking echoed in the air. I threw my head back and screamed as the agony usurped me. The quake of pain swarmed over me as the snapping continued. The tightness gripped my chest as I struggled for air against my straining throat walls. I gasped in the stagnant environment that failed to bring me fresh oxygen. Whiteness consumed my knuckles as the unrelenting, torturous pain assaulted me. I swallowed down the scream that wanted to escape as a loud popping sound was heard. I collapsed on the ground as the biting pain finally subsided. I squeezed my fingers together and my eyes widened. I had fingers! I glanced at my short black hair covering my arms and pushed up. I sat up on my knees and my heart stopped. The world was gray. There was no sun. The grass was black, the sky was dark, and the trees were withered. It was death. Everything looked like death. Where was I? I lifted my hand up to touch my face. My head was in the shape of my lichen, but nothing else was familiar. I slowly stood up, the earth seeming farther away as the monster I became stood erect. I stared at my clawed fingers and then looked over my body. I had on black chain shorts. I was shirtless, and under the thin layer of black fur my abdominal muscles protruded. I lifted my gaze over to see Riapis was standing there quietly observing me. I stopped and gasped. I spoke. I didn't mind Link. I spoke in a voice I didn't recognize. It was a low, gruffer voice. One of a beast. A shadow crept inside of me, trying to snuff out the rest of my light. No. Whatever this new power was, I was still in charge. I wasn't going to be taken over. A flicker of light began to spark inside of me. At the same time, the wind began to swirl around me as I began to reclaim myself. I wouldn't allow this to completely take over who I was. Black smoke swirled menacingly, and through it the colors of the world flickered in and out. Flashes of light erupted in the sky as lightning began to illuminate the world. The swirling smoke rapidly swam around me, encompassing me in a funnel. Darkness hissed around me and bounced off my skin. The shadows seemed to groan around me as the light inside of me grew. What started out as a flickering light was now burning bright. The glow reached my skin, making the shadows hiss away. The darkness rampaged wildly around me like a tornado, and I was in its eye. I felt like it was trying to swallow me up. I could feel a force pulling me back. Something grabbed hold of me. A possessive, strong pink energy wrapped around me like a rope. The gentle warmth caressed my skin as a smile reached my face. The bond may have cracked, but it was still there. Was she near? How was her energy reaching me? I was no longer being pulled down, but up. I focused on the light, my angel. I concentrated on what used to be there, the bond. This was when the sunlight kissed my body. It was so simple. Clover was my light. She was the one who could keep the darkness away. As I thought about her, I felt my body shifting and changing. Fingers were now paws, the fur was shaggier, I became slightly shorter and could still stand. This time I looked less human and more lichen. I imagined this was the form of a lupine. Then everything imploded, the light, the dark. It all went inside of me. The grass was green again. The sky was blue. The river was full of life and on the move. Well, I'll be damned. The moon bitch was right. I heard Riapis say as I panted, trying to catch my breath. I went to ask him something, but this time I could only growl. In this form I couldn't speak. I bet you are full of questions. Riapis was analyzing me curiously, as if he was waiting on something. I could feel her light, but I couldn't see her. It was like her energy came to me, knowing I needed it. Sion, you have accomplished what shouldn't be able to be done. You can now exist in both realms, the one of the living and of the dead. You will stand as Anubis in the spirit realm, and among the living you will be a lupine. I growled at him, baring my teeth. You were going to keep me in the spirit realm? I was under good authority that you would be able to exist in both realms, though I haven't seen it happen for those who aren't gods. It wasn't worth worrying you about. You didn't have a choice anyways. Either you would or you wouldn't. I watched as his lips curled upwards. Of course, I see you had some help. He cleared his throat and looked in the distance. We will discuss that later. For now, let's see what you can do. Can you do your job effectively here? It would be easier on the other side. In time, you should be able to master moving between the two realms seamlessly. That is, of course, if you... He shook his head and took in a sharp breath of air. Over there is a grudgeful spirit. I was angry, but I kept it all hidden inside of me. I didn't like the idea that I had just been played with. I was told I could live again and be with Clover. Now, it turns out that was only true if I managed to exist in both realms. I needed to know more. I died, and this is now my price to pay. I turned and stared at the gray-looking child. As I did, the world around the kid began to flicker. In the realm of the living, it looked like a child, but in the dark spirit realm, it was a shadowy monster. A sense of ill will and resentment began to wash through me. You feel it, Sion? The malice being projected. This child drowned in the river. He refused to journey with me so that he could see his mother once again. He waited for them to pay their respects. They never came. And this is what he turned into, a spirit that tries to drown anyone who goes for a swim. So why not take care of it? I mentally growled at him. Because that is not my job. I don't collect the vengeful spirits. I only take the willing. He turned and looked at me. Dealing with the rest is your job. So, what am I supposed to do? That is up to you. You can either destroy him or save him. If you can destroy him, you mean obliterate his soul? No, he was just a child. He isn't anymore. He is killed and will kill again. You can see the beast beyond the child. I leaned forward so that I was on all fours instead of 2 feet. It still felt more natural this way. Plus, I would be faster. I eyed up the child and shook my head. How can I save him? If. That is an if. You'll have to beat the spirit to submission. Make him let go of his grudge. If he refuses, you have no choice but to destroy it, or it will destroy you. And if it succeeds, it will eat your soul. I know the safest option would be for me to catch it off guard and kill it. That isn't who I was, though. The child was innocent and became corrupt. I wouldn't feel right unless I did everything I could. I took a few steps towards the child, and then heard Riapus's voice. Oh, and Sion. I turned and looked at him. You'll need to use that dark power you are fearing. His voice dropped, and he looked at me with a stone face expression. Another trick? None of it was ever a trick, and neither is this. You can't win without it. Sion, I didn't kill you, remember that. I gave you a chance to live again. His voice was hard and bitter as he spat those words out. You stand here because of me. I am under no one's command but my own. I growled at him, and a faint smile reached his lips. That isn't true, though, is it? I watched as his lips curled up more. You are under her command. Always. Did he think that would upset me? I will openly admit it. For her, I will do anything. I don't care who thinks it is wrong for an alpha to submit to his mate. I love her above all. I'm glad there is someone who can put you on a leash. There was more in his tone than I cared to explore. It seemed that there was a weight there. Another burden. I turned away from Riapus and walked towards the kid. I needed to end this as fast as I could so I could get to Clover. I was still worried about her. Was she okay? What happened when she was taken? Did she meet up with the others? As I approached, the child lifted his head. The little boy's eyes connected with mine. At the same time, the world flickered, and I could see the red eyes of his beast. A guttural growl crept from the boy. The child stood to face me. It knew. The body of the child morphed in and out between beast and child. I forgot to mention. I heard Riapus yell. No soul collector has ever been able to purify a tainted spirit. I know it was a warning for me to just destroy the spirit. If no one has done it before, then I would just have to be the first. I felt the energy building up inside of me, answering the threat that was growing. I took a threatening step forward, and the grudgeful spirit froze. It looked like it was contemplating its next move. At least, that's what I thought. Suddenly, it lashed out. Its body whipped energy in the shape of a claw towards me. I managed to roll out of the way and back to my feet. The darkness inside of me began to seep out. Wisps of darkness protruded from me in response to the attack, as if it was insulted. I dug my feet in the ground and sprinted towards the spirit. Like talons, the energy around me slashed at the monster. My own claws met with him. Upon impact, cold dread crept inside of me, the spirit's feelings beginning to project into me. The dark energy began to wrap around the spirit, strangling the life out of him. It was trying to eradicate his existence. I jumped back. This wasn't what I wanted to do. I had to bring him back. Don't retreat, Sion. The spirit must know there is no chance of winning. Only then will it relent, and if not, you must destroy it, Reapus yelled urgently. This was just a child who lost his life unfairly. He was emotionally wounded and probably scared. He didn't want to be this way. How could I get him to concede without killing him? If only there was a way to hold him within my grasp without him fighting back. The grudgeful spirit wasted no time and quickly slammed into me. Its energy pinned me down as its body hovered over me. I didn't want to obliterate his spirit, but I couldn't lose either. I had to get back to Clover. As I thought about her, the sweet light of hers greeted me. Only the energy was stronger. It was near. It began to push the spirit away from my body, and I felt her presence getting closer. Stop. The sweetest voice in the world growled out. A pink cloud surrounded me as it chained the spirit in its place. The spirit could no longer move. The pink cords acted like puppet strings attaching to every part of the spirit. It was completely immobilized and, driven by instincts, I walked towards it. I kept my eyes locked with it as I came closer. The feelings coming from the spirit began to change. The malice started to fade, and, in its place, sadness and pain. The monster flickered with the child still within. The grudge began to diminish, as well as the monster. The black wisps crawled around the pink ribbons that held the child in place. His eyes met with mine, and I felt his humanity. The black energy swarmed around the child as if it was removing the impurities. A serene energy filled my insides as the swarming energy stopped. The child now looked normal. "Thank you," the boy said, and the ropes around him fell. Reapus walked over quietly, with his outstretched hand. The boy reached out for him. The moment he touched Reapus' hand, a white light glowed around him. As the light faded, so did the child. I turned my head to search for her. The voice of my angel who had also helped save the boy's spirit. Without her power, he wouldn't have held still like that. In this new state of mine, I could see Clover's energy. For there to be so much of it, she had to be close. My eyes scanned in the distance, and there she was. Standing there quietly watching me was my son. Her blue pools met with mine, and I watched as they began to well up with unshed tears. Was she afraid of me now? Disgusted with me now that I looked like this? Suddenly, she ran towards me, as the tears began to flow from her eyes. Clover. I felt like my body was being yanked forward. He needed me. Without hesitating, I ran. I sprinted ahead of the gnome, ignoring the yells behind me. I let my feet tell me where to go. Some powerful urge was leading me forward. As I leapt through the thick brush, my eyes were instantly drawn to him. I knew it was him, even though he looked like nothing I had seen before. A shadow was hovering over him, and the power I felt back in the mines surfaced again. "Stop!" I commanded and felt the energy whipping from my body, stopping the shadow. My eyes stayed on Sion as his new beast moved towards the changing shadow. I was shocked as the image of a child came through. It was only then that I noticed the other person who walked up to the child. Even when the child vanished, my focus stayed on Sion. I knew something had happened. I felt the snap in our bond, but it was still him. My entire being knew him. My eyes began to blur as I took in a shaky breath. I had lost him. I thought I would never see him again. I thought I would never feel his warmth. The golden eyes of his beast met with mine, and I couldn't stand there any longer. "Sion!" I cried, running to him. I couldn't get to him fast enough. No one else existed. No one else mattered. His body began to change, and there he was, the warm hazel eyes of my Sion. He took a hesitant step towards me before he ran as well. I jumped into his arms, clinging to him as he grasped onto me. Tingling sparks ignited over the contact, remembering the bond. I smashed my lips into his greedily. I didn't need air. I needed him. My face was stained with wet tears, but I didn't care. My whole body was trembling on the inside, his fingers entangled with my hair as his tongue invaded my mouth. I welcomed the warmth of his mouth as his tongue caressed mine. His tongue moved in taking sensual possession as I savored his familiar taste. I don't know how long we were lost in each other. Eternity wouldn't have been long enough. When our lips finally parted, our eyes met. We stood as close as we could, arms wrapped around the other. Neither one of us wanted to let go. I thought you were dead. My voice was almost a whimper as his thumbs brushed away my tears. I was. His voice sounded sad and his face looked solemn. I was brought back, and I changed. There is a lot I need to talk to you about. I knew the look and the tone. He was worried about me and what I would think. I brushed my fingers over the side of his face and shook my head. I love you, Sion. No matter what. I mean, when I thought you were... I shook my head and took in a shaky breath. I can't lose you, Sion. I need you. He leaned his forehead against mine as his thumb brushed over my cheek. I could see the way his eyes watered and the pain in his eyes. I'm so sorry for everything. I didn't mean to hurt anyone when you were taken. And Sion. I gave him a weak smile, yet sheepish smile. I sort of threw everyone out of my way trying to get to you too. I watched as his eyes widened and then a rich chuckle reached his throat. I think we might be the perfect pair. I'm different now. I don't mind, I whispered, tracing my fingertips over his face. I'm changing too. Damn, man, I thought you were dead. I heard Connor's voice and turned my head to see the others behind me. I could see the relief in their eyes. Sion's death was something none of us wanted to face. I did die. Sion started to say, and I just wanted to hold him closer. I felt incredibly protective and wanted to shield him. Sion began to chuckle, and I looked up at him curiously. Clover, you don't need to wrap your energy around me. I'm okay now. My eyes widened and my lips parted. I looked down at my hands, not quite understanding. I imagined myself shielding him, but I didn't actually do anything, did I? He can see your life energy. I heard a stranger's voice reminding me of the man I had seen earlier. A soul collector has the ability to see life energy. It is even more powerful than your true sight. The man flashed me a white, toothy grin as I snapped my head back to Sion. A soul collector? Is that the meaning of Sion's new form? Sion's lips curled down as he looked at me. I reached my hand up, caressing his cheek, and smiled. My Sion, that is what you are. I noticed the shine in his eyes almost instantly as the stranger chuckled. Yes, the my part, that has me very curious. The bond between the two of you has been cracked, but yet your power still is wrapped around him. You pulled him from the spirit realm. Ashea's power is almost disturbing. What was Endymion thinking, giving you so much power? The stranger was staring at me as if he was waiting for me to answer. Endymion? Logan asked. Endymion is Ashea's deity. Of course, this one is also a werewolf, so she has the power couple backing her, both the moon and earth deities, still. The stranger's hat shadowed his eyes as he faced me. They can't stop what fate you choose. I didn't like the sound of that, and apparently neither did Sion as he growled, pulling me slightly behind him. What exactly does that mean? Sion growled. Now you want me to finish explaining? I was trying to tell you before when I brought up you choosing another mate. That is out of the question. There is no one else for me. Sion growled as the man cut him off angrily. But will you subject her to being your mate? Those words got Sion's attention, and I watched as he narrowed his eyes at the man. What do you mean? Clover has attached her energy to you. This is why you can stand in the world of the living. She is the reason you will be able to move freely between the two realms. But taking her as your mate will come at a binding price. The payment for you to be able to walk among the living now is that she will have to walk among the dead with you when her time has ended. If you mend the bond, it will be binding. Well, this didn't seem so bad to me. It meant I would always be by Sion's side in life and in death. I noticed how Sion noticeably paled as his lips pursed together tightly. Wow, that is unfair. I heard Dimitri's voice, and I could see Odell frowning as well. I didn't understand what the big deal was. So she won't get to move on. She will be stuck in the spirit realm. Odell looked down at the ground. Sion will be forced to collect souls on the other side? For eternity? Kai's voice was a faint whisper as the stranger nodded his head. I still didn't see what was bad in this. If Sion had to collect souls, then I would want to be by his side. An eternity with Sion sounded perfect to me, no matter where we were. What is with you guys? This means I would always be by Cyan's side. Would this have any effect on our children? This was the only thing that I could see that could be a problem. The stranger shook his head no, and I shrugged. Sounds like a good deal to me. An eternity with Cyan is exactly what I want. Clover, I couldn't ask you to, Cyan started to say, and I snorted, cutting him off. You didn't, I said in a matter-of-fact tone. And if this was reversed, you would stay with me without hesitation. So don't ask me to do differently than you would. I challenged him with my gaze. This is eternity in a world that is dark and cold. It didn't matter what Cyan said. Then I will bring the light. It's not like I'd let you part from me anyways. You are mine forever, whether you like it or not. I watched as a small smile reached his lips as his hands trailed over my sides. Why wouldn't I like it? You are my son, my love, my everything. Of course I want you with me. I just feel cruel and selfish. Actually, she is the cruel and selfish one, the stranger said in an unforgiving tone. Without asking you, she has threaded your soul to hers. Look at it, Cyan. See how her energy has entangled itself in you. It is perfect. Cyan's eyes were glued to mine. Do you even know what that means? The stranger let out an airy laugh. Wait, what did I do? I didn't mean to do anything. It seems my powers are awakening at a frightening speed, and it projects my will on its own. I watched as the stranger walked towards me. Cyan gripped me tighter as the man came closer. He stopped right in front of me and reached his hand out. He seemed to be studying something with a scowl. I didn't even have a choice in the matter. The man mumbled as his eyes met with mine. He had eyes that looked like autumn leaves. There were many colors around his iris that seemed to be drilling into me. You connected your lifeline with his. If he dies, you will be pulled into the spirit realm too. The man looked up at Cyan. If you mark her, her fate will be sealed to yours. That's when I clicked my tongue angrily. Haven't we already been over this? It doesn't matter to me as long as I am with Cyan. My energy knows how I feel. If something happened to Cyan, there is no life for me anyways. Wrong. The man's voice was like thunder that shook the earth. You have to survive. You are part of a bigger picture. Then we won't die. I snapped back at him and watched as his lips curled up at me. Perhaps you don't realize who you are yelling at. Perhaps I don't care. Don't act like you have a bigger claim on my mate over me, because I have no problems enlightening you. I felt Cyan tug me back into his chest as the man lifted his brows. Cyan held me protectively against his chest as fire for me burned in his eyes. The man's eyes danced in amusement as a smile reached his lips. He is what you want, then? No matter what? I scoffed and arched my brow at the man. I think I made that clear. I made direct eye contact with the stranger. I didn't care who he was. He knew he was trying to get Cyan to change his mind by making him think he wasn't being fair to me. It was a bunch of crap. Cyan would have followed me into hell if I moved there. Why wouldn't I do the same? Well, I have never had an input before, but you decided you wanted this role all on your own. You will also be a soul collector with Anubis in the spirit realm when your time on Earth is over. Now wait, Cyan began, but I instantly cut him off. As long as I am with Cyan, I replied confidently, and then stopped as what he said finally clicked in. I looked up at Cyan. Anubis? There is a lot to catch you up on. I guess I can give you some time for that before I take Cyan with me. I'm not going anywhere with you, Riepus. I heard Cyan growl. Riepus? As in the Grim Reaper? That was who this stranger was? I need to help you get transporting between the realms under control before you reclaim your mate. Otherwise, you will drag her there with you now that she has connected herself to you. Riepus answered calmly with a shrug. Can't I stay with him? Panic seized my insides at the idea of him leaving me again. I lost him once. I couldn't lose him again. I watched as he shook his head. No, you can't, and it is important he masters this. He has the ability to stand between the two realms, which means he can see and hear what happens in the living but not be seen. Well, most won't be able to see him. Riepus' eyes met with mine as his face grew serious. It may not seem fair, it may actually seem cruel, but when the deities can no longer interfere. Oh my, you are so dramatic, a familiar woman's voice said loudly as a blue light manifested beside Riepus. Her blue hair tossed in the wind as she reached out to poke Riepus in the chest. This is why you have problems making friends. Quit being so weird. This isn't your business. Gosh, you are still wearing that hat. Do yourself a favor and burn it. It isn't a good look for you. I watched as Shiva tried to reach for the hat and was blocked by a wave of shadows. I mean, if I recall, you used to like this hat. Okay, I was picking up on an underlying tone there. I watched as Shiva sneered at the death god, her lips curling up poisonously. The hat was perfect for covering your face. The two of them stood there quietly in a standoff. The uncomfortable aura swirled around us until Shiva finally spoke up again. You can quit the dramatics. I know you have a flair for it, but enough already. He needs to learn. Before I take Sion with me, Shiva said in a mocking tone which showed she had been watching us. She clicked her tongue and laughed. If that isn't a flair for the dramatics. She turned and looked at me as she shook her head. Don't mind him, he can be a child at times. He will need to borrow your unhinged mate. Really, you need to work on that. You can't go mindlessly slashing others, she said, looking at Sion before she turned to look at Repus. But there is no reason you can't bring him back and forth between training sessions. Gosh, you act like you can't instantly teleport between the two realms. That is what I mean by being dramatic. I looked over at Repus, who opened his mouth and then stopped. A sheepish smile curled upwards as he let out a chuckle. He removed his hat, running his hand through his golden hair that had been hidden. I didn't even think of that. I watched as he nodded his head and then looked at Sion. It's settled. I'll be back for you soon. Repus then turned and looked at Shiva. And we need to chat. I listened as Shiva scoffed, and then the two of them vanished. For a moment, we all stood there quietly taking everything in. Sion's hand pressed into my waist as he began to lead me away from the others. We need to talk. Note, I'll try to have another update by the 22nd. Sion led me away from the others, walking downstream. I was looking around curiously. Everything seemed familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. Sion stopped walking, and I looked up at him curiously. He let his hand drop from me and looked out in the distance. I can't believe you did that. His voice whispered out, and I felt my body tense. Was he upset with me for agreeing to following him to the spirit realm? It was hypocritical. He would have done the same for me. But when he turned to face me, my heart stopped. His face was full of so many raw emotions. Wet streams were falling from his eyes, and my chest hurt for him. I never told you. His voice was strained and croaked as he tried to talk. I don't like. He tapped on his chest and swallowed hard. I don't like this darkness inside of me. It has always been there, waiting to take over. When I lost my parents, I was afraid it was only a matter of time before I lost to it. I feared I would end up in the dark, alone. His hazel eyes met with mine, and a gentle smile reached his lips. But then I found you. You shared your light with me. You are the sun keeping away the dark. He took in a shaky breath and shook his head. You are following me into darkness. How can I be so selfish to take you with me? Sion. Clover. I am so sorry. I can't refuse the offer. I am selfish. I want you with me. I need my son. I know I should adamantly refuse your offer. His eyes were fixated on mine. But I can't tell you how relieved I felt knowing you would be by my side. I'm horrible, Clover. I'm selfish and greedy. You deserve better. I couldn't hear it anymore. He was breaking my heart with how shattered he looked. I grabbed his face and pulled his lips down to mine. It was soft, gentle, and poured with my love. Dayat, I whispered against his lips. I smiled and looked into his eyes. You are, and I did. IoT, if you think you could have talked me out of it. You don't have mind-controlling powers. If you would have refused me, I would have forced you to agree. Remember that in the future. When we get in arguments, when we disagree on our children's names, when we are trying to decide what we want for dinner. I smiled. You can never win against me unless I allow it. There it is, the sweet smile of my mate. He leaned his cheek into my hands as he kissed my palms. Thank you for loving this IoT. I'll do everything in my power so that you never regret it. He kissed my palm again as his eyes lifted to me. Just keep me with you, Sion. That is all you ever have to do. I listened to his sweet chuckle. Gods, you see, even that, you are perfect for me. The greatest gift I will never deserve. He looked at my neck and frowned. His thumb brushed over the faint mark. I wish I could re-establish this now. I laughed, smiling up at him widely. I have bound myself to your soul. I don't think you have to worry about me going anywhere. His eyes were serious and there was a growing tension in the air. I feel very possessive over you, Clover. I can't promise I won't do something crazy in the future. Good thing I can control you then. I grinned. This is what Riapus meant about someone able to put him on a leash. If Scion got out of control, I would be able to command him as a Shea. I needed to practice my powers, so I felt confident in using them. I slowly trailed my finger down his chest with a seductive smile on my face. I'm the one who should be concerned. You are the one that isn't bound to me. I felt his chest rumbling beneath my fingers. If you could only read my mind. His voice was sensually threatening. I am completely captivated by you. Right now. His breath was now tickling my lips as my heart began to race. I can't stop thinking about feeling you writhe in pleasure underneath me. I want to please you until you are exhausted. Duh. His husky voice growled as he nipped my bottom lip. If you ever wanted to slap a man for what he was thinking, for what I want to do to you. A shiver ran over my body. My breath was ragged, and my body was tingling with anticipation of his touch. Will you do what you are thinking? Not here, he said, and I breathed in his sweet breath. I curled my fingers into his chest. The sound of my wolf made Scion crash his lips against mine urgently. His frantic kissing was showing me he no longer planned to hold back. Thank the gods, because I needed him. Clover? Someone was here, but it was someone different. We both stopped abruptly and turned our heads to look across the river. It is Clover, Denny, it's Clover. Now I knew why this place seemed familiar. It was on the other side of the river of the Sulfur Pack territory. How did we even come this far? I was so disoriented by being dragged underwater and traveling through the mines that I never realized how far we had come. Joey, Jude, and Denny were standing on the other side of the river. I felt my cheeks grow hot as Scion's possessive hand lowered from under my shirt. He looked over at the three men, and a low growl escaped his throat. Clover, are you all right? What are you doing here? Denny asked, looking suspiciously at Scion. I can understand how weird this situation is. There just wasn't a simple explanation. Yes, we are fine. I glanced up at Scion, whose body felt tense as he stared across the river. I've been trying to call you, Denny said, and I nodded my head. Yeah, I don't have my phone. A lot has happened. I trailed off, not sure how much I should say. Though honestly, they needed to know what was going on. There was a good chance there was something foul in the Sulfur Pack, too. The demon that killed Taylor didn't just waltz in there and kill her. There was more to that story. But you are okay? Joey asked, his eyes searching over me from across the river. I nodded my head and smiled. You guys are in heavy seeker territory. It isn't safe. I could see Denny scowling as he looked at Scion. There have been strange scents coming from over there. Denny was still being protective of me, and I could see Scion didn't like it. I felt his strong arm curl around my waist as he grunted in acknowledgement. We are coming over to talk, Joey finally said. Without another word, he shifted into his wolf, jumping into the river to cross. I watched as Denny and Jude instantly joined him. I looked up to see Scion's tense face, and I patted his arm. My love, it's okay. You know they are like family to me. Think of them as my brothers. Brothers shouldn't look at their sister that way. His voice was trembling with anger. It was only then that I realized how much he was trying to restrain himself. This new form seemed to make it harder to control. Then just think about how I look at you. I smiled up at him as he turned to look at me. And how badly I want you right now. His lips curled upwards, and he leaned his head into mine. A promise for later. You better deliver. I grinned as he buried his nose in my hair to inhale my scent to help calm him. Do you want me to drown them? We both looked in shock to see Odell and the others standing there. When did they arrive? We could hear the other voices and came to investigate. Connor seemed to be reading our minds. No, Odell, they are from my old pack. I watched as she shrugged, still not convinced they should live. Connor and Logan then moved to Scion's side, while Kai and Odell stayed at mine. Dimitri stood slightly back in his centaur form where he could watch and observe everyone. 3 wolves made it to our side of the river and shifted. I stared at them quietly. It felt strange seeing them in front of me. It hadn't been that long, and yet it felt like it had been ages. When my eyes met with Denny's, I knew something was wrong. He looked tired and worried. What happened? I asked as my eyes darted over the three of them. I could see he was reluctant to speak. His eyes darted to Sion and then back to me. Whatever it was, he didn't want to say it in front of him. Denny, what is wrong? His eyes focused on mine as he pursed his lips together. How are you here? It's a long story, but I was in danger, and we ended up here. So, you haven't been with the Chance Pack the last couple of days? My eyes widened as my lips parted in shock. Denny, what has happened? Denny stared at me for a moment before he looked at Sion. Wolves are defecting from their packs, and they are being found near the Chance Pack. I felt Sion's entire body tense, and I squeezed his hand gently. Da. Min, she works fast. I looked up at Sion and gave him a reassuring smile. It's going to be okay. We will reclaim the Chance Pack. Did you get kicked out? Jude asked with wide eyes. I chose Clover over the pack, Sion answered firmly. This sentence had a loaded meaning, since this was something Denny was not willing to do. It spoke volumes on Sion's devotion to me. His pack is being manipulated, and they don't know what they are doing, but we will reclaim them. I quickly added. I didn't want them to think Sion didn't have control over his pack because he did. His pack loved him. I watched as Denny smiled and then looked at me. So, you have found the one who was meant for you. I have. Sion is my everything. I smiled as I squeezed his hand. I wanted them to know I was happy. Although I didn't want to hurt Joey, I looked up at him and could see a softness in his eyes. He was smiling at me and looked relieved to see that I was happy. Clover, you will always be someone special to me. Because of that, I will always be here for you. Denny said, and his eyes met with Sion's. Well, what can we do to help? Note. Next update 25th. We stood there talking for a long time. There was a lot to be said. I found out more about Sion being called Anubis and what that meant. I also now understood his new monstrous form I had seen. Sion explained everything calmly. I was surprised he decided to tell them about all of it, but I think at this point he was trying to lay his whole hand out. At the end of the conversation, it was quiet for a couple of long minutes. Okay, hold up, Joey said, shaking his head with his lips pursed. You are telling me his mom was a wolf and his dad was a centaur. Dude, so how did they... Oh, my gods, this is what he came full circle to? Not the Anubis or lupine? He was more concerned about how Dimitri's parents procreated? Well, actually, it is quite simple, Dimitri started to say as I started coughing. No, we don't want to hear it. I shook my head adamantly. Speak for yourself. I'm dying of curiosity. So, if I want to put it to a centaur lady, do I need to just mount her from behind? Logan asked, and I just about died. Right? Exactly? Like as a female would, she just put her rump up in the air, or would she hook herself around his stomach? Jude asked animatedly. We aren't discussing this. I turned to look at Odell, a woman to a woman, pleading with her to interject. I watched her nod her head, picking up on my distress. I was thankful she wasn't dense. You boys are so childish. Obviously, the female can take whatever her mate is serving. That isn't the issue. The issue is if what he is serving is a big enough portion. I mean, not all centaurs are well endowed. I want to know when I am full and not have to guess. Odell said triumphantly as I mentally slapped my head. She didn't get it at all. The subtle message of female camaraderie was lost on her. That sounds like a challenge, Connor said, looking at Odell with a slight smirk resting on his face. Unfortunately, most fail, Odell said, simply looking at her nails. She lifted her gaze to look at Connor, and when they don't fail at one, they fail at having the stamina to keep going. Dabars have a very strong libido, and we need a male who can perform on demand. Did this woman have no modesty? I was sure my face was turning a dark shade of red, embarrassed on her behalf. I could barely look at anyone. Okay, Dimitri, I'm going to need confirmation. Would a male centaur have taken a female wolf from behind or wrapped her around his stomach? Jude asked, and I rubbed my hands over my face. It depends on the couple and how rough they like it. Oh gods. There is also the gift pond in the centaur village. It allows a centaur to shift to a human on nights when the moon touches the pond. You have to be standing in the pond to receive the gift, which is probably how a lot of the couples actually prefer it. All that build up, and they were able to have a normal romantic encounter. I was about to regain my composure when Dmitri continued. However, my parents didn't live in the Centaur village. He chuckled, and this was just too much. I think this is a topic you men can discuss on your own time and not in front of my mate. Sion squeezed me into his body, covering my face in his chest. Wait, what is going on there? I heard Joey's voice and turned to look at him. He was looking at me intently. I can barely see your mark. A deadly snarl rippled from Sion's throat. Why are you looking at her neck so closely? I felt his body quivering with anger, a trembling force that was waiting to attack. I patted Sion's chest, making him look at me. Our eyes met and I could see the darkness begin to vanish. It's okay, Sion. I then turned and looked at Joey. It is fading since the connection was cracked. He just has to reclaim me, but he has to wait a couple days before he can. That is your mark though, right? It isn't fading, Jude asked, pointing at the star shape on Sion's face. I looked at Sion and realized Jude was right. The mark was visibly there and didn't look faded at all. Gosh, your conversations are so boring, Stilts grumbled, making me jump. He hadn't been here a moment ago. I was certain of that. I thought he had left, but suddenly here he was. Her Shea form claims her mate even in death. She's a dangerous creature that will sink her talons into your soul, claiming it as her own. What the hell is that? Jude asked with wide eyes. Funny, that is what I thought when I saw you. I thought to myself either werewolves are getting weaker or that one there is only an officer because of his father. Stilts grinned, and I could feel the anger protruding from Jude's body. Are you calling me weak? Oh, not just weak, but apparently dumb too. Stilts' eyes flashed at him mischievously as a growl rippled from Jude's throat. Stilts, I reprimanded, and a wooden cane appeared in his hands as he swung it around in the air. Not a chance, Shea. Keep those pink silky ribbons to yourself. You won't be bewitching me with that voodoo. I watched as Stilts swung the wooden cane and could see a light spark from the end of it. Sion snarled and narrowed his eyes at Stilts. I don't know who you are, but be careful with how you speak to her, or you'll end up shorter than what you are. A short joke? Didn't see that one coming. Must have been above my head, right? Stilts let out a snarky laugh and then sighed in agitation. I'm the one who will be teaching your mate how to control her powers, and if you don't want to end up dumber than you already are, I suggest you watch how you speak to me. Careful, Stilts. You try to touch Sion and you will invoke the beast within, and she can't control her powers right now. Dmitri chuckled, and I noticed Stilts looking at me nervously, nodding his head. True, she is the only one I have to fear here, Stilts said with a small shrug. So what are you exactly? Denny asked, and I looked at Stilts curiously since I wanted to know as well. I knew he was part gnome, but what else? So what are you exactly? Surely you aren't an alpha of a pack, right? Say it isn't so. Stilts had a cheeky mouth that the wolves didn't appreciate. Though I could see the smirk from Odell. She was enjoying this. Careful, Pixie, Jude growled, stepping forward. Stilts clicked his tongue and smirked at Jude. I've known kittens with a scarier bark than that. You may be a friend, but that doesn't mean a lesson can't be taught. Jude growled, and I saw the gnome's eyes flash green. Ah, the wee pup is barely paper-trained, and he thinks he can teach me something. Please, I eagerly await your lesson. Don't, Dmitri said in a commanding tone. I watched as he looked down at Stilts with a frown. Why do you have to provoke them like that? You've been around Shiva for too long. Look, you can't win in a battle against him. He was now looking up at Jude, who snorted, looking offended. No regular werewolf could ever win against him. The truth is he is a powerful mixture, two ancient powers joining as a hybrid bomb. He is part gnome and part leprechaun. That little cane he holds has enough magic in it to knock us all unconscious, except for Clover. Oh, part leprechaun. Okay, that made a lot of sense. Clover, you are that powerful? Denny asked, and I shrugged. That is what they tell me, I admitted uncomfortably. After all, it was me being a Shea that was an issue for the Sulfur Pack before. I guess a part of me still felt like I had the Sulfur Pack's judgment on my shoulders. There was this uncomfortable part inside of me that hated thinking about the Sulfur Pack because I remember the night I was attacked. Denny was staring at me, and then a small smile reached his lips. "We have really missed you," he said softly, and Sion scoffed, noticeably curling his fingers into my side. "What? You don't think we missed her?" Denny looked up at Sion with a puzzled look. He stared at Sion for a moment before he sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. "Is there some sort of problem?" A dark chuckle came from Sion as his eyes snapped to Denny's. "Yeah, there is." "Let's hear it." Jude glared at Sion, moving closer to Denny. "I can't respect an alpha who has no control over his pack." A powerful aura flowed from Sion, and I could feel his muscles bulging next to me. "And what does that mean?" Jude asked angrily, as Denny remained quiet with a more solemn face. "How do members of your own pack attack another member?" Growled. The pack viewed her as an outsider. Jude tried to defend Denny, but Sion scoffed loudly. "The alpha brought her into the pack. She is no longer an outsider at that point. Do your pack members know more about protecting a pack than their alpha? I doubt that is the case, so that means they don't have enough faith in their alpha to respect his decisions." "But," Jude objected again, and Sion snarled at him angrily, "my mate was attacked. Your pack tried to kill her." He looked at Denny with a dark, icy glare. "Where is the discipline? What happened to the pack members who attacked her? I didn't tell them the names." I looked up at Sion as I chewed on my inner bottom lip. His eyes met with mine and he smiled. I thought he was losing control, but he seemed very aware of his actions. He reached down and cupped my cheek with his hand, caressing my face with his thumb. "My love, do you think that matters? If members of my pack attacked you and you refused to give me the names, I would find out on my own." "And how would you go about that?" Jude was getting angry and defensive on his alpha's behalf, but Denny stood there quietly taking it all in. "Because I am an alpha." Sion jerked his head to glare at Jude before his calm eyes met with mine again, not once showing any of his aggression towards me. "Because." His fingers trailed down softly, brushing my neck, sending tingling waves over me. As an alpha, I would have questioned every pack member until they gave me names, and if not willingly, I would have ordered the truth. "Says the alpha who doesn't have a pack." Jude began, but it was Denny who growled this time. "Enough, Jude," Denny barked. "Sion's pack is being controlled. It isn't the same at all. On top of that, he chose Clover over his pack. He left his pack." His eyes came to find mine and they softened. "I'm so sorry, Clover." "Denny, no, it isn't okay. Your mate is right. As an alpha, I have to do better. I should have done better. It kills me. It haunts me. What was done to you, and what makes it worse is it was my fault. I should have been the type of leader my pack wouldn't have betrayed." I watched as his hands began to tremble. It was so hard to watch this. I hated it. I never blamed Denny, and I didn't want to. You should have been safe. I stepped away from Sion's side and walked up to Denny. I took his hands and looked up at him with eyes filling with water that threatened to spill. "You will be a great alpha, Denny, because you care. You will be a better alpha than your father." "I have to do better. Clover, the truth is, as an alpha, what I say should go. If I said you were my mate, that should have been good enough. We know it wouldn't have been, and that is a problem, one that I am going to work on. I'm happy for you. You found the one who was meant for you." I can't imagine how hard that was on him to admit, out loud in front of everyone. Those qualities are exactly why I know he will be a great alpha one day. He might need to do an overhaul of the pack, but he can do it. Denny squeezed my hands and then released them. I stepped back into the eager embrace of my mate, who now looked at Denny differently. I think he also appreciated his confession, and it was a step in the right direction. "Look, it is getting late, and the Seekers have been very active. Well, I guess we know why now." Denny looked at me, and then glanced behind him. "Stay at the Sulfur Pack tonight. We can at the very least offer our hospitality while we figure out the next move." Sion nodded his head in agreement. Honestly, what options did we have? It was either take our chances out here with the Seekers, or take our chances over there. We were all tired and hungry. And it would be good to be able to sleep on a bed tonight. Sion looked down at me, and I nodded my head at him. I felt Sion's fingers squeeze my side lightly, and then he looked up at Denny. "Thank you. Tonight we will accept your hospitality." Note: next update is the 28th. We walked past the gawking eyes of the Sulfur pack as Denny led us to the main house. Dmitri had shifted to his human self since it was more convenient. Funny that this was my home, but I was used to being looked at as an outsider. However, there was a part of me that had wished to see that glowing green light. Deep down, I was hoping that the pack members were being controlled. They weren't being controlled, which meant that when they tried to kill me, it was their own choice. I felt stupid. Why was I hoping for something like that? Now I felt disappointed. I guess a part of me wanted to believe it was all a misunderstanding. Silly, isn't it? And now I feel this strange sadness that I can't explain. The pain of that night surfaces like it just happened and I had to swallow it all down. It happened. It's over. This isn't my home anymore. So why does it still hurt? I had to tell myself to just breathe. It felt like I couldn't get enough air. I tried to hide it, but it felt like my heart was about to burst. I was almost certain my heart was going to explode any minute. Blood was pounding in my ears as my feet started to tingle. I licked my lips trying to wet them, but my mouth was so dry. My chest was growing tight, and I had to swallow down the bile rising in my throat. Damn. I didn't realize how much of what happened still bothered me. I glanced up at Sion, surprised he didn't already notice the changes in me. Maybe I was doing that good of a job at hiding them? Yet Sion's expression seemed very tense and focused. His brows were furrowed, and I noticed him testing out the scents in the air. I suppose he was on edge too, being in the Sulfur pack after everything that happened. I didn't want to bother him with my nonsense. Then I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as my nose smelled a scent I didn't want to smell. It was one of the wolves that attacked me by the river. I glanced around, but couldn't see him anywhere. And this made it more eerie. He was close enough that I could smell him, but I couldn't see him. Was he purposely watching me but keeping himself hidden? My body was tense and now looking for a fight. I wasn't afraid of him. What happened to me was traumatic and it bothered me. However, I am not afraid of the wolves who attacked me. It is just that memory of pack members trying to kill me. It had a hold on me. I never imagined they would try to kill me. It was something that had a deeper hold on me than I thought. I needed to calm down. I didn't want to alert Sion that something was bothering me. Suddenly, Sion's arm swooped around my body, pulling me against his side. His arm supporting me as we walked. I glanced up at him and could see his concerned eyes washing over me, so he did notice. I gave him a weak smile, but he saw past it. He suddenly hoisted me into his arms, bridal style, and nuzzled the side of my head. "I just need to make sure everyone knows you are taken," Sion said, trying to mask him holding me as his own need. When really, he was doing this for me. He must have noticed I wasn't walking as strongly anymore since my feet felt like lead weights. His lips brushed over my cheek, and then I felt his hot breath over my ear. "Mine," he whispered, sending sweet tingles over my body. The electric sparks were attacking the crushing anxiety and filling me with thoughts of him. The scent of the wolf drifted away as we approached the house, and I tried to push it from my mind. It probably didn't mean anything. It was his pack, so of course there would be traces of his scent around. It didn't mean he was watching me, and even if he was, it didn't mean anything. The doors to the pack house opened wide, and Andrea was standing there to greet us. "I'd like to officially introduce you all to my Luna, Andrea." "Congratulations, Denny," I said, feeling a bit embarrassed at still being in Sion's arms. "Aw, now aren't you two adorable?" Andrea leaned into Denny's side, looking at me as Denny wrapped his arm around her. I could see how proud he was to be able to publicly show his affection for her. "Where is Dad?" Denny asked, and I watched as Andrea scrunched up her nose. "He is with my mom. Your dad took my mom out for the evening, but I don't think they plan on coming back tonight. He said to call if you need anything, but to not need anything." "Wait, so your parents are together? Doesn't that make you two?" Connor asked with a smirk. I claimed Andrea as my mate first, but in either case, it doesn't matter. We aren't related and weren't raised as siblings. Denny shrugged. I could tell he didn't like the idea, but he also knew there was nothing he could do about it. "Let's get you guys situated. I'll set you up in the guest wing. There is plenty of room for all of you there." Denny looked at me and I nodded my head. The guest wing was located on an isolated second floor. The whole secluded area was reserved for special guests. Sion seemed a bit tense, and I felt him burying his nose in my hair several times to breathe in my scent. Was it hard for him to be here? Or maybe it was hard because Denny was my mate, and on some level, that bothered him? Though I guess it was probably the fact that some members had tried to kill me. Now I am wondering if holding me was really more for his sake than mine. Alpha, we have picked up the trail again, close to our borders, a young man said coming up from behind us. Is it from another pack, or is it one of the Seekers? Denny asked, looking more tense. We are trying to determine that. Some have suggested it is a member from the Chance Pack. Sion finally slid me down to the ground and his eyes met with Denny's. I'd like to investigate this. Of course, Denny nodded his head as Sion turned to look at me. I'll be back. I just need to determine if it is a member of the Chance Pack. I'll leave Connor and... No, take them with you. I have my own officers, but I'm coming with you. I didn't like the idea of being away from him. My love, I will be right back. As soon as I find the scent, I will know. Go ahead and get situated. I felt someone grab my hand and turned to see Andrea holding my hand. Come on, Clover. I'll show you to the rooms. Let's catch up some. I sighed and looked back at Sion. You have 20 minutes before I come to find you. I listened as Jude snickered and elbowed Joey. Clover still doesn't play around. I'll be back before that. Sion grinned and leaned down to kiss my forehead. He inhaled my scent once more before he lifted his gaze up to Denny's. Let's go. Andrea led me into the house as I turned my head to watch Sion leave. I should have gone with him, but I didn't want it to look like I didn't have faith in Sion. Not in front of another pack, regardless if I am close with them or not. Andrea glanced back and noticed the 3 strangers following us. So, who are they? Andrea asked, and I smiled. My beta, gamma, and personal protector. Oh, you have your own officers? Andrea asked, seeming to like the idea. Yes, Sion and I have an equal partnership. The Alpha is not higher than the Luna, and we both get our own officers. I watched as Andrea nodded her head intently. Smart. I like it. Do you mind if I bring this up to Den? She was asking me for permission? I smiled and shook my head. No, I don't mind at all. How have you been, Clover? Andrea asked as she led me up the stairs. That is actually a loaded question, but as far as things with Sion, it is great. There was so much that happened to me that was too much to get into. That is great, Clover. Happy you found your someone. That Andrea nodded her head to the side. You are all welcome to choose any room you like. I think you will find each of them accommodating. This was, at one point, my home, so I was very familiar with the setup. She stopped and looked back at the 3 people who stood there unmoving. We will be staying with our Luna until the Alpha returns, Kai said, moving a bit closer to me. Very well, then. I'll have Hazel bring up some refreshments while we wait. Andrea looked at me and I nodded my head in appreciation. Yes, that would be great, I answered, suddenly feeling the hunger burns. Luna, pink or salmon for the tablecloths? I'd have to see them. Andrea looked up at me. It's for the Luna ceremony. You want to come help me pick things out? She laughed, seeing my face. I'll have the refreshments brought up. I'm not going to lie, this new weird camaraderie with Andrea felt strange. However, I had to remember we were both Lunas now. In the future, we would need to get along and have a relationship. Andrea was doing her part as the Alpha's partner. I needed to make sure I did the same. I couldn't let myself be outshined by Andrea after all. I walked to the end of the hall, opening up the door. The bedroom suites had couches set off to the side, with several flat-screen televisions in the room. The rooms were made to accommodate visiting Alphas and their officers, so naturally they had private meeting areas set up. Not bad, Odell said as she plopped on the couch. Meh, it's average. Kai shrugged his shoulders, unimpressed, as him and Dimitri sat on another couch. Well, this beats the mine floors, I smirked, and they all laughed in agreement. A quiet knock on the door was heard a moment before it opened. I've brought your refreshments. This was Hazel, the Omega that worked in the pack house. I knew her very well. She was always very quiet. She had dark brown hair with big brown doe eyes. Thank you, Hazel. Please bring them in. I noticed how she instantly looked at the ground to avoid eye contact with me. Yes, ma'am. She carried the tray over to the table, gently setting it down. She straightened up and stood there quietly. It looked like she wanted to say something. "You can speak freely," I said, and she instantly tensed up. "I was just thinking, that was all." "What about?" "Just how much I can't wait to find my mate." Her brown eyes met with mine for a second before she looked away again. "I sometimes wonder if I'll ever find the one meant for me." "Wouldn't it be a Cinderella story if he ended up being an officer or even an alpha? It's just you seem happy. You found happiness after everything. I'm sure there is someone out there for you. I used to have the same thoughts." I said, trying to reassure her. "It is what I dream about every night. Finding someone who will change my world, someone who will change my life from what it is now." Okay, that part was weird. She might be an Omega, but they were not treated bad in the Sulfur pack. Yes, they usually took on serving roles, but they were never beaten like some cruel packs do. There is nothing wrong with your life now. Finding a mate is to help complete your soul, not to change your status. Her brown eyes flashed at me in a way that I didn't like. I could read that look. She didn't want to hear those words from someone who became a Luna. "Are you going to eat?" Odell asked as she shoved a tiny sandwich in her mouth. The whole thing in one bite. I smiled at my friend and then watched as Stilts suddenly appeared standing in the middle of the table. So he did disappear and reappeared randomly. He began to stuff his face, and honestly watching him eat made me nauseous. "How long has it been?" "Almost 15 minutes, I asked. I planned on keeping my word about going out after Cyan. However, I suddenly heard the steps of his rushed footsteps coming closer. A minute later, the door swung open. Cyan's eyes met with mine instantly. The sound of a pitcher crashing on the floor brought my attention to Hazel. She was staring at Cyan with her mouth slightly parted, and then what she said next made the whole world stop. "Mate," she whispered out, looking at Cyan. "My Cyan." I looked back at him. His eyes were now looking at Hazel. At first, I felt like everything inside of me was collapsing. Then the sound of Sheena's growl brought back solid ground. She was back and with me, and ready to fight for what was ours. Note: next update will be by the 1st. Hazel took a couple of steps towards Cyan. She gripped her fingers into her shirt as her eyes traveled over him. "I have been waiting for this moment forever." "What is your name?" Cyan asked, and I felt my stomach turn. My chest was feeling tighter as I looked at the two people. I couldn't believe this was happening. I didn't know what to do, but I couldn't be here. I couldn't see her touch him. I couldn't bear to see him touch her. The very idea of his hands on another woman had the wolf inside of me clawing to get out. Hazel Rice." The woman smiled up at him. I braced myself for the pain that was about to come. "I, Cyan Faust, Alpha of the Chance Pack, reject." "No, stop!" Hazel screamed, holding her hands over her ears. I finally was able to sigh with relief. Cyan was going to reject her. I watched as her bottom lip began to tremble, as her eyes watered. A large wet crystal dropped down her cheek as she looked at Cyan desperately. "Please don't do this. I'll be whoever you want. I'll do anything. Please don't. I am your mate. Your scent repulses me," Cyan said coldly. His eyes were looking at her with contempt. My lips parted in shock. I was surprised. I never imagined Cyan would have acted like this, but I was also glad. Not for her pain, but that I wasn't going to lose him. "How can the scent of your mate repulse you?" She began to cry loudly, and I did feel a bit sorry for her. "Because you are not my true mate. You are a hiccup, a mate glitch. You aren't mine. She is," Cyan said, looking at me, his warmth finally showing when his eyes met with mine. "It's only her. She is the only one in the world that will ever matter." "Her," the woman spat out. Okay, I was feeling less sorry for her now. "Well, I guess that makes sense. She is probably controlling you, making you think you are mates. Someone like her." The sound of the table moving abruptly cut her off. Everyone turned to look at Odell, who was now casually standing. "What are you doing?" Dimitri asked. "Oh, I'm going to snap her neck," Odell said casually as she turned to look at Hazel. "It's okay, Odell. Stand down." I nodded my head at her and turned to look back at the Omega. "You'll see if you just get away from her," Hazel pleaded, taking a step closer to Cyan. This time he snarled at her, stopping her in her tracks. "Stay away from me." "You are my mate," the woman screamed angrily as bitter tears streamed down her face. I watched as Cyan closed his eyes in annoyance and sighed. "This isn't your fault. You have a real mate out there somewhere. This is why annoying deities need to leave well enough alone. Or so help me, I will destroy your spirit world," Scion shouted, looking up at the ceiling with a threatening growl. "No, you are being tricked." Hazel sniffled, rubbing the snot flowing from her nose. "That woman can only bring chaos. This might not be your fault, but you keep talking like that about my mate and you'll be seeing the spirit realm soon." The icy tone chilled the room. The darkness in his eyes was almost cruel. "I, Cian Faust, Alpha of the Chance Pack, reject you, Hazel Rice, as my mate." He didn't even flinch. The girl writhed on the ground, her high-pitched sobs echoing off the walls. "You let her deceive you," she wailed as she brought her knees to her chest. "What is going on?" Denny asked, stepping into the room. "Just rectifying a mistake," Scion said calmly. He then looked at the girl on the ground with no remorse in his eyes. "Accept the rejection." "No, oh. Her voice trembled out. "There is still a chance. We can fix this. I can save you from her. You'll accept it, or I'll force it to be over." The deadly threat in Scion's voice promised he was not joking. "Hazel, accept the rejection," Denny ordered. His eyes met with mine for a moment as he spoke. "This man already has a mate, and they are perfect for one another." "But she is." "She is what?" Denny growled, his canines poking through in anger. "She doesn't belong in our pack. She never did. And now she has an alpha as her mate? She is a Pax Luna." Hazel spat out bitterly. "I order you as your alpha to accept the rejection." Denny pushed his alpha aura out, pushing her down, forcing her to obey. She struggled against him at first, but an Omega had no chance at fighting off an alpha order. I. Her voice quivered. "Hazel Rice of the Sulfur Pack, accept your rejection." She began to whimper as she stood back on her feet. "Clover was our Delta, and she is a welcome guest in the Sulfur Pack." "She stole my mate!" Hazel snapped angrily as the streams poured from her nose and eyes. "You are part of the problem. I won't allow this any longer. I, Dennis Hart, Alpha of the Sulfur Pack, banish you, Hazel Rice. Collect your things and leave." I watched as the girl's lips parted in shock. She then turned and looked at me with such hate and resentment before she sprinted out of the room. I couldn't feel bad for her. I would have had she not reacted the way she did. But someone like her didn't deserve to even share the same room as my Scion, let alone be his mate. I looked from the door where Hazel had departed to find Scion's eyes already resting on me. I took a small step towards him and then ran into his arms. I wrapped my arms around him and felt the small trembles ripple from my body. I was so terrified I was going to lose him, but he didn't even hesitate. He chose me. What if some of what Hazel said was true? I know I was Scion's mate, but what if it was because I was a Shea that I was now stopping him from accepting a new mate bond? I didn't have complete control of my powers. I even attached myself to Scion's soul, so it could be a possibility. I felt his arms come around me. His hand held my head to his chest, and I felt the rise and fall of his breath underneath me. I gripped my fingers into him, needing to feel as close to him as possible. I thought for the second time in mere days I was going to lose him again. My emotions were all over the place, and I felt like I was just barely holding it together right now. "Leave us." His voice radiated with power and authority. He wasn't asking. He was demanding for everyone to leave. I kept my head buried in his chest, but could hear the sound of footsteps as they exited the room. A moment later, Scion stepped back, pulling me with him. I heard the sound of the door shutting and the familiar click of the lock. His arms engulfed me tightly as he breathed in my scent. "Clover." He buried his nose in my hair, and I felt his lips gently press against my head. "It's okay, my love. It's okay," he whispered as he stroked my hair. I thought I was going to lose you again." He continued to stroke my hair and make quiet, shushing sounds, trying to comfort me. "I didn't know what I was going to do if I lost you again. Never, Clover. Never." His lips brushed over my forehead, and he rested his cheek on my head. "My poor love, I'm gutted at how you must have felt. I was rushing back to you, Clover. I knew you would be worrying about me being gone. I had picked up the scent earlier when we were walking. I wasn't quite sure what it was since I wasn't drawn to it, but it was you that my eyes landed on first when I opened the door, not her. I only even looked her way because of the sound of glass breaking." "Was she really your mate?" I whispered, not even sure why I asked. She was, but she wasn't. It wasn't a strong bond connection, it was a makeshift one done in haste. Riapis seems to think that all I needed was the mate pull, and I would claim another. Why doesn't he want you with me? It's not that. He wants me to take many mates. He wants me to create more of my species. I told him I will only ever be with you. I will only ever have children with you. And I had some words for him if he pulled another stunt like this again. Oh, that's why you looked so mad. You were mentally communicating with Riapis. I thought his deathly aura seemed intense. Really, though, the audacity of Riapis. Scion wasn't his stud horse to throw around to create a new power species. Did he even have any idea of how a real relationship even worked? I was so angry over the whole idea, it was absurd, and I made it clear I didn't want her, and then for her to speak about my mate that way. Scion, I whispered and looked up at him. What if she was right, though? What if you didn't want her as a mate because I was doing something to you? What if I was claiming you or blocking the pull from you? He stared at me and blinked his eyes. He looked at me as if I mentioned I would grow wings and fly. Then slowly his lips twitched upwards. He leaned in close, letting his hot breath sizzle my lips. Claim me more, Clover. Mark every inch of me. Stake your claim on me and consume me with your light because it is the only one I want. Declare me to be your mate in every way. He grabbed my hand and placed it on his chest. It beats only for you. Only you can make me feel like this. You are my true mate. I want to be consumed by you. My fingertips could feel his thudding heart beating against his chest as I gazed into his eyes. If I ever didn't choose you, then that isn't me. If I ever disowned you, you are to kill that person because he would be lost. Scion. Clover. I felt his hand trembling over mine. I could see he was struggling about something, but I didn't know what it was. There is a chance you could have another mate out there. He could be better for you. He wouldn't have this darkness inside of him. Scion, there is no. But even if I knew he was better for you, even if I knew he was a better man, I can't let you go because it isn't better for me. I watched as his shoulders rose and fell as his eyes stayed fixated on me. I won't give anyone the opportunity to claim you because I am going to claim you again, now. And if we get swallowed up in the darkness, at least we will be together. I could see he was waiting for my reaction. Even though he said all of that, he was still waiting for me to say it was okay. He was looking at me with eyes that reflected my own vulnerability. He was afraid of losing me, just like I was afraid of losing him. I felt the same way as Scion. I didn't care where we would end up, as long as we were together. To be honest with myself, I don't think I could exist without Scion. Maybe that was why I connected myself to his soul. I knew I needed to be completely bound to him. I had Sheena with me again, and I could feel her hunger for her mate. My Shea mark on him never disappeared, but I wasn't able to mark him with my wolf before. This time I could. I was ready for him to bear my mark on his neck. I was ready to feel his fangs sink into my skin again. I reached my hand up to his face. He kissed the palm of my hand as his cheek rested on my fingers. Claim me, Scion. Make it that I can belong to no one else but you. He growled as his eyes flickered in different shades of color, so golden flecks shined brightly in his hazel eyes with the color of his lupine. And I will bind you to me in every way that I can. Good. His voice was low and husky. Let's get started then. He grabbed the back of my neck and slammed his mouth into mine, growling possessively. Mine. Note, release this chapter early. Next is planned for the 4th. I'll do the 3rd if I can. My stomach protested angrily, and I heard a sweet chuckle from behind me. His arms curled around me, and I felt his nose bury in my hair. Hungry? Scion said with sly amusement. Hungry wasn't even the word to describe it. We hadn't eaten, and we never rejoined the others yesterday. Instead, Scion continued to make his loving demands on my body all night long. He was true to his word, making sure he claimed every inch of me. He even very sweetly washed my body in the tub after our last passionate encounter. I turned my head to gaze into his warm hazel eyes. I'm famished, I admitted. Well then, we had better get you taken care of, my queen. He had referred to me as his queen several times throughout the night. At first, I thought it was just a pet name. However, I was beginning to think there was more to it. Your queen? I smiled, arching one of my brows up at him. Yes, my one and only queen. he said with conviction as he kissed my forehead. He looked in my eyes and his fingers moved to tuck my hair behind my ear. Did you wonder what this other mark meant? He asked, moving his fingers to my shoulder. Honestly, I didn't really think much about it. I didn't have any time to think through the night. Sion made sure of that. This, he moved his hand up to my neck, is the mark of my lupine, and this is the mark of Anubis. He trailed back to my shoulder. It is a bit strange. It is like, I watched him shake his head as he tried to explain. It is like I am being fed a constant stream of information now, things that I just know but never did before. One of those things is that Anubis is the king of the spirit realm. With my mark, you are now Anput, my queen. I watched as he gave me a sad smile. Bound to be by my side when your living life is over. I can see where that can be a sad thing for you. I teased, clicking my tongue. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. You are stuck with me forever. I listened to his airy snort as his lips found my forehead. I feel like a demon that captured the fairy princess. You are everything to me, and I feel like I can only offer you darkness in return. Sion, you aren't darkness. I laughed at him but could see his serious face. You have more faith in me than I do. He sighed and rested his head back. This darkness has a hold on me that I had to fight it every day before and will always have to fight it. It is worse now. What if I lose? He stared up at the ceiling with his lips pursed. Is this how demons are made? What if I become the very demons I fight against? Everyone has some type of darkness and demons they fight, some more prominent than others. You don't have to fight yours alone. I'm with you, and I will help bring you to the light. And if you ever get swallowed up by the darkness, I'll follow you there and lead you back to the right path. I leaned up and cupped his cheeks in my hands. I already showed you that you didn't need to fear yourself with me, and that turned out pretty all right. I smiled, biting my lip thinking about last night. You mean amazing, he said, curling his lips up. Right, it was amazing. It was much better once you quit holding back and worrying. It is your fear of yourself that will consume you. That is your real darkness. I moved in and kissed his lips as my stomach yelled angrily, reminding me that I was on the verge of starvation. Sion chuckled and moved to sit up. Let's get you fed. He moved off the bed and walked over to the door. Sion? I hissed, looking at his naked body. They left us clean clothes outside of our door. I told Connor to get some and leave them there. Oh, I smiled as he cracked the door open enough to retrieve the garments, bringing them over to me. Honestly, we needed fresh clothes. Badly. I reached out for the clothes as I felt a burning pain in my back. I kept my expression controlled because I didn't want to alarm Sion. The mark on my back had a strange energy creeping inside of me. It was dark, but strangely, I found it comforting. I wasn't intimidated by the dark like Sion was. I was embracing it. I guess it was different for me, though, because I associated it with Sion, since he was the one who gave me this mark. Also, I think my body was already familiar with it since I attached myself to his soul, which is still a bit creepy when I think about it, especially when I never planned to do it. Inwardly, I had to laugh. Sion thought he was the monster, but I was the one who laid claim to his soul. Maybe I was meant to be a soul collector? At least I was Sion's soul collector. I couldn't help the smirk that crept over my face as I finished getting dressed. What? Sion asked, looking at me with a crooked grin. Nothing, I was just thinking. I smiled, biting my bottom lip. About? He asked, reaching out to place his hands on my hips. I shrugged and looked into his eyes. You don't think I am a monster, but I attached myself to your soul without even asking. I didn't even know what I was doing. I just did it. I was already a soul collector before you marked me. His eyes looked warmer as his hand moved up my back. I collected yours. Does that make me a monster? How could you ever be a monster? His fingers were now tracing over my neck. Want to go find Hazel and ask her? Or pull most of the sulfur pack? I watched as he scowled, not finding what I said amusing. My point is, there are more things that point to me having a darkness than you. If you're going to call yourself a monster, then you must call me one as well. His eyes smiled at me as he leaned his forehead against mine. I love you so much. He nuzzled his nose against mine. I wonder if Riapus was just saying you shouldn't mark me again because he wanted you to take multiple mates? I looked at him and watched his eyes darken. Never going to happen, but I don't think that was it. I felt a weird spiraling sensation inside of me, but you stopped it immediately. I did. This was news to me. I didn't feel anything weird in that sense. He smiled at me as his nose traced over my cheek. Yes, your energy inside of me stopped it as soon as it started. His lips brushed against my skin and his eyes trailed to my lips. I'm getting hungry. I could see where this was going. Not happening. Unless you want me to die of starvation and start our life in the spirit realm early, I need real food. His lips landed on the tip of my nose, and then he swooped me into his arms. Sion, I gasped, wrapping my hands around his neck. I can't have you expending unnecessary energy. I need to treat you like the queen you are, he said as he carried me out of the room. Sion, put me down, I hissed, tapping his shoulders while he laughed. He raced down the stairs and I giggled as he paused at the bottom. You don't know which way to go, so put me do. He sprinted down the hall with a wide, toothy grin. You act like I don't have a sense of smell. He laughed as he charged us into the dining room where everyone was already seated for breakfast. Hurry! She needs food immediately. She is in imminent danger of starvation. He voiced boisterously, making everyone in the room laugh. Here, Kai said, moving a plate of stuffed French toast across the table. I'll wait for the next batch. I'll remember your sacrifice. Sion continued to tease as he lowered me into a seat. Here, let me feed you. I laughed and swatted his hand away. He grinned and took the seat next to me as a fresh stack of pancakes and more French toast was set on the table. I trust you slept well? Connor asked with a smirk. I looked down and concentrated on the food in front of me. I could feel my ears getting hot and knew my colorful embarrassment was all over my face. Did you find out which way that wolf went from last night? Sion asked, changing the topic for my benefit. They went in the direction we already assumed. Denny said, and I looked up between the two men. Which direction? What pack were they from? I asked. It was a member of the Diamond Pack. We are fairly certain about this, but not sure why. Jude said, staring at his hands. I think they are watching what is going on here. After all, their beta was here when the fire happened. Joey said, glancing up at Jude. The fire that had killed Taylor. I looked up at Jude. His eyebrows were pursed together as he looked down at his plate quietly. I wonder how he had been handling everything. From finding out Taylor set me up to her being killed, it was no loss for me. However, I'm sure it was a lot on Jude. I think we can assume the Chance Pack has also caught their attention with the odd movement. Denny said as he looked up at Sion, which is probably a good thing. Right, but we need to reach out to them. I want them to be aware that the Chance Pack is being manipulated. Sion said with a small frown. I knew he had mixed feelings about this because of the Lycan princess. I would be more than happy to reach out to them on your behalf, Dimitri said. My family has a good relationship with them. Thank you, Dimitri. I appreciate it, but this can't be done over the phone. Sion said, looking over at him. There are too many things that could go wrong with a phone call. It is a risk that the call could get intercepted too. I understand. Dimitri was quiet for a moment before he spoke again. We will head to the Nova Pack. It is closer to the Diamond Pack. We will be able to meet up more easily that way. The Nova Pack? Denny asked, furrowing his brows. I have not heard of them. That is because they are underground. Dimitri looked up at me. Wouldn't it be best to stay with us? Andrea asked, and Denny nodded his head in agreement. No, I think given the mixed feelings in the Sulfur Pack, it is safer for Clover not to stay here. Sion said as I watched his discerning eyes travel over the maids who were picking up plates from the table. I noticed the cold glare of one of the Omegas as she sat a fresh pitcher of juice on the table. They were clearly upset over what happened to Hazel. She couldn't have Sion, but maybe banishing her was a bit extreme. Was it necessary to banish Hazel? I asked Denny. I didn't want to step on his toes as the alpha, but it did seem a bit harsh. I watched as he sighed and nodded his head. Yes, it was absolutely necessary. This isn't her first offense. She has been talking back to the officers lately and showing a lack of respect to my Luna. He looked over at Andrea and frowned. Also, she was already given a warning when she threw a going-away party when you left. I could see he looked ashamed to even say that last part. Honestly, it stung a little bit, though I shouldn't have been surprised. I should have kicked her out then, but instead I gave her a warning. Her attitude has seemed very uncharacteristic lately. She had never acted like that before. In either case, she brought banishment upon herself. Denny was right. I can't remember a time when Hazel was out of line. She was always respectful and did her duty without complaint. I was curious why she had changed so much. Alpha, a man's voice came from the doorway. Taylor's father, Drew, is demanding we allow them access to their daughter's remains for a proper burial. Denny groaned and rubbed his forehead. We are not done with our investigation. I think you will need to talk to him. He is very agitated. The man said, and Denny nodded his head. We need to get going anyways. Sion said, looking over at me. I already know what he was thinking. He didn't want to stay any longer than he had to in a pack that was potentially dangerous to me. I'll have some necessities prepared to take with you. Do you need to borrow some vehicles? Denny asked as he stood up from the table. No, we can't take vehicles. Dmitri spoke up. We will need to be as discreet as possible. Denny nodded his head. Come with me. I'll only be a moment, and then I will get you the things you need for traveling. That isn't necessary, Sion said politely. I watched as Denny's eyes came to rest on me. It is necessary. He smiled as he looked at me for a moment and then nodded his head. Furthermore, I insist. He then looked up at Sion. Let me do this. Very well. Sion wrapped his arm around me, gazing down at my eyes. Did you get enough to eat? I felt like that had more than one meaning to it. I smiled up at him and shrugged. The imminent danger of starvation is over for now. I'll try to take care of your needs better, he said, winking down at me. I placed my hand over his as we all made our way out of the pack house. Near the site where Taylor had been killed was a storage facility. There were backpacks that were always ready for traveling and expeditions. I knew we had to head this way, but I really wasn't thrilled to see Drew again, especially with how he was with me last time. I could already hear his loud snarls as we approached the site. I felt Sion halt as his hand gripped into me. His eyes flashed gold as his gaze locked on something. Sion, I whispered, looking up at him. I can see, he muttered as his brows furrowed. I turned to look in the direction he was. The world moved in and out of focus, turning from green to gray. This was when my lips parted in shock. There was a body curled up with their head buried on their knees. It was the soul of the person killed. Taylor. Note, next update will be on the 11th. Clover? Sion, Connor said, making me look back at him. He was looking around as if Sion and I weren't there. Calm your wee self. They just took a stroll to the other side. Stilt said from nowhere. Seriously, this guy needed to wear a collar with a bell on it, so we knew where he was at. I looked at my hand interlaced with Sion and wondered if it was because I was holding his hand that I was able to come here with him. That, or because he marked me, I was able to. It was like we were in an in-between state right now, not in the spirit realm or in the living. I felt Sion's hand tighten on mine and I looked up at his pinched eyebrows. It looked like he was fighting against something once again. Keep going. I heard Reepus's voice, though I didn't see him anywhere. She isn't a vengeful spirit. You will need to come all the way, Sion. I could hear the annoyance in Reaper's voice. This guy was getting on my nerves, but at the same time, I felt like he was trying to help. If she wasn't a vengeful spirit, he could have led her to the other side, where she could decide to rejoin the life pool or be at peace. Yet, he had left her, which had me wondering, did he know Sion and I would be together all along? What game was being played here? Sion, I looked up at him and smiled. I'm not leaving your side. Besides, this is our destiny anyways. It isn't that. Sion's tone seemed edgier than normal as his eyes flickered to golden. A dark cloud of dust danced around us. I noticed how his arms started to turn colors, and it seemed to control Sion's mood. Was it necessary for him to shift into this Anubis form? It might be the form granted, but he was Sion. He should have control over his forms. I squeezed his hand, digging my nails into him slightly, forcing his golden eyes to look at me. You aren't going into battle. Don't shift. A black mist covered us as I stared into his glowing amber eyes that faded to a warm hazel color. The mist swarmed around us in a maddening circle. Then it suddenly fell to the ground with a hissing sound. I was holding on to Sion's hand, and we were both staring at one another. "You officially creep me out," Riapus said, and I turned my head to see him standing right next to us. He was examining Sion and me with an odd expression. He was still wearing his hat, only his silver eyes were not hidden by the rim. Only Endymion would collect such a creature. "What?" I said with my brows furrowed. "Interesting. You are cloaked with Anubis but keeping your form. Huh, well, I'll be damned." Riapus chuckled, leaning back on his heels looking very intrigued. His eyes then flashed to me and he stepped closer. "May I?" he asked, looking at my shoulder. Sion growled and narrowed his eyes at Riapus. "Calm down, I just want to see the mark." "I'll show it to you then." Sion growled and pulled my front against his chest. He then pulled down my shirt to reveal the mark he left on me. I glanced over my shoulder to see Riapus staring at the mark intently. His lips were pursed, and he looked perplexed. "Is there a problem?" I asked as I turned back around to look at him. "Never mind." Riapus cleared his throat and looked away. "Never mind? Well, I am not done talking with you." I clicked my tongue as he looked at me, shocked. What is the big idea of giving Sion another mate and wanting him to... His eerie chuckle started off soft before it turned into a boisterous rolling laugh. He finally stopped, and his eyes looked at me with amusement. "You have some nerve to speak to death like that. But given what you are, I guess it makes sense." He then smiled as he stared at me. "You are a clever lady. Follow the breadcrumbs that are being left for you. I can't put a sword in your hand and swing it for you. However, I can point you to the sword and in the direction you should swing it. I can also delay collecting a soul or create a mate to help your mind connect the right dots." His eyes were gleaming at me, as if he was telling me to understand. "So, the mate pull wasn't because you want me to have many mates?" Sion looked at him confused, and Riapus laughed. "You believed that? That was a joke." Riapus snickered. "Hilarious," Sion said tersely. "So, you created a bond with Hazel for a reason, and you didn't collect Taylor's soul because you were giving us the opportunity to talk to her. That means you already knew Sion and I would be together. You already knew that he would reject Hazel outright? Die and become Anubis? Yes, to all of the above." He nodded his head as he stared at me. "Just keep using that brain of yours. You'll figure it out, starting with the soul that I haven't collected yet." I watched as a smirk formed on his lips. "Taylor?" He shrugged and turned his head. "Is it, though?" My eyes widened as I looked behind Riapus. The girl was still sitting on the ground with her head on her knees. However, now I could see her better. This girl was not Taylor. My mouth parted in shock as my mind began to race. "Clover?" Sion asked as I shook my head. "That isn't Taylor," I whispered out, still in shock. If that wasn't Taylor, then did that mean she was still alive? And if she was, then where was she? "What?" Sion looked at the soul and then at Riapus. "Who is she?" Riapus sighed with annoyance and motioned over to her with his eyes. He was clearly saying, "That is why I left her here, so go talk to her." Perhaps if the moment wasn't so serious, I would have laughed. But this was a crazy moment. I needed to know who this lady was and what she knew. Instead, Sion was the one to shake his head and click his tongue. "Your dramatic theatrics are annoying. It is really dumb if you think about it. You can't tell us directly, but you can gift wrap us the answers," Sion said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. "Just accept your gift and be happy there is someone out there helping you, because without it, you would be swallowed up by the darkness that is coming." Riapus's tone was dark, and it didn't leave room for questioning. There was a depth in his eyes. A knowledge of something that made a chill creep up my back. You know what? I really didn't want to know what he knew. What was really at work here? It seemed like whatever was happening was bigger than what was happening to us. I guess that was the answer. We played a role in a much bigger picture. All I could concern myself with was the now. That was what I needed to focus on. I would gather the clues and hints that are left. Riapus was right on that point. Just accept the gift. Right now, I was confused and would gladly take whatever help that I could. I looked at the girl and began to walk towards her without saying anything else to Riapus. Sion stayed by my side as we approached the soul. She stayed there, still quiet with her head buried in her legs. "Excuse me," I whispered out. I watched as she lifted her head to look at me. She has wet stains streaking down her face, and my heart instantly hurt for her. Do you, and what should I say? I didn't want to sound insensitive. Hey, tell me who killed you. Oh, by the way, sorry you are dead. Do you know what happened? Why you are here? Sion asked as his hand rubbed my lower back. The young lady nodded her head. They killed me, she whispered, making my breath hitch. They? Who killed you? What happened? Who are you? I asked, and she settled her gaze on me. I didn't recognize her at all. At first I had thought it was someone else from our pack, but I didn't recognize this face. I came to visit with a group of other ladies. We were visiting packs looking for our mates. This was a normal practice. Sometimes small groups would travel from pack to pack once they came of age, hoping to find their mate. I had been at the Sulfur pack for a few days and became friends with Taylor. I watched as she swallowed. A man came to get me and told me that Taylor wanted to see me. I followed him, and he shoved me inside a building, and... A man? Who? Someone Taylor was close to. I felt my heart thumping against my chest as I tried to keep my composure. Taylor looked inside the window and smiled, saying my body was identical to hers in size. She said no one would know. Then, I watched the woman's hands begin to tremble. She moved from the window, and all I remember is eyes that glowed. Then it was so hot. I couldn't get out. She stared at her hands. I died. I never found my mate. I never had children. There was so much I wanted to do, so much I wanted to pass on. Her voice was now high-pitched in crying sobs. I could see black smoke beginning to circle her body. I felt like this was the beginning of her losing herself. But you still can. She looked up at me and I forced a smile. You can rejoin the life pool. You can be reborn and start all over again. I glanced over my shoulder to Repus. He can lead you on to the next path in your life. Whatever it is that is planned. But could you tell me something? The man, did he have a name? Can you describe him? I never heard his name. He had brown hair and was tall. That is all I know. Well, that narrows it down to almost anyone. That could be Joey, Jude, Denny, or most of the men in the pack. Logic, though, would point to men Taylor was close to. There was another person there as well. I couldn't see them, but I heard a woman's voice. Once again, this could be anyone. I'm so sorry for what happened to you. I reached my hand out to her. You deserve to find your happiness. I'm sure you will be rewarded with it if you are reborn again. She placed her hand in mine. It felt like ice and sadness. There was so much grief pooling inside of me that it was hard to breathe. This was her pain, her sorrow. Are you ready to walk with me? Repus was next to us, his hat covering his eyes once again. He watched as the soul nodded her head. Then follow me and choose. He took a few steps and turned to look at Sion. I'll be back for you soon. We have work to do, without her by your side. A second later, he vanished with the soul of the girl. I turned to look at Sion. My mind was racing. It was Sion that said the words I wasn't allowing myself to think. Could Jude have been the man? He was Taylor's boyfriend, right? As Sion said the words, I licked my lips and shook my head. If it was Jude, he betrayed us all. He lied. He hated me. Gods, please. I continued to shake my head, and I felt Sion's arms come around me. He pulled my head to his chest and held me tightly against him. No matter what, I am here, Clover. We will figure it all out together. His gentle tones washed over me, calming me down. I knew that it being Jude could be a possibility, but I didn't want to believe it. It hurt to believe it. Now what? I whispered in his chest. We shouldn't show our hand. It is the only advantage we have right now. We can use this to our advantage. Not to mention, we don't know who we can even tell. I knew what he meant by this, but I couldn't stomach that either. He was saying we couldn't trust Denny or Joey. Was it wrong of me to have faith in them? Or was this just the pathetic part of me holding on to the fake family I believed I had with them? We follow the breadcrumbs, I whispered, thinking about what Riapus had said. How did Hazel come to play in all of this? He put us on her trail for a reason, too. Or was it more about the mate bond? Was this what was suspicious? Could Hazel have been the other woman the soul heard? Did Hazel live alone? Sion seemed to be thinking the same thing I was. Yes, she lived by herself. Do you think Taylor would have stayed with her? Would she have hidden herself at her place? Sion. I pursed my lips and pushed back to look at him. Taylor was working with demons, the same demon that caused... I stopped and could see the darkness in his eyes. He already knew. The same demon that killed his parents, the same one Dr. Snide was working with, it was all connected. I was still missing what exactly was tying it all together. Unless it was me. Dr. Snide wanted Ashea. It was the reason she had the light to notify her of Ashea's presence. But how was Taylor involved in this? How did she get involved with Dr. Snide? Where was the connection? This had to do with me. But how did those two work? Taylor would have told her about the possibility of me being Ashea. Did she know from the day I arrived at the chance pack? Was she already waiting for her opportunity? Then why try to kill me? Why would Taylor set me up to be killed? Or was that not the real purpose? I felt Scion's grip around me tighten, and I looked up at his gold, flashing eyes. I could see he was deep in thought as a growl reverberated in his chest. Did he also put together that I was connected to it? Scion? I can keep you here, Clover. They won't be able to touch you here. Scion, I smiled and reached my hands up to cup his cheeks. We have to save the chance pack. We have a life to live. No matter what, I won't be afraid to continue to live my life. Especially now that I have a future, I'm excited to create with you. I could lock you up here, where no one can ever harm you. I giggled and smiled. Now you sound like all the other alphas. I watched as a warm smile reached his lips as his eyes returned to Hazel. Besides, you couldn't even if you wanted to. I watched his eyes dance in amusement. I could just order you to do what I want. Silly woman. He grabbed my hips, pressing himself against me. You could always order me to do what you want, even without your Shea powers. He then lowered his head and melted his lips against mine, no matter how complicated things were or were about to get. I had Scion. I embraced the warm tingles and inhaled his heady scent. Together we would overcome this challenge. We weren't in this alone. Even if I did end up dying, I would end up with Scion, here in the spirit realm, for all eternity. Note, update will be on the 15th. Scion wasn't an expert in traveling between the realms. It seemed like he naturally gravitated to the dark spirit realm. It was harder for him to go back to the living realm. However, I was being pulled back to the other side. I could feel the connection, and it was where my body wanted to go. Scion, I whispered, interlacing my fingers with his. Think about who is on the other side, your friends and family. Let that feeling guide you. You are right beside me. My mind naturally goes to you. It's where I want to be. Wherever you are, who are you thinking of? His voice was a bit edgier with an almost growling tone. Scion is touchier and more possessive as a lupine? Or maybe it is Anubis? In either case, is it weird that I kind of like it? I guess it comes from no one ever wanting me. I didn't mind a bit of possessiveness for once. I smiled and squeezed our fingers together, looking at them for a moment. I could feel the warmth creeping over my face as I lifted my gaze to him. I think of our home, our future, our children. We are going to have a wonderful family. We will have a home that you love. We're going to figure everything out, and we are going to come out on top. Remember, we can't tell anyone in your old pack about Taylor. I know. His eyes softened as he looked at me. I know you are close with the officers and Denny, but right now, it is best to assume the worst and hope for the best. I just worry about the danger they are in, without them knowing they are at a disadvantage. His eyes trailed over my face as a small smile reached his lips. My concern is for you. Until we have more information, we have to be cautious. His eyes flickered with a dark amber and hazel coloring, and once we find out who our enemies are, we will destroy them, including their souls. Destroy their souls? I asked, seeing the dark amber of his eyes holding color. Once we kill them, I will pop over to the spirit realm and destroy their souls. For the crimes they commit against my mate and my pack, they won't get a second chance at life. You don't believe in second chances? And maybe them doing better in the next life? I chewed on my bottom lip as I stared at him. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead against mine. His amber eyes glowed, though his expression was softer. Anyone who has malicious plans against you will not get another chance. For messing with my queen, the penalty is annihilation. I can't be benevolent when it comes to you. I guess I could see where he was coming from. If someone was trying to cause Scion harm, I don't think I would be for them having a second chance either. I only felt that way because it was myself. I guess I have some scars that still affect me. I feel like because it is me, they can have a second chance. I never realized the mental number the Sulfur pack did on me. I still believe in second chances, but I understood. If someone hurt Scion, I could feel my blood beginning to boil just thinking about it. I understand. However, if any of them are being manipulated, it is different, right? I raised my eyebrows, pressing into his forehead. He chuckled and kissed the tip of my nose. As you wish, my queen. If they are being manipulated and they end up dying, I will spare their soul. Then it will be up to Riopus what happens to it. My lips parted in shock as I moved my head away from Sion's. The whole time I had been thinking about just eliminating the bad guys. I didn't think about those who were being manipulated. If we end up fighting against them, we might have to take their lives in order to survive. It felt like my throat was constricting as I tried to breathe. We might have to kill innocent people. I just realized how vital it was for me to be able to use my powers. And even then, there could be casualties of the innocent. It was disgusting. How could they use people like that? How could they waste their lives so senselessly? Sion's hand moved and gripped around my back. He pulled me back into him as his other hand cupped my chin. His head came back to mine, and his eyes pierced into me. We may have to kill innocent people. What if I can't get my powers under control? The casualties will be even worse. My voice trembled as his thumb tightened on my chin. If we do nothing, the casualties will be astronomical. It will spread through the packs like a plague. They will become mindless zombies doing someone else's bidding. His eyes softened as he looked into mine. We will do what we have to. Innocent lives may be lost, but that is with all wars. Innocent people are always casualties. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Clover. It's going to be okay no matter what. I have to be able to help. There will be way more lives lost. I felt like I needed to become an expert in my powers yesterday. How long would it take me to be able to cleanse a pack from mind control? Can I master this in just a couple of days? We didn't have much time. We couldn't hold off forever. His soft lips were suddenly locked onto mine. His hot tongue plunged into my mouth as he held me captive. He caressed my back as his other hand cupped my cheek. Don't do this to yourself. We are not the ones who caused this. The deaths are not our burden to bear. We will do everything we can, but we have to stop what is happening. What even is happening? What is the point of all of this? I whispered against his lips. Right now, we don't have an answer to that, but does it matter? Whatever their reasoning is, they are hurting and manipulating others. Maybe if we know why we can stop it. I looked up at Sion's golden eyes. He smiled at me and shook his head. We can only work with what we know, Clover, and the things we can do. Sion was right. There was only so much we could do on our own. This was why we needed help. We need to get back. We need to go to the Nova Pack and get in touch with the Diamond Pack. We need to prepare to fight. I could see the sadness in his eyes as his lips curled down some. I wish you didn't have to fight. I snorted and gave him a crooked smile. Do you think I want you fighting? I can't wait until this is all over so we can concentrate on us. I nodded my head up at him. It was sad that we were new mates, and we hadn't gotten to enjoy the honeymoon phase. It has been nonstop chaos and danger. I looked forward to living my life with Sion quietly, learning to be parents together. It was like the dream was being dangled in front of me, but just out of reach. Soon, my love, soon, Sion cooed to me as if reading my mind. He pressed his lips against my forehead, holding me close. I felt the shift in the atmosphere as the colors began to swirl around us. The heavy, stagnant air was lifting, and color was beginning to flicker in. Sion was doing it. He was transporting us between realms. Sion, Clover. I heard Connor's relieved voice, and I glanced around, seeing we were back in the living realm. Taylor's father was gone, so that must have been handled while we were gone. I wonder if he knew his daughter was alive and he was just playing the part. What happened? Denny asked, looking between the two of us. I'm still getting used to this new power I have. I just got sucked into the other realm, and it took me a while to figure out how to come back, Sion said, looking down at me. His eyes were his usual warm hazel coloring. We need to investigate Hazel's home and see if Taylor's scent is there. Sion mind-linked to me. I hated this part. I hated lying to them. I was an officer of the Sulfur Pack, and it feels so wrong to not trust Denny. Luckily, we would pass up Hazel's home on the way out. However, if someone sees us snooping around, it will get back to Denny, and I don't know what to say if he questions me. I trust Denny, and I want to believe in that trust. Maybe it was because we were mates, but I felt like I could believe in him. He came for me when I was being attacked. Jude told him I needed help, and Joey always had my back. They wouldn't have, right? If one of them was involved, I think something will break inside of me. "Clover, are you all right?" Joey asked, looking at me intently. I swallowed and nodded my head. He tilted his head down, and one side of his mouth twitched as he pursed his lips together. He raised his eyebrows at me as if to say, "I know you better than that." "She is fine," Scion growled, pulling me into his side. "It is a mental drain traveling between realms is all. If you need to stay another day," Denny began to say, but Scion instantly cut him off. "We appreciate that, but we need to get going. We don't know what type of damage is being done each day. This has to end as soon as possible. So if you have those travel supplies, yes, of course. This way." Denny nodded his head towards the storage building. I could feel Joey's eyes on me, but I wouldn't make eye contact with him. "What is it like over there, in the spirit realm?" Odell asked. I looked up at her and decided I would use it as a means to explain any weirdness Joey might be sensing. "It's dark. It is as if the color has been drained from the world. The air is thick. It isn't at all what I expected. It is like a world of death." "Are you worried about living there?" Odell asked, and I wondered if she was just asking questions or if she was trying to help me out. I opened my mouth and paused as my brows furrowed. "It will take some getting used to, but I'll be with Sion. We will manage." I smiled up at him as he smiled down at me. "Here are the bags. Take several of them," Denny said. "Okay, Dimitri, this is where you come into play. Shift and be our pack horse." Logan grinned widely, looking back at him. "What a clever puppy we have here." Dimitri rolled his eyes, grabbing a bag. "I'll carry Clover's." He winked at me with a smile. From the corner of my eye, I could see that Joey still looked concerned. "Thank you for the provisions," Sion said politely. "You are more than welcome. Let us know what the plan is. We are here to help with whatever lies ahead." Denny's eyes met with mine. "And be careful out there." "You be careful too." I smiled at him, wishing I could say more. There was something going on in the Sulfur Pack. I don't know what or who all was involved. I felt like I was doing him a disservice by not saying more. He could be in danger here. I felt Sion's hand squeeze my waist gently. I looked up at him and was met with his warm eyes. "Ready?" he asked, and I nodded my head. "Ready?" I made eye contact with Joey as we walked away. It looked like he had more he wanted to say. I watched as his lips parted and then he closed them. "This is necessary until we know who is involved." Sion's voice echoed in my mind. Maybe it was necessary, but it still didn't sit right with me. "Where is Hazel's house?" "It will be the last house next to the tree line." I looked ahead and focused on the task at hand. I needed to see if I could pick up traces of Taylor. If she had stayed with Hazel, would she have left with her? Or would she try to hide in the house? "So, what is going on?" Odell finally whispered when we were far enough away. So, she did pick up on something. By the looks of everyone else, they all did. "We will talk about it later," Sion said, quickly shutting the conversation down. Odell nodded her head and trailed back slightly behind me. I saw the tree line, and my eyes focused on Hazel's house. The closer we got, I started to pick up traces of Hazel's scent. We walked right next to the building and stopped. I didn't smell anyone other than Hazel. I shook my head as I looked up at Sion. His lips pursed as we quietly walked away. We were both reeling in confusion. I think both of us were certain Taylor's scent would be there. We were at the edge of the Sulfur Pack territory when the wind swirled past us. I froze and looked up at Sion. On the breeze were two familiar scents. Hazel's, and it was Taylor's. The scent wasn't fresh, but it was there. Sion didn't know Taylor's scent, but he recognized Hazel's right away. We both started walking in the direction of the scent. We crossed the border and headed into a thick forest, heavy with pine trees. The scent was getting stronger, and then my eyes focused on some pine limbs bent strangely. "Sion?" I muttered, and he nodded his head. His eyes focused on the same thing. We walked up to it to see a shelter had been made. The heavy scent of Taylor and Hazel were both present. They were working together. But why? Why were they even involved to begin with? What was the connection? And the loaded question, who else from the Sulfur Pack was involved? One answer, and a lot more questions. Scion sighed, looking back at the others. When we went to the spirit realm, we found out that Taylor wasn't killed in the fire. It looks like this is getting more complex. We need to be vigilant and trust no one in the Sulfur Pack. Now that hardly seems fair. A voice called out from behind us, making me snap my head in shock. I squeezed my hands together and bit my inner lip, feeling guilty as hell. His green eyes met directly with mine as I took in a shaky breath. Joey. Scion took a protective stance in front of me. I watched as Joey immediately scowled and glared at Scion. Who are you protecting her from? Joey growled. Anything and everyone I have to. Scion challenged back. I watched as Joey's eyes drifted to mine. A small smile reached his lips, and he tilted his head to the side. Do you need to be protected from me, Clover? Joey said, making my chest ache at the pain in his voice. I stepped forward, out from behind Scion, and shook my head. Clover? Scion's eyes shifted to the side while he still faced forward towards Joey. I know Scion, but I pursed my lips together as I looked up at Joey. I trusted him. I know there was a lot at stake, but I hated this. I know she is your mate and you are just protecting her, but I would never hurt her. I loved her first. My lips parted at the loud declaration he made. He looked at me as if saying, I told you I really loved you. A rough chuckle left Scion's throat and Joey straightened up to stare at him. You loved her first? Scion snorted. No, you didn't. Yes, How long? 1 year? 2 years? Scion growled. 2. Joey's arms trembled slightly, but he got control over them. I could see just how emotional he was right now. No doubt he felt hurt that he was being treated like a threat. 4, Scion said quietly as he gave Joey a small smile. I was afraid he was going to get angry, but instead it looked like he was calm. I knew he must be struggling, but he was staying calm for me. For 4 years I have loved her. For 4 years I have searched for the girl who disappeared from my side. Because of what your pack had done to her, she didn't think that Scion sighed and continued to stare at Joey. This isn't personal. I told Clover she couldn't tell any of you from the Sulfur Pack. We need answers and... Scion was in the middle of talking when a growl reverberated in Joey's throat. I watched as he lifted his nose and his eyes darkened. Taylor, that is alive? Is that what this is about? Where is she? What the hell is going on? Joey stepped closer, eyeing the shelter behind us. His eyes flipped to mine, and I could see all the questions swarming. What is going on? He said softer. I listened as Scion groaned and rubbed his forehead. There are more people from the Sulfur Pack involved in all of this. It seems like this is all connected. Somehow. Where is she at? Joey asked, looking around. The trail is old, and she wasn't alone. It leads away from the Sulfur Pack. I don't think there is a point in tracking them down right now. We have other pressing matters that need dealt with first. His eyes moved to mine as he seemed to be contemplating something. If you want to know what we know, you have to come with us. I'll tell you when we are out of mind link range. I watched Joey's brows pinch together and he nodded his head. I'm coming. He didn't hesitate. I'll let Denny know I decided to go with Clover for extra protection. He will understand this. I could see something flicker in Scion's eyes. They flickered golden briefly before they returned to Hazel. I imagine it was hard for him knowing Joey's affections for me. Is this a good idea? Connor asked, stepping closer to Scion. At this point, this is the best idea. Clover trusts him. If he breaks her trust, I will break him. Scion said, glaring at Joey. That won't be a problem, Joey said, walking up to us. His eyes moved back to the site. Any chance of her coming back? I watched as he smelled the air again, testing the scent. No, I don't believe so. Scion reached out, pulling me into his side. I glanced up at him, but he didn't look at me. I imagine he needed to calm his beast. Did Denny have any objections? I asked, and Joey smiled at me. No, he didn't have any problems with it. Why would he, since I am some secret spy, right? Joey chuckled, but quickly wiped the smile off his face, seeing Scion's less than amused look. It is a joke. Honestly, I don't understand. You just stayed the night at the Sulfur Pack. You were given our hospitality? Where is this coming from? We didn't know about Taylor. You think we did? Joey looked at Cyan. I was glad he looked at Cyan and not me. It meant he understood I already felt conflicted. You'll understand soon, Cyan said tersely, once we are farther away from here. Is that Hazel's scent I am picking up? Joey watched as Cyan stared at him blankly, and he let out a sigh. Well, lead the way. He nodded his head to the side, and Cyan snorted. We walked past Joey. Our eyes met as I walked past him. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, but it looked like he was happy to be coming along. So, you are Clover's Gamma? I heard Joey ask as he walked beside Kai. Is she a tough boss? The groups began to break off into their own quiet conversations, except for Odell. I wasn't sure where Stilts was, but I imagine he was around somewhere. I needed to find out if he was invisible or if he could teleport. I wasn't exactly sure how he kept popping up. I also didn't know what a gnome and leprechaun mix could do magic-wise. He seemed powerful for such a tiny creature. Clover. I glanced up at Cyan as I heard his voice in my mind. His eyes met with mine, and then he just smiled. He didn't say anything else but squeezed my side into his lovingly. I leaned into his warm embrace as he walked through the woods quietly. Once we were well out of range of mind linking the Sulfur pack, Cyan quietly began to explain everything. He talked about what really happened when we went to the spirit realm and how we knew Taylor was alive. Then he explained what the innocent victim there had said. All the while, Joey was quiet. I glanced back at him a couple of times to see his lips pursed and his brows pinched together. Finally, when Cyan had finished talking, Joey spoke up. No wonder you didn't say anything. Joey's voice was a wounded whisper. I stopped walking to turn to look at him. He looked at me and then at Cyan. I didn't know. You have my word. Gosh, you must be so confused, Clover. I am so sorry. I could see the pain in Joey's eyes as he looked at me. It looked like he was in more pain over this than I was. I'm okay, Joey. Yeah, it is all confusing. I stopped and just shrugged, pursing my lips together. Look, I know there are others involved, but you have to know. Joey looked up at Cyan. Denny and Jude would never. What about the man that was there when the fire started? Dimitri asked, and Joey shook his head. Impossible. Jude was with us. Joey motioned to Connor, Logan, and me. The fire started sometime when we were packing Clover's clothes. Joey was right. I don't know why that escaped me before, but they were both with me during that time. What about Denny? Odell said, clicking her tongue and raising her brows. He would have been with Cyan. Joey looked up at Cyan, who looked down at the ground. His forehead was wrinkled and his jaw was tense. Not the whole time. Cyan's eyes met with mine. He got a mental link and stepped out momentarily right before it concluded. He wasn't gone for long, maybe a few minutes. I don't know. The timing would have been close. We can't rule it out. Denny wouldn't, Joey began, but Cyan cut him off, turning to talk to me. Denny acted ignorant of how Taylor treated you before, didn't he? I nodded my head, but there was just no way. Denny wasn't like that. That isn't the type of person Denny is, I said, trying to defend Denny, but Cyan seemed to be ignoring my words. Maybe Denny and his chosen mate, Connor said, and I pursed my lips together. I thought back to the night I was attacked when I overheard his conversation with Andrea. He wouldn't have. I don't see Denny. He wouldn't have. However, Taylor was Andrea's close friend. I could see Andrea being involved. I wonder who the guy was. Geez. Joey ran his hand through his hair as he shook his head. What is going on? Clover, did everyone look normal there? Did you see anything indicating anyone was being manipulated? Dimitri asked. I didn't notice anything, I said quietly. I wish I had. At least then I had an explanation for everything that happened. There are wolves tailing you, Stilts said, appearing above us on a limb. How close are they? Cyan asked, lifting his nose in the air, trying to test for their scent. I did the same, but couldn't smell them. I can't smell them. Do you know if they are seekers or... I watched as his eyes moved to look at Joey. They aren't from the Sulfur pack, if that is what you are asking. Stilts sat on the limb, swinging his legs casually. What do you want to do? Connor asked. Dimitri, how long until we reach the Nova pack? Cyan asked. Dimitri shook his head and looked ahead. We still have a good bit left to travel, Dimitri said as we all looked at Cyan for his decision. Let's keep moving. We don't know if they are seekers or not. Maybe they are just curious about the scent and checking us out. If we keep moving, we won't seem confrontational. If it is seekers, we will know soon enough, Their scent will eventually reach us. Sion grabbed my hand and began to walk again briskly. It is best to avoid a fight if we can. He muttered under his breath, glancing down at me. Sion, I can fight if we have to. I watched as a sexy half-smile curled over his lips as he looked at me from the sides of his eyes. I know that, my love, but why take unnecessary risks? Because you would if I wasn't with you, I said pointedly. His grin widened, but before he could say anything, a scent carried on the wind reached us. Seekers. There was no doubt about it. There is a new territory line up ahead. They might be more hesitant to follow us past that point, Dmitri said urgently. Should we shift? Connor asked, and Sion shook his head no. No, we are heading into a new territory. We don't have to enter looking like threats. Just run, Sion said, looking down at me. I nodded my head and dropped his hand from mine. I could run better without him dragging me from behind him, which is what I know would happen. We raced through the woods. The trees blurred brown as we crashed through the branches and bushes, making a path of our own. We all smelled the change in the scent as we entered a new territory. But we kept running. Blood-curdling howls echoed in the air behind us, and we knew the Seekers had taken chase. They were on our trail. What would they do when they reached the next territory? If they chose to pursue us, we would have no choice but to fight. But how many? The air sounded like high-pitched screams as their howls echoed from all around. The numbers weren't on our side. We did have a lupine on our side. If only I had a grip on my powers, I could order them to stop. I wasn't sure if I could rely on it. I didn't have the confidence in myself with it yet. It always just came to me. The brush was getting thicker, and we were having to squint as we ran. Small leaves fell in the air, twigs shattered all around, and then weightlessness. I was falling. Covered in darkness, squeezed into something tight. My arms were tucked at my sides, and I couldn't use them. It was too tight. I heard the snarls from above me as I slammed into a solid surface. I arched my back in pain as the wind left my lungs. Coughing, I gasped for air as I tried to make sense of what had happened. I stared straight up from my back at the tiny hole I had fallen through, a hole too tiny for anyone else to fit through. I glanced around as the air began to return to my lungs. I was in a cave again. Or was this a mine? Fell into an air shaft, did ya? Stilts chuckled next to my head, looking over into my face. Can you get up? An air shaft? Seriously? Of all things to fall into. I gingerly sat up as I rubbed the back of my head. Thank goodness Sheena was with me and healing me. Otherwise, I would be in serious trouble right now. Now what? I muttered, looking up at the hole above me. It was about 20 feet straight above me. Clover, Sion's panicked voice called out in my mind. I'm okay, Sion. I'm in a mine again. My voice was dripping with annoyance. Stilts is with me. I'll see if he can help me find the way out. There has to be an entrance around here. I'll find you. Sion sounded anxious, and his words were rushed. Then echoing down the hole were the echoing sounds of growls. Sion, note. Next update the 22nd 3. I could hear the muffled sounds of fighting above me, growing fainter as it moved away. I stared at the hole above me until I couldn't hear the sounds anymore. I didn't want to keep calling out to Sion and distracting him. I had to find a way out of here. Stilts, do you know the way out? I turned and listened as the little man chuckled at me. I am not a walking map. I glanced around, assessing the area. It was all dirt and stone with 3 paths. I guess I would just have to choose one and hope for the best. I had just started walking towards the middle path when I could hear the soft sound of footsteps approaching. I froze as the sound got closer. I glanced over at Stilts, only to find the little bastard was nowhere to be seen again. I was beginning to wonder what his purpose even was. The sounds got closer, and I took up a fighting stance, ready to shift if I needed to. A moment later, a young woman appeared from the tunnel, running her fingers through her blonde-colored hair. Her blue eyes lifted up and met with mine. For a moment, she stood there looking at me before a crooked grin reached her lips. Air shaft? She said quickly and raised her brows. Did you fall through the air shaft too? I nodded my head slowly and she started to laugh. Thank goodness, I am not the only one that sort of thing happens to. I mean, one minute I was talking with my cousin and the next down I went. The girl bounded up to me and then leaned forward, bending her neck to look in my face. My name is Gia. What is your name? Her blue eyes were piercing into mine with such a vibrant intensity, but she seemed very friendly. It is Clover, I said, and she smiled brightly at me. Well, Clover, I know that path leads to nowhere. She pointed behind her as she looked at the other openings. So, let's hope one of these two leads to the way out. Knowing my cousin, he is probably about to give himself a hernia destroying things trying to get to me. Men, as if us women aren't capable. She giggled, and I smiled back at her. I liked this woman. She wasn't suspicious or cautious of me at all, which told me she was confident in her fighting skills and that she didn't deem me as a threat. What pack are you from? I noticed her trying to smell for my scent as I shrugged and furrowed my brows. It is a bit complicated. I am, I guess, in between packs right now. It is a long story. How about yourself? I knew I recognized the scent but couldn't quite place it. The Diamond Pack. My cousin went out on a mission, and I decided to tag along. Well, without telling him until he was far enough away. She gave me a sheepish grin. I left my parents a note. The funny thing is, I came to be of assistance to my cousin, and I gave him more work now. She began to giggle as I stared at her. She was from the Diamond Pack. That was who we needed to talk to. I was actually on my way to speak with someone from the Diamond Pack. She instantly stopped laughing, and her eyes became serious. I had spoken with the beta of the Diamond Pack Sam before, and that is my uncle. I can take you back to the Diamond Pack with me once we find our way out. I paused and glanced up at the hole above us. I am with others. We ran into Seekers, a band of rogue werewolves. I fell into the hole, and I could hear the fighting. I need to find them and... Well, woman, what are you waiting for? We can talk and run at the same time. Standing here talking isn't going to get to them faster. Gia said as she began to trot towards one of the tunnels. It is a guess either way, she said, pausing for a moment before choosing the one in the middle. Well, you must prove the men wrong. We are capable, badass women who can kick ass and find our way out of a mine. She then turned to look at me. You can fight, right? You aren't one of those I prefer not to fight type of woman, are you? I laughed as I raced along beside her. I used to be the delta of my pack before I left. Yes, atta girl, Gia grinned over at me. Aiden has yet to choose a future delta. That is, the future alpha king of the Diamond Pack. Maybe I should put my bid in on the position. She glanced over at me, and I could see her looking at the mark on my neck. You have a mate? How is it? Yat. He is perfect for me. I looked over at her and she smiled. I could feel my cheeks heat up slightly, but she was looking straight ahead again. I feel like I am related to most of the stronger wolves in my pack. She laughed and shrugged. I haven't found my mate yet, but I hope when I do find him he is strong and confident, and maybe someone who absolutely adores and swoons over me. That isn't a tall order, right? This was how my scion was. He was strong, confident, and doted on me completely, and hopefully not too possessive or overly protective, like my cousin, she said in annoyance. I'm sure your perfect partner is out there somewhere. I watched as she grinned, looking at me. I'm sure he is out there. I am just curious if he will come already trained or not. Although, according to my mother, my father was completely different after they discovered they were mates. She said he suddenly became everything she ever wanted in an instant. Gia's eyes focused forward, and she moved her hand out protectively in front of me as we both stopped. I watched as her expression changed and her eyes glazed over. Her arm dropped back to her side as she let out a sigh. Well, show yourself already. I watched as a tall, muscular young man stepped into view. He had sandy-colored hair as well as deep brown eyes that were focused on me. He stared at me for a moment longer before he looked back at Gia. We need to hurry. She has pack members fighting against rogues. Gia clicked her tongue as he shook his head. No, there is some weird beast up there fighting. I have never seen the likes of it before, and we aren't going anywhere near it. That is my scion, I said, looking at him anxiously. He looked at me cautiously and then arched his brow. That weird monster wolf is with you? He then shrugged. Then you don't have anything to worry about. He is destroying everything up there. You aren't mated to a werewolf? Gia asked, looking at me. It's a long story. I paused, remembering that the prince and princess of the Diamond Pack were lichens. He was a lichen, but because of a deity, he is another creature called a lupin. They both accepted this answer with ease, which told me one of two things. One, they were very easygoing wolves, or two, they had experience with weird things like this before. In either case, whatever he is fine. The man said, extending me his hand. My name is Jamie. I am the cousin of this idiot. He then began to snicker as he shook my hand. Can you imagine? It takes a special type of to fall into an air vent. I mean, what type of werewolf falls into a hole? He began to cackle loudly as I stared at him blankly. She fell in the air shaft too, Gia said, looking at him blankly. I watched as his eyes widened and he pursed his lips together. His face began to change into different shades of red before he belted out a rolling roar of a laugh. Gia and I stared at him blankly while he wiped the tears from his eyes. You see, Gia, Jamie straightened up and placed his hand on top of her head. This is why I am protective over you. It has nothing to do with your gender, but that you are accident-prone. I just can't believe another she-wolf fell too. He smirked at me, to which I rolled my eyes. It's Clover, I sighed. I was busy running from rogues and the hole was hidden in bushes. If I was bigger, I wouldn't have fallen all the way through. Yeah, it isn't our fault we have small, beautiful figures. Gia raised both her eyebrows and swatted his hand away from her head. Well, maybe if you didn't snack so much, Gia, you are getting soft in the belly. Jamie grinned mischievously. Gosh, you are so annoying. This is why you don't have a girlfriend. Gia clicked her tongue as he chuckled. And what is your excuse? I'm just being picky, Gia replied, simply shrugging her shoulders. Uh-huh. He chuckled and then looked over at me. So are you accident-prone too? I wouldn't exactly say that. He began to laugh as I stared at him quietly. Which means that you are. It is even better you have a lucky name. He snorted and wiped his eyes. The irony of it. No wonder you came along to help him out, I said, giving Gia a sympathetic smile. I know, he is tough to live with. Gia giggled. Hey, I am the future Gamma of the Diamond Pack. I am more than capable, little Miss Gia. Jamie raised his finger and tapped Gia on the middle of her forehead. My eyes were wide as I realized he said he was the future Gamma. This wasn't just any pack. This was the Diamond Pack. The Diamond Pack was the ultimate authority of all the other packs because of the Alpha King and Luna Queen. If you were one of their officers, you also had a power that was a cut above the rest. I couldn't underestimate this goofy young man. If he was their future Gamma, he was a fierce warrior. Clover here was the delta of her pack, Jaya said proudly, making Jamie arch his brow as he looked me over. Tiny here? He said with almost a laugh. Yeah, that's right. I was rather annoyed with his tone. He caught on to it rather quickly as he instantly raised his hands and shook his head. No offense. Your wolf must be a fierce fighter. It is just appearances can be deceiving. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. My triumphant smirk rested on my face as Gia howled. Oh, burn! Take that, Jamie! Gia smiled widely as Jamie chuckled. Okay, I deserved that, Truce, he said, tilting his head to me. Truce. Are we going to stay in this mine all day, or are we getting out of here? Stilts appeared in front of us. I looked up at the others to see their less than shocked faces. Okay, they must experience a lot of weird things. Well, aren't you a pushy little man? Jamie said, looking down at Stilts. What are you doing out here in a mine? Making sure the little lady here doesn't get into too much trouble. Stilts snorted, glaring up at me. Why would you be watching over her? Gia began to study me again, this time intensely. I don't sense anything. You wouldn't be able to. Stilts scoffed and shook his head. She thinks because she has some wee fairy blood in her, she can recognize everything. You are part fairy? I asked, watching Gia shrug. I have some fairy blood in me, but it isn't very strong. How about you? Why do you have Rumpelstiltskin with you? Gia asked as Stilts scoffed loudly. I looked down at Stilts, not sure what I could say. He was remarkably able to understand what I was thinking. He sighed and nodded his head. These folks here are okay. They are close with the fairy royals. Really, you should have ended up in the Diamond Pack, but understandably they wanted you hidden. I could see that Jamie and Gia were intrigued, and I was going to have to briefly explain myself to them. I am part Shea. I didn't even get to finish talking. Oh yeah, the one Sam was talking about, Jamie said thoughtfully. He was wondering if we would be hearing from you. My group and I have something we wanted to discuss with the Diamond Pack, but if you are one of the officers, you could just relay the message. I glanced behind Jamie and chewed on my inner lip. I need to wait and see if this is what the others want to do too. I continued to look behind him. I know he said that Sion was okay, but what about the others? Plus, I needed to see if Sion was okay for myself. Ska! A loud sound hissed from deep in the mine. We all turned our heads to look down the path Gia and I had just come from. Shh, Jamie said, moving to stand in front. Sounds like a knock has picked up your trail. He looked back at Gia and then to me. Let's get moving. We can outrun it. Ska! The noise hissed out louder as two yellow eyes started to glow down the dark tunnel. Quick, run! Stilts yelled as a roar followed from the eyes. I don't know what this sound was, but it didn't sound like a knock. Whatever it was, I could see real fear in Stilt's eyes. I took a hesitant step backwards before the three of us took off at a sprint. I could feel the malice in the air, and I didn't want to stick around to see what it was. I glanced back once to see Stilts had stayed there, holding his cane in the air, waiting to hold off whatever was approaching. The ground began to tremble as the sound of thundering feet echoed behind us. Then a bright light illuminated from behind us, and there was an ear-piercing screech followed by a yell. My heart raced as the sound of the thundering feet began to pick up again. Whatever it was after us.